New Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. We are just a couple days away from Texans and Packers. Game that's got a lot of juice on Sunday. It's going to be right here on Sports Radio 610, starting at 9 a.m. with Texans Countdown, noon kick. And Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown, and we've got you for the next 4 hours here this morning. Good to be with you. How are you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. It's dawning on me that it is Thursday, and it's time to really start fostering a hatred for the Green Bay Packers.
Yes.
It's hard. It's hard sometimes with these NFC North teams. You know, Minnesota, it feels like a strange and exotic land that you're barely even aware that. I don't even know if it's part of the contiguous United States or not, or if it's like Alaska.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, I know a little bit just because from watching Making a Murderer. But other than that, kind of distant and far off.
Yeah.
Not typically. You only see them every few years. And
where you at with the Lions? Did we get them in a few weeks? How you feeling about them?
Lions, I'm still protesting the fact that they're in the Eastern time zone, even just because
weird.
that always screws me up. It doesn't make any sense that Detroit seems like the most Midwestern of all Midwestern.
It's an odd thing to get worked up over, but I can feel you on that one. Yeah.
It really pisses me off whenever I fly through Detroit.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what the hell? No, this is a central time zone city.
Feels like it. Yeah. What about Chicago? What about the Bears? We've already had to play them, but they're probably the most hated out of all those people up there, I would say, of those teams, right?
Yeah.
The Bears?
Yeah, they're the ones that, plus, not to mention, one of their hot dog joints is going to open up a restaurant.
Portillo's. Yeah.
What is it called? Portillo's?
Portillo's. And they have Italian beef sandwiches that are excellent. Yeah.
They do?
Yes.
Where are they opening? I just saw the headline in the Chronicle.
Places like this, I don't know. It's a good question. They usually start out in the suburbs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they plunk, because Chicago, they tried doing Gino's East here several years ago, their big pizza joint up there, and it didn't work. But they plunked it down in the Woodlands. Like the other Midwestern eatery that you can find here in Houston, but up in the Woodlands, is Culver's. Have you ever had Culver's? It's like a burger. It's not fast food, but it's kind of in between.
No, they've got frozen custard.
Yeah, the custard is good.
Awesome.
Yeah. But they're in the Woodlands, so we're out in the. But Portillo's is very good. The Italian beef sandwiches are excellent.
I think there's a few Culver's, actually, because I got excited when I saw them because of the frozen custard.
Yeah, the custard and the cheese curds. Those are the big things. And the Butterburger. That's what Culver's is known for.
So the hatred for the Packers, it's hard to – I don't have any hatred for Jordan Love. Has he ever said anything that I should get offended by or anything?
No.
I'm going to dig into his politics.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. No. Jair Alexander, I think, is probably the most one. Like he's had sound bites through the years and everything, just never directed at the Texans. So
Boy.
I'll try to maybe come up with a reel of things to get worked up over Jair Alexander.
Yeah, you're making it. Thursday is usually the day that I go into the laboratory and come up with 5 reasons I hate you. And typically, like last week, it was very easy. It's the Patriots. It took 5 minutes. All I had to do was just go through my own Rolodex in my brain, and we were good to go. You're right. This is going to be Packers, 5 reasons I hate the Packers. If people want to help out with that on the text page this morning, I'm here for it. The less work I need to do, the better. So 713-572-4610. But good point, Seth. We got to get some hatred worked up over the Green Bay Packers over these next 2 days.
Feels like Xavier McKinney had a run-in with it. And they take – I was kind of astounded. I had to triple-check myself on this morning.
And?
So far this season, basically 1 out of every 4 drives, the Packers take the ball away from the offense. 24.1% of the time – the offense ends their drive in a turnover.
Not gonna lie, that sounds like
defense.
quite a lot, Seth.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's like 3 a game or so.
Yeah.
That's kind of nuts. So I think I'm glad that CJ is crushing himself and saying he's been sloppy with the football this year, because this is a week that you really need to focus against.
That was funny yesterday. I heard the same thing you did. We'll have some CJ later on in the show, but it was funny because the way the question was framed, I don't know who asked it, the way the question was framed was like positioning it like CJ's been really good with ball security and protecting the football.
How are you so awesome?
Yeah.
It was, hey, how are you so awesome at not turning the ball over?
And I'm like,
they're kind of sloppy.
Right. Well, when the question was asked, I'm like, okay, well, I don't know who asked that, but by CJ standards, he's not been good protecting. Like, the standard for CJ that he set in his rookie year was historically good at protecting the football.
Yeah.
He's turned the ball. He's got 4 interceptions this year, and he had a fumble, which the fumble I don't think he's getting blamed for that fumble, but it goes on his ticket. And I was proud of CJ that he acknowledged that he actually hadn't been that great protecting the football of late.
Right, and even the Dalton Schultz one, which seems to be the biggest debate thing on social media right now about whether or not it was Dalton Schultz's fault for
pick
not
in the
being
Patriot game,
not competing for the ball more. I mean, the guy, I have a hard time. That's one of those situations where you definitely could have been more competitive there, but it wasn't like it was a bad play by Dalton Schultz. Yeah. It was while throwing under duress. It wasn't a perfect pass by CJ more than anything, and that's what yielded the turnover.
Yes,
you could say Dalton Schultz should have had a chance at plucking it out of the air or whatever, but that ultimately was just that one was on CJ. So we've seen more of that this year as teams they've made it more difficult to operate, and I think he talked about it, just finding that balance between taking chances, but also taking care of the football, and it's been a lot harder this year.
I am nervous about the injury report yesterday. We'll see what it looks like today, but no Azeez Al-Shire yesterday, no Henry To'oTo'o, he's in concussion protocol. No Foley Fatukasi, that was one that popped up. We'll see if that, again, it's Wednesday, so like for example, Laramie last week didn't practice on Wednesday. He was full go on Thursday just because he's nursing an ankle. Laramie was full go yesterday, so that was good to see. But the other big ones are Robert Woods, and the really big ones are Jimmy Ward and Kamari Lassiter. So half of your secondary is probably going to – and the reports on Lassiter and Ward are they're going to miss this game. Those are the reports out there. They're out. Yeah. So you got half your secondaries out. I think even more importantly, these top 2 linebackers. Like, is there a chance – I guess there is – that we're going into this Green Bay game with Green Bay having all these weapons. They got 3 tight ends that can hurt you. They got multiple wide receivers that can spread you out. That the linebackers you're going into this game with could be Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen.
And it's a lot harder to cover them up in coverage when you're down in your defensive backfield as well.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's and in the last couple of weeks versus the Bills and the Patriots, the wide receiving cores weren't as complete and deep as they are for the Packers.
That's right.
Packers it's not like there's a superstar necessarily, but I'd say it's a better overall and more threatening group of wide receivers.
Deeper for sure.
And with a quarterback in Jordan Love who's certainly not better than Josh Allen, but better than Drake May, the rookie.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, so I think did you put this in here or did I put this in here? This cut from the DeMeco Ryans coaches show.
I put that in there, man.
Okay. I was just making sure. There's sometimes things pop up. Did I put this in here last night?
That's all right.
You want to set this bad boy up here?
Yeah, this is DeMeco asked about how do you practice when so many guys are banged up and injured. I found this from a former player's perspective. I found this interesting.
For me, I adjust on a weekly basis off of like how was the game, the past game that we played, or how many guys we have were sore or beat up. So right now our practice structure will change a little bit, where we're doing more walkthrough type practice on a Wednesday to let guys get themselves back, and the guys who would be out, you allow them to still go out and get some mental reps because it's walkthrough and it's not a fast-paced tempo. Thursday is work day. Thursday we're going to put the pads on. You got to put the work in, so that'll be that day. And then Friday, we pull back on the guys as well. We do one full speed period, and then we'll have a jog through for the last 3 periods of practice. So making sure at this point in the season, you just make sure, I know our guys know how. That was a thing for me last year, teaching guys how to practice, how to work, what's our swarm mentality, how the Texans play football. Our guys, they rep our style on game day. So for me, it's a matter of not just trying to teach that or get that during the week, but can our guys show up fresh and ready to go on Sunday so they can rep Texan brand of football?
So this is the time of year when, I think it's earlier than it used to be when you start doing these kind of modified practice schedules, and it really tests the veteran presence on your team, because it's really hard for young guys to sometimes focus and pay attention when there's no physicality in practice.
Yeah.
So this is where the veteran leadership really, really matters, is still paying attention to detail. And it gets to a point where you're kind of, if you are healthy, you're kind of like, I don't know if I'm doing it. I don't feel like I'm getting enough work.
Yeah. I feel like I'm being given a day off.
For guys that like to practice and feel like you're getting better during the week and seeing things at speed, it's kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because you're getting mental reps and everything, which are great and awesome, but it's never quite the same as the real thing. And that is where the veterans really got to keep after the younger guys. They're like, hey, all right, like be sure you're paying attention, thinking about this, going through. You got to get 10 mental reps to replace 1 physical rep.
Yeah.
And it's as a fan, I get nervous now too. They're not. You got to work them harder, DeMeco. These guys are gonna get soft. That's how I feel.
It's really. I love your perspective on it as a former player. He had a really interesting answer that we'll get to. We'll get to it in the next. It's like a minute long. But I found it interesting because I always wonder this too. I'm like, how do you get better at tackling during the season? How do guys get better at tackling, period?
Yeah.
Because you guys don't truly tackle anymore. They just, one day a week, they put pads on and they thud. And DeMeco had a really interesting answer that made me feel a whole lot better about it yesterday.
Oh, good. Okay, I never know if that stuff's interesting or not.
It's interesting to me. I don't know.
Well, no, it's interesting to me. I never know if it's interesting to other people, because I could do a 1-hour clinic on in-season tackling practice.
You know the answer. You heard his you know the answer I'm talking about yesterday. Okay, yeah. I thought it was really interesting. So we'll get to that in the next segment. We'll dig in on the Packers as we go along here. 9 o'clock today, we're going to be joined by Marcus Eversole, who is He's in afternoon drive on 107.5 The Fan up in Green Bay. I was on his show yesterday, so doing a little home and home. We'll get a Packers perspective on things, get to know the opponent a little bit later on in the show at 9 o'clock. Will Anderson, he won some hardware yesterday. Defensive Player of the Week. Means he got to wear the chain that apparently Nick Caserio is not a very big fan of. We'll have a little good Caserio audio from yesterday. He joined us on the show. And we'll hear from Will Anderson, his thoughts on winning Defensive Player of the Week. That's coming up next.
I'm a big fan of Trajan Wealth because they're going to help you plan for your retirement. That thing that you've been putting off and you think about it all the time, but you don't take any action. Take action. You've done well in life by taking action on things. Call Trajan Wealth today. They've got 2.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to Will Anderson here in just a minute. You guys are sending in some really good reasons to hate Green Bay. I'm saving these for tomorrow when we do 5 reasons I hate you. I'll read one of them because it's not going to wind up in the 5 reasons. I don't want to read text like this, okay? Green Bay is pleasant if you can get buds. All right? I know you like using the word
what
broads.
The hell is this?
Yeah,
what are we in the WWE? This is a classy joint.
This
here.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
Stop bringing the classiness down of this joint, okay?
I'll tell you one thing about those broads. They have a good time.
They do. They do have a good time. They have a good time.
Just say what you want about, anything about them, but they have a good time.
They have a good time.
Yeah.
And I don't think that I've been up there a few times, man. Underrated, I think. A little underrated.
The Green Bay fan base is the least annoying of the huge national teams.
Yes.
The teams that have nationwide fan bases. The Packers, for whatever reason.
Put a pin in that one. I want to hit that later. That's a good one. I like that topic. That's good.
They're not as psychotic as some of the other
They're
ones.
not. Not even close. Yeah, they're not even close. We'll get to Will Anderson in a second, but we were talking about the Texans, and obviously big concern over the injuries right now. DeMeco is a reputed hard practicer. You know, he skews more towards the end that likes physicality in his practices. So that's always a question. Like, hey, how much is this playing into the injury? They had a lot of injuries last year. That was a topic last year. You know, They were the most injured team in the league last year. So DeMeco, we played some audio from him on the coaches show in the previous segment where he's adapting to that. I thought this was cool. Like as a regular Joe, Seth, I'm a simple man. who just looks at it through the prism of a regular guy, a regular fan. And I say to myself, when teams are tackling poorly, how do they get better at it? And the Texans have been much better tackling this year. They were wretched at times last year. They were much better this year. I thought this was pretty cool. Like, how do you work on tackling during the season when you're doing walkthroughs and you're not bringing guys to the ground?
To teach tackling in season, it's first off, it's a mindset. It's always a mindset. Like, you want to get the guy down or not. And you show up with the mindset that you want to get the guy down, you'll get him down. And then it comes to, in practice, we're not physically tackling in practice, but it's about body positioning. Are you putting yourself in good body position, good posture? Are you taking the proper angles? Are you closing with the proper tracking angle inside out on guys? And is everybody running to the football in practice? That's how you work tackling in practice. And we have one day that we put the pads on, and every time we have the pads on, we want to make sure we're thudding and stopping the ball carrier in the hole. That's how you work your tackling in season. When you can't be too physical, you're not going to the ground, but you can still get better at putting your body in the right spot and wrapping up.
To a simple man like me, that answer made sense. I'm like, okay. I feel better about things now.
Yeah, there's not they haven't tackled in practice in the NFL since like the 1970s probably.
Right.
So it's not like it's anything new. It's just when you're wearing pads more often, it's easier to coach up thudding them up and having the problem. But even when teams wear pads, it varies widely from coaches to coaches how much they really zero in on the fundamentals. Because even in pads, guys will get lazy and kind of just lower a shoulder and and you kind of almost, you're like, I would have tackled him there instead of really squaring up or taking the right angle and a bit of attention to detail. So right now, the Texans they have the 13th most missed tackles in the NFL.
Okay.
Which isn't great, but last year they had the second most missed tackles in the NFL.
Okay.
Yeah, they've improved.
So they're
Part of it, though, I do think they've gotten sloppier. The first couple of weeks, they were really, really good. They had very few missed tackles.
Among the best in the league, yeah.
Yeah, and since then, it's gotten a little bit sloppier. 2 weeks ago versus the Bills, I thought it was really sloppy. Mm-hmm. Last week, they cleaned it up a little bit. But, it's something that this defense, this defense has played really well, but without necessarily really shining in any one particular area. They've just been really good at swarming to the ball, getting a good, not a record-breaking pass rush, but a really good and quality pass rush, and putting a lot of pressure on other teams. Like they're leading the league in pressure rate. That's a little bit misleading at times. So the tackling is the one where it's the least glamorous, but it yields the biggest dividends. So they need to continue to focus on this throughout the season. They can't regress to the sloppiness of last year.
Well, and they're playing a running back this week that'll make them pay. If they don't tackle, Josh Jacobs is really good at breaking tackles, and so it's got to be a focus this week, man. The Packers are a talented offensive football team.
They've got they're facing this Packers offense with possibly two backup linebackers.
Yeah.
You've got Denico Autry coming back as Mario Edwards leaves. They're different types of a better overall football player, but Mario Edwards is built a little bit more like an actual defensive tackle. Mm-hmm. And so when I'm curious, it'll be really interesting to see how much Denico Autry plays inside. I think that's mostly going to be on passing downs, and then the rest of the bunch of guys, this rotation at defensive tackle probably stays the same on rundowns.
Yeah, we'll hit Denico Autry. We'll hit that hard in the 7 o'clock hour at the top of the hour. We'll start to dig in hardcore on Green Bay, and yeah, Denico Autry coming back is big, man. It's something I'm very anxious to see. That is definitely, like, if we're looking at things to watch for in this game, Denico Autry and his return is a big one, because all sounds of it from both Caserio and from DeMeco are that he's ready to go. Like, there's, he's in shape. Whatever injuries he may have been dealing with in training camp, those are done. Like, he's getting plugged in, and he's going to play on Sunday. So we'll see what that looks like. Will Anderson, AFC Defensive Player of the Week. This was the easiest one to predict out of the 4 that the Texans have won so far this year. 2 for Kaimi, 1 for Joe Mixon, and now we got 1 on defense with Will Anderson, and he was really excited yesterday. He's really excited every day, if we're being honest. Here was Will Anderson yesterday on how the veterans, he's the young guy that's probably the oldest room in the building of all the position groups. You got Daniil Hunter, who's pushing 30. You've got Mario Edwards Jr., 30. Denico Autry's coming back. He's 33. Foley Fatukasi's been around a while. That is an older room. Will is by far the youngest guy in that room, helping him.
I just got to give another big shout out to my D-line, man. Like, they've been such a great help. Like, I was walking off the field with Denico today, man, and me and him was having some words, and I was telling him, like, I appreciate them so much, man, because they give me so much confidence. They help me. They build me up, man, and they don't even know how much I'm so grateful and thankful for them that they're here and they're able to help me achieve my goals as well.
Yeah. That's got to be nice if you're an older player, because as an older player, I don't know if it's the code in the NFL or not, but it feels like the good play, like the good people who are players as they get older pour into the younger guys because they were poured into as a young guy. It's got to feel good pouring into a guy like Will Anderson, who you know is probably taking every bit of what you're giving him and applying it, you know?
Yeah, you know how it is when you're talking to young people. And sometimes you're just like, man, am I getting through to this guy?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah. Hey, young people out there, this is one thing. Do yourself a favor when sometimes you might not realize it. Like, you might be really listening to somebody, but if you're not showing it in your facial expression, they don't have a clue whether they're getting through to you
That's
or not.
right. That's right.
High school football teams are the toughest because everybody's trying to be hard. And they're trying to look at you like, and you can't tell. Like, these guys I can't tell. What are they responding to me? Or are they angry at me? Are they tweeting? They're not on Twitter. Are they Instagramming or TikToking nasty things about me right now? I don't know. I don't know.
Do a TikTok about me after I walk out of here? Yeah. This guy's
TikToking me right now. I know.
I can feel it.
See it in his eyes.
This was interesting. I was very curious what the answer was going to be about this one, because I said this on Sunday. He had a box score that looked a lot like what J.J. Watt used to do. 8 of this, 5 of these, 4 of those, 3 of these. He was asked about having a J.J. Watt type of day on Sunday.
I respect this game so much, and I look up to J.J., man. He's been a great, role model in my life. He's been helping me, keeping me encouraged and everything like that, man. And you just got to keep going. Can't get comfortable, and I think Coach Ryans, he always hit it on the head, man. Just staying on edge, and that's for me and my mentality. That's how I always operate, man. It's like, yeah, that's good, but like, what's next? What you gonna do now? So it's just about just enjoying the process, man. Loving this process, falling in love with this process, man. To keep growing, keep getting better each week, and that's just my biggest thing is how can I get 1% better each week, and how can I stay consistent as long as possible until the end of the season.
He's encouraging you. Are you guys in communication?
Yeah. He texts me. He's like, have a day, man, and he always texts me every time, something good happens or if he sees something, man. And like I said, he's been a great role model for me, man. He's been a great guy to have in my corner to help me.
Good answer, Will. Good answer.
So Will Anderson has J.J. Watt on his side, and CJ Stroud has Tom Brady in his personal group of advisors.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
Good call.
I'll accept Tom Brady. For a while there, I was like, hey, CJ, don't take Tom Brady's calls. You can't trust him. Now he's the owner of the Raiders. You never know, man. Just be careful. But then I grudgingly said, like, you know what, CJ, that's all right. You can accept Tom Brady's calls.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. As long as
it's annoying because I have to, CJ's got the restraining order on me and everything, so I have to kind of like send it through other channels.
I understand.
But he gets the message, I think, probably.
I understand.
Yeah.
Brady still now. He's owner of the Raiders. Are they allowed to speak with each other on that level anymore?
You're allowed to have those conversations with coaches and everything. This comes up every now and then. But you're right. Now that he's an owner, the tampering, he's got to be careful.
Brady
I don't think it's going to change the way he operates.
Brady does. He does like to straddle the line of the rule book,
he likes to go have a lunch on a yacht in Miami with the Dolphins back in the day.
I didn't know what PSI was in a football.
I change my cell phone every 3 months. What?
Yeah.
What? No.
I destroy my cell phone every 3 months.
I always rent a helicopter and fly over a volcano and toss it into the magma every 3 months. That's what I do.
Does everybody else not do that?
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a little out of touch with the common man.
I just thought everybody did this. Okay, maybe not.
But you know what, Sean? That's a great point, though. What if CJ loses one of his best resources, the mentor that is Tom Brady?
Yeah.
the very least, he maybe can't, kind of casually name drop Tom Brady every now and then.
That's right.
Remember last week after the game last week when some Patriots reporter was like, CJ, I know you're not that old, but have you ever heard of Tom Brady? And did you ever think about maybe, trying to take something from his game? And CJ's like, yeah, listen, we got Brady and I are tight. What the hell are you talking about?
One of my favorite.
And then he did that thing from Laverne and Shirley. The tip that he did
gesture, yeah.
Who was that? Was it Squiggy that would do that?
I think Lenny or Squiggy, one of them, yeah.
They put their hand under their chin.
One would put the hand under the chin. The other one would bite their fist. I think it was Lenny did the hand under the chin. Yeah. Kids, Laverne and Shirley was this show. ... Nick Caserio, we had him on yesterday. As long as we're talking about Will Anderson, the video of Will Anderson getting the Player of the Week chain yesterday was tremendous. Will was so happy.
I bet he was, yeah.
He was so happy. The sense I get is I don't think Nick Caserio is a big fan of the turnover, or not the turnover chain, the Player of the Week chain.
I lived in Providence and was actually it was an old office building, 2-story office building. They turned into a 2-story apartment. And this was kind of the apartment where, the windows could go up and down. There weren't locks. So, if somebody wanted to jump in a window in the middle of the night, they could probably do that. So if I locked myself out of the house, that's what I lived in my first year. But I didn't care. I drove 30 minutes each day from Providence to Foxborough, and I was immersed in something that I enjoyed doing. So I was probably paying my rent. Outside of that, look, I'm pretty low profile. I mean, I'm not a big car guy. Not a big clothing guy. I'm not a big jewelry guy. I know that surprises the entire city of Houston right now. But, so
you're not going to wear the Player of the Week chain around the locker room at any point this season?
Don't ask me about that, Sean. I don't think that's a good question that you should ask me.
Okay. I probably should have chopped off the preamble about his old apartment for purposes of this cut. But Nick, I don't think a big fan of the.
Ask me about that. Yeah. At first I was like, "What, Sean?" Yeah, he's just saying he wouldn't personally wear it.
Yeah.
But it sounded like he didn't even want to bring up the top. What would he not like about the turnover
I don't
chain?
know. I'm not.
It's one of fun and frivolity.
The only thing, because I thought the same thing, Seth, especially because Nick is a big WWE guy, and that is like a version of a WWE thing. That's a belt almost, right? And I thought maybe the one thing he doesn't like about it would be that it over accentuates individual accomplishment above the team, maybe, right?
Yeah. That's where I wondered. I wondered if maybe it was.
Or maybe he doesn't like how it looks.
Maybe he didn't like the idea of just external, extrinsic rewards.
Yeah.
They're always trying to tell you, hey, you got to be motivated by internal things, not these trinkets and money and all that stuff. So maybe that was it. Although, I mean, Belichick's yacht is called. 7 rings or something?
Is it?
However many rings he has now. I think he adds the Giants rings in with it. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I don't know.
At least 7 then, yeah.
7 rings, yeah. So Belichick doesn't shy away from trinkets.
No.
Well, of course, that's a team award. That would be the ring as a team award ultimately.
Yeah. Do you think that's what Belichick's thinking when he paints 7 rings onto his boat? Really highlighting the team here, And glad I can highlight all the fellas here as he sails off in his big yacht.
He had all 7 Super Bowl rings on when he met his new girlfriend on that flight. He's sitting next to her on that
and he's just casually putting his hand on his face,
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I just were you distracted by these many rings?
For which ring hit your coffee right there?
These were for when I exhibited the extreme dominance in the most manly of all sports. Yes,
I'm mad at myself.
At least in America,
I'm mad at myself that I didn't separate Nick's apartment story from the chain, because that apartment story is excellent. Making $14K. We'll have to repurpose that. We've got more Caserio.
Well, he's talking about how much he loved, you're living in meager circumstances, but you just love what you're doing. I was watching some billionaire. I get about 1 out of every 5 things that pops up on my social media these days is some billionaire giving advice. And or somebody who claims to be a billionaire giving advice, usually. No, but it was interesting. This guy was a bona fide billionaire.
Okay.
He's talking about work-life balance, and really it's an individual thing that ultimately, for him, it comes down to, okay, are you actually enjoying what you're doing?
Yeah.
All right, and you can. Some people work 9 hours a day, and that's perfect for them. Other people can work 18 hours a day, and that's perfect for them for their work-life balance. But
yes.
as long as you're really enjoying what you're doing. And also, I mean, how much do your kids hate you?
Yeah,
they're going to hate you a little bit. But, like, all right, is this the appropriate level that my kids hate me right now, or have I gone a little too far?
They might like nice things. That's the thing. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we'll get to headlines. We've got some Texans news that applies to Sunday's game, injury report. We've got some baseball as well last night. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. But first, are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Are you looking for a place to watch the games? How about getting to one of Taquerias Aranda's 12?
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, today's headlines. Let's start with the Texans. We'll get to the injury report in just a second. CJ Stroud met with the media yesterday, and CJ Stroud, bit of a, I would say, kind of a, for a young guy, an historian of the game. He respects the history of the game. There is maybe no more historic place in the NFL than Lambeau Field up in Green Bay on his first opportunity to play in Green Bay.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you dream as a kid to, go play at this stadium. And it's a historical stadium, a lot of, great games played in there. And, to go for my first opportunity to be, up there against a great team, is going to be an honor, and I can't wait.
Thought it was really cool yesterday in his press conference. DeMeco Ryans, we'll play this a little bit later. DeMeco was asked the same thing about Lambeau, and he was like, man, I'm telling my guys to embrace it, walk around, take a look around. And it was a total opposite of what, Gene Hackman did in Hoosiers. Remember that? In Gene Hackman in Hoosiers, pulls out the tape measure, and he's like, still 10-foot rims?
Yeah.
Still 15-foot free throws?
Right.
Same place. Don't get too caught up in the moment, guys,
Yeah. Most of the guys in the NFL have played in some pretty big environments, so it's not like they're past that intimidation stage.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, the kind of honoring the history of the NFL and everything. DeMeco was when he answered that question, I thought it was really. I think it was kind of emblematic of maybe the kinds of guys that he wants on his team too, because he said, "Look, you're a fan of football. Yeah, of course you care about this stuff if you love football." There are some good football players who actually don't like football all that much. They're just freakishly naturally talented, but they're not necessarily fans of football or don't even actually love it. Like DeMeco does not want those guys on his team.
No.
So I feel like the guys that they want on this team are guys that are going to have an appreciation for the history of football.
It comes
cool.
Yeah, it's back. Here was DeMeco yesterday on the last time. I was there, actually. Well, he may have played there when he got to Philly. I shouldn't say that. I was there the last time he played there as a Texan in 2008. It was cold, man. It was the fifth coldest game in Lambeau history in December.
Oh, it was?
In December 2008.
In a place that's had a lot of cold games.
Yes, It was cold, and they won. That's the only time they've ever beaten the Packers, the Texans, was in 2008. Here was DeMeco on playing in Lambeau Field.
Last time at Lambeau, I remember it being cold. That's what I remember. Lambeau is a special place. I told our players that today. It's a special place to play. You talk about, the history of football, right? It's always special to play there, and it's even more special when you can get a victory in Lambeau because they always have, a tough team. It's always a tough battle there. Guys, be prepared. But I want our guys really, understand the atmosphere, right, and really just take a look around and see how special that place is. And like I told them today, it's even more special when you get a win. It's not going to be tough. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough, right? They're a tough team, really well-prepared team. We have our hands full, but I want our guys to embrace the moment of playing in Lambeau.
It is wild, the fact that the AFC teams play NFC teams so infrequently.
Yeah.
The Texans have been around for over 2 decades now. It's only the third time they'll have played at Lambeau Field. They played there in 2008 with the game I was just talking about where they won, and the Texans played there in 2016. That was the every interception has a story game from Brock Osweiler.
Oh, really?
Back in 2016 it was. That was the Packers
I didn't even remember
game.
which game that was attached to.
Yeah.
In my mind for every game.
Yeah, no, if I'm not
tell you a
mistaken.
story about this interception.
Yep.
Okay.
And there were plenty of stories to tell with Brock, for sure.
The temperature on Sunday is going to be a high of 75 in Green Bay.
Are you serious?
So, yeah. I'm not a meteorologist, Sean, so I don't know if that's below
this
freezing
might be
or
the
not,
stat that I'm most concerned about giving right now.
It might. I don't think it's going to be the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field.
That's cool.
But go to an actual scientist for that, whether or not that's freezing or not. I go to mostly political commentators for my my meteorology reports.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's 49 here right now in Houston. Feels great, man. Injuries. Biggest concern injury-wise right now for the Texans, Seth, is it the 2 linebackers being out? To me, it's – and I know that – and they're missing guys that are major concerns. Like missing Kamari Lassiter is a major concern. Missing Jimmy Ward is unfortunately, it's something we've dealt with before with Jimmy Ward, but he's out. That's a problem. But Azeez Al-Shire and Henry To'oTo'o missing practice yesterday is a big deal.
And the biggest thing I know immediately – your first thought is, oh boy, what are they going to do in coverage? Especially, Neville Hewitt. It's awesome, loves to hit people, but he's an old school linebacker in a lot of ways. He's not as good in pass coverage as a lot of linebackers. I'm not honestly as concerned about just you're not going to be asking those guys to lock up in man and one-on-one man coverage or anything. It's the play action in general. The Packers do all of that Kubshanistan-y stuff really well. They set up the play action really well. Hansen and Neville Hewitt, some of the guys that struggled versus play action and biting too hard on the run. Neville Hewitt loves to come up and stuff people in the run game. That can be a liability in the play action game.
That can be a liability when they're not running on that
when they're
play.
not actually running the football, right?
Damn, I hate that. I love Neville Hewitt. I hate that.
Well, no, it's but look, it's his second year in this system.
Yeah. And
he played really well last week when he played. So
he did.
I'm not going to act like it's not a downgrade if you don't have Henry To'oTo'o and Elshire out there. But it's not the end of the world. It's just it's going to be a matter of discipline.
Yeah.
It's on the back end too. The Packers do a really good job of stressing you. They have all kinds of pre-snap motion, different stuff they do out of the backfield. Discipline is paramount, and that's one of the things that's hurt the Texans at times. Both in the linebacking core and in the secondary, they haven't been super disciplined, and they allow big plays. Like this week, you can't get away with some of those mistakes.
Yep. Real quick, the Dodgers beat the Mets last night, 8-0. In the NLCS, the Dodgers take a 2-1 lead in that series. Seth, did you happen to see that Davante Adams' hamstring is healed?
I know it was a miracle comeback.
I mean, like the hand of God reached down and.
I think a lot of times it's people don't want to credit the miraculous healing powers of the New Jersey climate.
Right.
That's long known as the place you go to recover and relax, is to go to New Jersey.
Yes.
There's just something in the air.
Particularly the Meadowlands,
especially
swamps.
Right across the rib from New York City, where amidst all the chemical plants and everything. There's just something about it that has magical healing powers.
Asbestos, dead bodies. Yeah, those are very relaxing things. In all seriousness, regarding Davante Adams and the hamstring, because I merely tweeted, "Wow, it's a miracle" or something. What a recovery, and I got a lot of heat from people like, "Hey, this could be that the Raiders were holding Davante out because they were going to trade him, not Davante feigning an injury to stay off to the side," and which is fair. Like I was probably being intentionally. Kind of nebulous about the whole thing.
You're just having a good time.
Just having a good time on the X, man. That's all I'm doing. Who do you like? Do you think it was the Raiders that were keeping him out because they were moving him? Like this was this a collaborative hamstring injury with Davante and the Raiders? Do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was. I would suspect so.
Yeah.
I don't think this was him withholding services. I think it was him requesting a trade and them saying, "Yeah, it's probably time to move on. So we'll call it a hamstring and get you on out of here."
Yeah. So my whole thing, because I got heat from people like, "Hey, man, this isn't on Davante. The Raiders did this." And I'm like, where did I say that Davante was faking it? I just said it was a miraculous recovery.
Regardless of whose idea it was or what have you, it was a bogus injury.
Yes.
It was a bogus injury.
It's a bogus injury.
That's all there is to it.
Love the word bogus. Yes, it was bogus. What are the Texans getting back with Denico Autry? Especially considering some of the injuries on defense, if getting Denico Autry back can kind of counter some of that in a way, that would be huge for the Texans this weekend against Green Bay. We'll hear from Nick Caserio on that. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans on that. We'll hear from Will Anderson. Will Anderson had one of the funniest Denico Autry cuts yesterday. We will get to that coming up next. But first, the LASIK procedure. And I'm talking to you folks right now who have an astigmatism.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, what are the Texans getting back in Denico Autry? This is what Nick Caserio told us about Denico Autry before the season started. We had Nick on yesterday, and we'll have some audio from yesterday's conversation with the Texans GM a little later on in the show. But this was, to me, this was one of Nick Caserio's finer moments on this show back before the season started when he was asked about defensive end Denico Autry.
Specific to Denico, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player who cares about football. And we've had to play against him over the last couple of years in, Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But, glad he's on our side, and, we're excited about what potentially he could bring.
All right, so that was now. Denico Autry has been through a 6-game suspension for PEDs.
Yeah.
He's coming back. He's going to be fresh. Sounds like he's in shape.
I want him with me in a dark alley, but not necessarily in a compounding pharmacy.
Right.
He's
yes.
He was worked over by those compounding pharmacy thugs, according to his belief is that he was given something from a compounding pharmacy that he wasn't supposed to be given.
That's right. Yeah. So that's what we were told we're getting in the preseason, and I believe it. What are we getting now? This is DeMeco Ryans yesterday. Is Denico Autry ready to go?
Autry, he's ready to go. He's been doing a lot of work. While people weren't watching him, while he wasn't here, he put a lot of work in. And that's the biggest thing. And that's a credit to all our guys. And I really, with our sports performance group and the way they work with our guys when they're not here, like, it just shows how Dylan came back. Dylan was ready to go. Damian steps back in. Joe steps back in. Like, that's a credit to not just the football side, but our sports performance side, our training room, and how they have our guys prepared. When they do get back, they're back and they're ready to be effective for us.
I was asked in the mailbag episode for the Utopia podcast this week, Seth, how do you think Denico Autry gets reincorporated and reintroduced into the lineup here? And my answer, and I'm curious if you agree with me, my answer to the emailer was, I think he gets plugged in on first and second down, or in terms of the conventional defensive end rotation. I think he gets plugged in probably where Jerry Hughes was before. Maybe with a few extra snaps, like alongside Derek Barnett, that when they're giving Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson a blow, giving them some rest, that's your backup defensive ends. And then on third down, he's going to be one of your inside guys on passing situations.
Yeah, and I think it's easy with defensive linemen because you rotate them so much that you can go in a few snaps at a time. You don't have to worry about the football conditioning as much.
Yeah.
So, you're going to see him mixed into the rotation, and the big question will just be, okay, if he gets 20, 30 snaps, does he show up? And the cool thing about Denico Autry is he can play all over the defensive line, especially on passing downs. But as defensive ends go, he's stout when he moves down and plays defensive tackle. Like, he's kind of like Charles Omenihu plus, that he can go down and he can hold up versus the run. It's not where you want him all the time. Where you really hope he shows up is in the pass rush part of it. And one thing that he does really well for a guy his size is he moves well in space. He's got an ability to kind of corral quarterbacks, get his hands in the passing lane to make him pull the ball down. And a lot of what we've seen out of some of the more mobile and athletic quarterbacks where the Texans have done a good job flushing them but had a hard time getting them on the ground, Denico Autry might be huge in that regard, whether he's rushing from defensive end or defensive tackle, where I'm excited to see him operate, because they flush these guys a lot.
Yeah.
It's a matter of it's hard to chase these guys down. Damn it, where are the slow NFL quarterbacks, Sean?
I know they don't exist. I don't know
Joe
who they
Flacco is the next best opportunity if he's
Flacco?
playing next time they see the Colts.
Yep, that would be next week.
What?
Yeah, they play the Colts next week. It feels like with Autry, with me, especially when they bump him inside, like the defensive tackles on this team have had a disproportionate amount of sacks this year so far through 6 games. Like, they've brought the quarterback to the ground. It feels like to me, tell me if I'm wrong, that a lot of the production that the defensive tackles are getting in the pass rush are cleaning up things that are being caused by Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, maybe. That they're applying the pressure, and good on Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi and company that they're bringing these guys down. It feels like Denico can cause more havoc on his own than maybe those guys can.
Yeah, you know what? If I defended myself more thoroughly against Nick Caserio yesterday when he gave me that drive-by shot at my pass rushing ability. Yeah, that's there. Look. I had very good seats to watch a lot of great pass rushers work. I myself was not a pass rusher. It was a different time. There was a place for people like me back then. But one thing as a defensive tackle that you got to get really good at when you have a defensive end who's an awesome pass rusher is just kind of like letting him do his thing, and then you pick up the strays. And so when you're and you've got a really good defensive end, if that guy takes an inside move, then you anticipate the quarterback getting flushed outside. So you replace wherever that defensive end vacated. And the Texans have done a pretty good job of that with their defensive tackles. It's just that there's times where they're not athletic enough to get there. They're doing the right thing, but it's Josh freaking Allen.
Yeah.
So it ends up being Fatukasi or Mario Edwards kind of chasing the guy to the sideline. This is where I get excited about Denico, and he is a defensive end, but on this team with this squad, when he's playing defensive tackle, and you get either Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter take an inside move and flush, Denico's got an ability to hoover them up.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Will Anderson has clearly started to forge a relationship with Denico Autry. This is one of the funnier cuts. He was asked about Denico Autry yesterday, Will Anderson. Here's what he had to say.
Country. Man, he's great, man. Like, I think out of everybody in the D-line room, for real, like, I really look at him as a big brother. Like, I think we just have that relationship now. Like, he was quiet when he first got here, like, mean mug, everything. But, like, the more I started picking on, messing with him, he opened up a little bit, man. But it's great having him there, man. Like, I told him I was watching his highlights, that I think he celebrated until I watched his highlights. And I seen him jumping up and down, and he got me ready to play with him, man. But he's going to bring something different. Like, just his physical player style, his relentless effort to get to the quarterback, even on the edge inside. Teams have to account for him everywhere, and it's going to give us a really good change-up when he gets back.
If you're wondering what been to the beginning of that again?
Country.
Yeah, he's going country. Yeah. And Denico Autry, if you go to his Wikipedia page, Albemarle, North Carolina, East Mississippi Community College, finished up at Mississippi State, undrafted out of Mississippi State. Man, this is a success story right here, Denico Autry.
I like Denico, too, because the Texans have a boatload of good press conference guys right now and good interviews. Denico's very old school, and that he's going to give you like a 10-word response congenially and politely, but like he's got no interest in being famous. I don't think.
Yeah.
He's not. I don't think he's pushing his Instagram or anything. He's just wants to play football.
He should be glad he's on this version of the Texans and not the one from 3 years ago. They'd have been pushing him. He'd have been the best player on the 2021 team. They'd have put him out there every week.
Oh, I know. Yeah, he would have had to be out there doing all kinds of stuff.
Like they did with like Justin Britt press conference every week.
Yeah. Poor Denico. He's this is the best. This is the best setting for Denico. You can just go play football. Yeah,
it's good. It's
Denico.
Good.
There have been a lot of exchanges in the locker room where Will is being himself, like all energetic and everything, and he'll say something about Denico Autry, and Denico's just kind of like, yeah, all right, young fella. It's like you can just imagine like an old two dogs on a porch, one a puppy and one just the old dog that's laying there and just patient and putting up with the puppy's shenanigans. Puppy's trying to play with him, and he just kind of swats him away.
Spike, hey Spike, are we gonna go chase cars?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You're right.
You gonna go chase mailmen? Let's go chase our hydrant. Say Spike.
So Denico is Spike. Yeah.
It's great. Jordan Love.
Spike the big bulldog?
Yes.
Or
okay. I forget what the puppy's name. You and I are thinking of the exact same cartoon.
I wasn't thinking of that until you brought it up. Yeah, that was good.
40 years ago. Thank you.
Back when they weren't afraid of violence in cartoons for children.
Or edgy characters.
Back when cartoon characters used to blow each other's heads off.
Foghorn.
That's America I want to live in.
Foghorn Longhorn Leghorn wouldn't stand today. Will Anderson. Here's some more Will Anderson. Let's circle over to the Packers here and Jordan Love, the quarterback that Denico Autry will be chasing this weekend, and Will Anderson for that matter. Here's Will Anderson, his scouting report on Jordan Love.
He's really good with his feet. He can escape the pocket, man. He can roll out. He sets very deep, man. And he's a playmaker. He's one of the best quarterbacks we're going to see this year. We just have to do a really good job of doing us, executing, and having fun up front, man, and just balling out and making sure that we're on the details of our job.
Okay, this is a good team, man. I watched Nick's breakdown of the Packers on his Texans All Access appearance each week, where he gives a thorough breakdown of it. The things DeMeco's talked about, some of the just the previews of this game I've been watching. This is a really, with Jordan Love now healthy, this is a really complete football team.
They are, and look, Jordan Love is a good quarterback. I think it's not like he had a rookie year last year or anything. I feel like he's treated like a rookie in a lot of regards because people wanted him to get the same credit CJ was getting. Where, we've seen this you got to sit behind a really good quarterback for multiple years and learn this scheme and this offense, and you're doing good stuff, but it's not quite as impressive as a rookie doing it. But now, all things being back to equal, where CJ is a veteran and Jordan Love is a veteran, they're gonna be compared with each other. That's gonna be one of the big storylines on Sunday in the pregame, I'm sure. But the biggest thing is that Jordan Love is a good quarterback running a good system with good talent on that team. And the explosive plays, the big plays, Green Bay's ability to set up the play action, all of that stuff is very much a threat. And I think the discipline of the defense is the biggest thing I'm worried about this week. Just some of the mental errors by young guys in the secondary, the backup linebackers potentially playing, all of that, it lends to a potential for explosive plays by the Packers.
Yeah. How do you think the Texans run the football against this team this week?
This is the Packers are not an astoundingly good rushing defense, but they're probably the best run defense that the Texans have seen with Joe Mixon for a full game.
Yeah.
So far, the two teams that the Texans have run really well against are the Colts and the Patriots.
Okay.
And neither of those teams, the Patriots have a better run defense than I think maybe the overall stats show, because they've been put in a lot of bad positions. Like they entered that game last week 7th in yards per attempt against the run on defense, and the Texans had in terms of their explosive runs, but on a down by down basis, they were not really moving the ball the way you want them to. It just they took a step forward just by having the explosive ability of Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce. This week, I want to see them more consistently get 4 and 5 yards instead of stuffed, 57-yard run, stuffed, 54-yard run.
Yeah, the when you take the two big runs out, they weren't even at 3 yards a carry. And I know people defending the Texans in this argument will be like, well, but you got to count those big runs. And you do, and those runs matter, and they did matter in the game. Now, the big Mixon run turned into an interception for CJ Stroud. That's not Mixon's fault. Mixon put them in position to score points, and CJ turned the ball over. The long Dameon Pierce run turned into an actual touchdown. The problem with the big plays inflating the yards per carry is that in the fourth quarter, if you're winning this game, you want 5 yards, 6 yards, 4 yards, and they're not capable right now of, at least the evidence would tell us lately, other than the Colts game, they're not capable of lining up in a 4-minute offense and busting a good defense in the mouth and running the football. Right.
And a lot of that comes back to the offensive line, where they've shown improvement, but it's just they're not at the level they need to be yet. You don't have to be an O-line expert or anything like that. If you just go watch some of the teams that do it really well and then watch the Texans' offensive line, you can tell that they're just not moving in unison and executing the way that some of the other really good teams are. And they've improved. There's still time to build on this. The biggest difference with having Joe Mixon and then Dameon Pierce, who, look, Dameon still needs to clean some things up too in terms of some of his reads, but he also had some really good examples of reads on zone runs that I don't think he would have had last year. Yeah. So I'm very encouraged by Dameon Pierce. The biggest thing is that when you've got those two guys in there, they've got that ability to overcome some of the bad blocking. And they've got the ability to have those explosive plays in a way that Agumbawale and Cam Akers didn't have. So it's like my father-in-law, Sean, is an incredible shot. He's a marksman.
Oh, like a hunter?
He is ridiculously a good shot, whereas I am not. Kind of embarrassing. In the group of manly men that are my in-laws, you know, they're all just like, they all know how to do stuff. They fix machinery. They're all like incredible like marksman, hand-eye coordination type things. So if I go out there and I tried to have a shooting competition with my father-in-law, he's going to kill me. But if he has a 12 gauge and I get like outfitted with a sniper rifle or something, then I might have a chance.
Yeah.
The Texans offense right now with Cam Akers, they were Seth Payne shooting with a 12 gauge.
Okay.
With Joe Mixon, they're like my father-in-law with a sniper rifle.
Okay.
It's just the running back / rifle makes a big difference.
That analogy speaks to me.
Does it?
Yeah, big time, because my first marriage, I was married from Cajun, Louisiana.
Yeah.
She has brothers, and I had brothers-in-law, all big outdoorsmen. Like I was like at Thanksgiving, when there's 50 people in the house, I'm literally like the only male there that doesn't regularly shoot guns. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so the few times that I went out with them on a boat, they're like, we're going dove hunting. I'm like, why would you hunt little doves? They're just so. What did they ever do to you?
Symbol of peace.
Yeah.
You guys even know that?
Yeah. So I went a couple times, and I'm like, this ain't for me. So my mother-in-law got me the Sunday ticket, and she's like, you do what you do. Watch your football games. They're gonna go hunt. So anyways, the analogy speaks to me, and I'm empathetic for you, somebody who's horrible at shooting guns in a family where people are really good at it.
Right. But it doesn't come up that often.
Yeah.
I don't know. The biggest thing is that I get a lot of credit for when I do something that's actual functional. I'll fix something, or I'll help my father-in-law out with his weed whacker or something. He's like, oh yeah, I forgot you actually can do some stuff.
Weed whacker? Yeah. Isn't that like
that's what he'll say to me. Like, I forgot you're not completely useless.
I feel like the weed whacker is the task that's like at the bottom of your father-in-law's list. Like, okay, I know Seth can at least handle this, because I know doesn't your father-in-law like grind his own deer meat and do his own taxidermy and stuff like that?
No, yeah. No, he's a deer processor.
Yeah.
So during hunting season, he butchers deer, and he does maple syrup. He sold all his dairy cows a long time ago, but he's still like living off the land. Yeah, he still cuts his own firewood and like trees, cuts his own firewood. I help out with that too. Brandy more so. Brandy helps out a lot more with that. I can't do most of it because of my hernia. At any given time, I've got a hernia. So.
You're the rare NFL player, like the rare physical NFL player. You played a physical position that's less manly than your father-in-law
and my wife. Yeah. No, a lot of times, like Brandy and Fred will be out there cutting wood, and I'm just I'll pull up a chair and just supervise. I'm not going to get anywhere close next to that wood splitter. Sean, do you see these wood splitters? You lose a finger right quick. These hydraulic wood splitters? Hell no.
I see none of this. Seth, I just told you 2 minutes ago. You think I'm thumbing through a wood splitter catalog on the regular? Oh, my God. That is funny. Payne and Pendergast.
Every now and then he lets me use his chainsaw. She's very particular about his chainsaw.
Is he?
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah. That's like the golf clubs. Like, no, you're not using my driver.
Either that, or he just knows that there's a good chance I'll die. So he's like, I don't know if he's just particular about the chainsaw. He's just like, no,
minimum
don't
lose some body part. Right. Yeah. Are you worried about the turnovers in this game? CJ admittedly has been a little sloppy with the football this year, and the Packers have capitalized on a lot of sloppy people. So
I think, Xavier McKinney has 5 interceptions already. Jair Alexander has a couple.
Yeah.
And, I think that I am nervous about it. I mean, just by way of illustration, the Packers defense has been incredibly opportunistic. Just one out of every 4 drive against the Packers defense ends in a turnover. They are turning the ball over 1 every 4 drives. So they can't keep that up for the entire season, but they're very capable of doing it, and you've seen examples of it. So yes, where CJ, I think this year is trying to find that envelope of the appropriate risk level that you got to take your chances. You got to find, you got to try to keep pushing the ball downfield. But teams are just sitting back and trying to create traps and opportunities for it. You just got to find that balance, and you're doing it on the road. Luckily, it'll only be 75 degrees, so no inclement weather that it might work out to the Packers' advantage.
That would kind of bum me out if I were a player, man. If I go to Lambeau, I don't want like December weather, but like a nice little crisp breeze, a little bit of fall in the air would have been nice, huh?
The last time the Texans were up there, wasn't it a gentle snow?
It was in the second half of the season for sure. It was a December game. It was cold. It might have been a gentle snow. When Amy and I went there in 2021 for the Texans bye week, it was a gentle snow and it was awesome. The tailgating was great.
That was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, it was a gentle snow against Seattle. It was okay. Seth, there's two hilarious texts. Is your father-in-law Chuck Norris?
Basically, he kind of is. He was one of those guys. He's a smaller guy, but was feared by everybody.
Yeah.
He was like he's that guy. He's that guy who's like, oh, listen, tough guy. Listen around. Don't go try to swing your weight around Fred. He will.
His name's Fred.
Yeah, no,
that's kind of a tough guy name too.
He's like the sweetest older guy now, but he was like back in his day he was terrifying.
Yeah,
and I'm still kind of scared of him. Yeah.
This one I read while you were talking about the Packers, and I was doing my best not to laugh because I didn't want to. You were sharing a really good thought about the game. I'm biting my lip. Seth yells to everybody outside as they're cutting wood, "Hey guys, the quiche is ready."
Come on, my oven mitts.
Apron and oven mitts, sliding the window open. Guys!
Oh, that's 100% what it was. Yeah. When we had my brother-in-law is a mason, and we had him come down to do our drive. When we lived in Florida, we had him come down. It was kind of like a working vacation for him. We had him come down to do a paver driveway for us and everything. That's exactly what it was like because they were doing it. They were doing it in like July. I'm like, nope, there's no way in hell I'm helping out. I'll be a gopher for you guys. I'll go to the hardware store and stuff. This is when I was a player, I can't risk injury, Sean. Can't risk injury.
You had a good excuse.
I'd go get him donuts and coffee and stuff, and I might pick up something from the supplier, but yeah.
Yeah, I had no excuse like you. Like a football player, that's a legit excuse. What was I can't sell phone systems if I go out there and hurt myself.
Got to protect the fingers. Yeah, my dialing fingers.
My dialing fingers for cold calling. Absolutely. Who wants lemonade? Someone just said. Oh my God.
Oh, you don't even want to see me try to keep up with him on snowmobiles too. My brother-in-law, the Mason.
Snowmobile also?
Oh, he gets like a new snowmobile every year.
That's a lot of pressure for you, man.
They're crazy, they're these crazy snowmobiles that go. I'm pretty sure they go like 390 miles per hour. And it's terrifying, Sean. It's absolutely terrifying. You're going through the woods. I don't know the trails the way these guys do.
Oh, dude.
Guys, hold on. Everybody, every couple miles, they got to stop and wait for me because I also my visor is fogging up.
Oh yeah, because you're is that where you're a chronic sweater? Is that where is that the version like snowmobiling like all your stuff gets fogged up just because you put out so much heat?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I feel bad for you, man. Oh.
Well, and plus my body weight, it slows it down.
Not anymore. You don't have that excuse anymore. I'm
still heavier than most folks. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like in the 240s now, man. Like you got no excuses for the weight. Like Sam.
I look like Matthew McConaughey in North.
The Dallas Buyers Club.
Dallas Buyers Club.
Yeah.
I almost said North Dallas 40.
Yeah.
That was not Matthew McConaughey.
Definitely not Matthew McConaughey.
I probably do look okay. if we're going to compare more like Nolte than Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah.
So
Two packs
I guess that might be a better comparison.
2 packs a day for a few months, and you're the spitting image, kid, of Nick
Seth,
Nolte.
your choice of Matthew McConaughey comparisons was wrong as soon as you said Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, my God.
Regardless of which movie he's in. Yes.
Someone's saying that you need a 6'10 Texans legend HEB commercial with you baking quiche and wearing an apron with oven mitts, serving
well,
it to
other people do real work outside, yeah.
They say serving it to all the 6'10 guys. I think you should be serving it to Will and CJ in the next HEB commercial. That would be great.
Mm-hmm.
That would be great. Seth should just make them all play him in football. That's the suggestion that you've got right there. Like, so if you're feeling less manly, just line up,
I should do that every now and then, just beat up one of my brothers-in-law just for the hell of it.
No, go father-in-law. Go big or go home. Fred, line up, 3-point stance. Let's go.
I wonder if I'm thinking about on both sides of our family if my brother and I are the biggest disappointments when it comes to actual manliness. Because, I come from, we got, on my side, we're all, it's dairy farmers and like all the men in my family, Sean, they've got their hands, because they've worked manual labor their entire lives. And their hands are like, their fingers are just like, they're so thick. And I go to shake my like any of my great uncle's hands or something, and it's everything I can do to try to keep up. Yeah. Like they're just like they could crush me with their hands. And then on my wife's side, they're all, the one's a mason, the other's a golf course superintendent, but like not at a fancy club,
right?
He's working on machinery. He still has to do a lot of the work and everything. And my father-in-law is just an old-school farmer. And my brother and I are these like little floofy, just white-collar jobs. Yeah. It's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, but you never need a handyman. You never, ever, ever need a handyman. You've got people that can do everying for you.
Right. Yeah, and they love it when you ask them to come over.
For sure, I can
10
tell.
10 p.m. to help me fix my stuff. Yeah.
713-572-4610. Someone's asked, we've had a few people ask this. I'm just picking this one off from today. Hey, guys, why is John Metchie not getting as much run as Xavier Hutchinson? I think the answer is a pretty simple one. Xavier Hutchinson's better at football right now.
Right, yeah, he's just better right now. I think when we saw that during training camp, Xavier Hutchinson was just more consistently reliable than John Metchie. I think they still see a lot of upside with John Metchie, but he's in some ways, I still look at John Metchie as a quasi-rookie because remember he had that little thing that he was battling, the cancer?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and that last year he was still limited by that, haven't come out of recovery. That I still look at this year as the first year where he's really been himself physically, and he's getting integrated into the offense. So he might end up being a big factor by the end of the season. It's just that they feel they can rely on Xavier Hutchinson more right now.
Robert Woods, no, for sure. Robert Woods was out again yesterday. So Robert Woods is out. Nico's on IR. Like John Metchie's going to get, I don't know what his snap count was, the Patriots and for the rest of the Buffalo game, or if he was even suited up for the Buffalo game. I don't remember. But John Metchie's going to get 20 or 25 snaps in this game on Sunday.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing with Metchie is if you think about where the opportunities and the targets are in this offense, it's when they're the secondary guy. They're the guy that is going to catch stuff underneath when defensive backfields are focused on Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell. And what do you want most there is a guy that's got good hands.
Yeah.
And it's just Metchie's had drop issues. He was dropping a lot. He was dropping a lot of passes in practice and in the games in training camp. So they trust Xavier Hutchinson in those spots more.
Yep.
At least so far.
Yep. Let's skip down to CJ here, CJ Stroud, and the impact the veterans have had on him. They imported Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon onto this team this year, and it's been big for CJ Stroud. Here's how.
Yeah, honestly, like last year, it was super cool for me, and I'm not trying to harp on the past things, but for me, it was just dope that I was able to play well so young, and so just like fresh, and really didn't know much about NFL life on the field or off. So just a lot of learning about that. But honestly, I would say when Steph and Joe came here, they were just like, man, like you got it, bro. Like you had what it takes, because we've been around it, these past couple of years, being around Burrow and Josh Allen. So and they're not comparing me to those guys, I don't think, but they're just telling me like I have that aura, I have that the way I carry. So I thought that was pretty cool because I never really heard that before, especially with two guys who've been around some really successful quarterbacks. So I thought that was pretty cool.
The coolest thing about CJ for this year has been really starting with when the Rams were here during training camp, and CJ was just genuinely, I guess, flattered, but almost kind of he was treating it as like a surreal experience that Matt Stafford was A, nice to him, and B, knew who he was.
Yep.
Like that was a guy that CJ had watched a lot. He's said all kinds of great things about Matt Stafford and how underappreciated he is and everything. And then it felt like, oh yeah, it's like some movie where a young guitar player gets acknowledged by his guitar hero or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's been really cool that he's still got that humility to him. It's like, I think it's a genuine humility, and it's one of the things that you can never plan this to work out this way, but the guys that weren't the chosen ones right from the get-go, and Tom Brady was this way, I think there's always a chip on their shoulder, but B, a humility to where they understand how hard it is and how hard you have to work to really break through. And with a guy like Bryce Young, for instance, it's not like he's lazy or anything, but he's never been forced into a position of being hungry like that. And it's for a guy that's so undersized, and it would be easy to say, like, yeah, he just fought off all the time he was in high school. He was kind of treated like the chosen one.
Yeah.
And that can work against the guy sometimes.
Well, and sometimes, too, like with CJ, you never plan for this to be the way you become great, but it's thrust upon you. Like Bryce Young grew up in a house where, you know, both his parents were there. His dad was his dad a sports psychologist, Seth? Am I mistaken?
He's a psychologist, not a sports psychologist.
But a psychologist, but he's a resource for Bryce. You know, CJ had it rough. His dad went to prison. His dad's still in prison. His mom got a job at a storage unit and had an apartment. They had an apartment that housed the whole family at the storage unit there. Like, and CJ's become better for all that stuff. Like, all that adversity has shaped him into who he is. But you don't wish that on anybody. You know what I mean?
Right,
like,
right, yeah. It's not like you're going to tell your kids, like, yeah.
Yeah, like, so, but when you bring up Bryce, I'm like, part of me is like, well, it's not Bryce's fault. He grew up in a house where it was all good all the time. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, like, it's just, but a lot of kids get thrust the same adversity CJ Stroud has, and they go the wrong way. Like, that CJ is who he is through that is really commendable, I think.
Right, right. Yeah, and I don't, like, even aside from what your household upbringing was or anything, I think just on the football side of things, there's a certain hunger that you're not going to get necessarily if you've always been the chosen one. And or at least with some guys, you know, some guy like Peyton Manning was the chosen one from the get-go, but he was just so psychotically driven that he was going to be just fine. But like a guy like Joe that had to kind of just wasn't, you know, had to transfer to Wisconsin and basically prove himself. Yeah, he had to walk on at Wisconsin. And then wasn't, you know, he was a first-round draft pick, but a criticized first-round draft pick, and people didn't look at him as a pass rusher.
Yep.
So there's always a little bit of a chip on your shoulder and a natural hunger that's hard to just create.
Yep, no question. All right, CJ was asked yesterday. Cody Stutz asked this question. I thought it was good. I was glad he asked it because Dalton Schultz is catching a lot of heat right now. Does this cut from CJ Stroud on what Dalton Schultz brings to the offense and to him in particular, to CJ in particular, make you feel better, you the audience, and you Seth, I guess, too? Does it make you feel better about Dalton Schultz?
Yeah, I would say, man, he's like a coach on the field. Like, he helps me a ton with the run game, and, you know, he's intelligent. I can see him being like an OC one day, or, you know, he's so smart. So, you know, he's helping out Kade, he's helping out Joe, he's helping out, you know, the guys up front, making sure we're ID'd right. And, you know, he takes on a lot of responsibility that he doesn't really have to, but he does it, and he puts in the extra hours, you know. So, I tip my hat off to Dalton and be able to just do that. So, you know, it's a long season, man. Like, I know that, you know, we'll start connecting more, and I know that, you know, we'll start, you know, really just feeding off with each other, and, you know, our chemistry is really high. So we just got to get back to that, and, you know, just go out there and have more fun.
I've seen a couple of recommendations to start Schultz this week in fantasy, and both of them were framed something like this. This might be the last start Schultz if he doesn't get his act in gear.
Yeah.
Because the Packers have been – one of their weaknesses as a defense has been against tight ends. So the Packers they've allowed the 5th most yards to opposing tight ends. They're tied with the most receptions allowed to the position. And meanwhile, Schultz, like last week without Nico Collins, was targeted a bunch. He was targeted 8 times, but only caught 4 of them, but it was only for 27 yards. In the Buffalo game, Schultz ended up with 9 targets after Nico Collins left the game early on. So he's probably going to get targeted a lot. He should have opportunities versus his defense. And, yeah, I appreciate that he's a veteran guy that understands the offense, but, man, he's just not the same guy so far this year.
Nope.
And he got off to a slow start last year. I think he's being used in pass protection a lot. And even if he goes out on a route, he's starting off in the backfield. So that slows some things down. But, man, when you are targeted, let's see you do more with it. And this might be the week that maybe things click for him. Just like last week, last year it took a few weeks. But we're burning daylight here, Sean.
We are burning daylight. No, by this time last year, Schultz had started to get into a flow. It was the first 4 games. But the Atlanta game was week 5, and that was the one where Schultz caught what would have been the game-winning touchdown if the defense could have held Atlanta off the scoreboard at the end of the game. So, yeah, burning daylight is a perfect way to put it. That's what we're doing here with Dalton Schultz. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Talking head power rankings. 2 of the biggest voices in sports have the Texans on the radar among the best teams in the NFL. How good are they? How good is their opponent this coming up next? But first, West Point, Lincoln of Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the GM out there, wants to get you into that brand new 2024 Lincoln now.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Just to put a bow on the John Metchie topic and usage of John Metchie, big thanks to Reggie Atatula, in the loop, 10 a.m., Monday through Friday, he and John Lopez and Figgy Fig. He just texted me, Metchie only got a few snaps down the stretch against Buffalo, but he played 25 snaps against New England. And if Robert Woods is out again, that's what I would expect. That's kind of what I was saying. 15, 20, 25, somewhere in there. Metchie's going to get on the field in this game if Robert Woods is out, because I think he's definitely above Steven Sims in the wide receiver pecking order, John Metchie. So there you go. The power rankings of the big-time talking heads around TV, they like the Texans, man. The big names love the Texans right now. Here was Stephen A. Smith yesterday, did his Power 5, and here's where he's got the Texans.
The top 5 teams in the NFL through week 6. Number 5 on the list. Give it to me right now. Bam! The Houston Texans. See CJ Stroud? See Joe Mixon running that football last week? Nico Collins, you got Tank Dell, you got Dalton Schultz. Let me tell you something right now. The Houston Texans ain't going away. And by the way, Nico Collins got them boys playing some defense right now. Got to look at the Texans. Only got one loss on the season. Got to give respect where respect is due. They're a top 5 team.
Stephen A. is a genius, and here's why. One of his, he may genuinely feel that the Texans are a top 5 team, and I think there's certainly an argument that they're a top 5 team. They've got one of the 5 best records in all of football. But one of Stephen A.'s hottest takes, or perceived hottest takes of last week, was that the Texans are going to be just fine without Nico Collins. He was the big national guy waving that bin, and that was something you and I don't think we were minimizing Nico Collins, but I know that I said last week that they're built to withstand this with Nico, but he was saying they're going to be just fine. So you hear him talking about the Texans right there, and who's he bringing up? Diggs and Mixon and all the guys he brought up last week when he had to defend his Nico Collins take. So good job, Stephen A. This is why you make what you make, Stephen A. Good job.
Now the one thing about his take the week before about them being just fine without Nico Collins, he was just assuming. I think he misread the graphic. He assumed that it was supposed to be a 4-week injury, when in fact it was because he said, "Look at the graphic. It says 4 weeks." And it was the 4-week. He's out for at least 4 weeks because of the eye. That's the big question. I do think that the addition of Joe Mixon for last week's game, going into the Patriots game, if I had to choose between healthy Joe Mixon or healthy Nico Collins, I would have said, give me healthy Joe Mixon. Yeah. Because then they can be a more balanced and complete offense.
You did say that many times. Yeah.
So, I think Nico Collins is having a better year than Joe Mixon would be having if he was healthy, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But it's just that the offense had no balance whatsoever. They were so decrepit in the run game. and then you add the penalties on top of that, and they just weren't explosive enough of an offense. So, yeah, for the next couple of weeks, as long as Joe Mixon's healthy, I think they're a more balanced offense. And then if you can add Nico Collins onto that, that's when it gets really exciting.
Yep, for sure. By the way, Stephen A's top 5, Texans 5, Baltimore 4, Detroit 3, Minnesota 2, Kansas City 1. The Texans have either played or will play all 4 of the teams in front of them there. So if you got any, if you have any debate or if you've got any sort of angst over Stephen A. not showing more respect to your Texans, just know they're going to play Baltimore, they're going to play Detroit, they got smoked by Minnesota, and they're going to play Kansas City. That's a little scary.
It's worked out
actually.
really well for we're making the job easy for the playoff committee, for the college football playoff committee.
Yep.
They're going to be able to they can kind of just shuffle us around where we are right now,
Lots
and
of
then
head-to-head.
at some point, then
Yep.
you'll have the decision will be made for you.
Yep.
Yes.
Here's Colin Cowherd. He does the herd hierarchy. So where does he have the Houston Texans?
Number 6.
If Joe Mixon plays, I think the Texans are a handful. Their only loss came on the road to the Vikings. They had a stinker. Everybody but the Chiefs gives you a stinker. Joe Mixon changes CJ Stroud. Nico Collins out. They got to get him back. The defense with DeMeco Ryans is excellent. I think this team could get to the AFC Championship. I don't think they're quite mature enough with big game experience to beat a Kansas City. But if I was Kansas City, I wouldn't want to play them. I think this team's really good. Texans 6.
All right, so there you go. Texans 6.
Are they not mature enough with big game experience? I don't buy that in football as much as I do with other things. But,
really?
I feel like they have enough guys on the team that have big time playoff experience that I don't worry about them that being an issue.
I do think that that's probably a reason. I mean, maybe it's a question for Nick Caserio down the road, and we may have even talked about this with him at times surrounding the last couple drafts. I have to believe that one of the reasons he drafts guys from all these schools that are perennially in the playoff hunt or in the actual playoff every year is they're not intimidated by going into big-time environment. Like, I don't think the reason they lost to the Ravens last year was because the moment was too big. I think they lost to the Ravens because they weren't good enough at defending the run in the second half of the football game, you know?
Yeah, and they only had one real viable wide receiver on the field, too, and that the interior offensive line was just a disaster and a mess.
Yeah.
Only one of those things may not have been rectified yet.
We'll see.
But, I don't worry about that. Like, are they going to shy in the moment or anything? I mean, CJ right now already has it took Lamar Jackson several years before he had a playoff, Jay's first playoff game.
Correct.
So I don't think that CJ is one bit of a concern when it comes to that stuff. And then you look at, all right, well, Stephon Diggs, plenty of playoff experience. On defense, they've got plenty of veteran guys. So that I'm not worried about that actually at all. My biggest concern about them in the playoffs is, all right, can they have a solid rushing attack?
No
Can
doubt.
they run the football when they need to run the football?
Yep, absolutely. Where does Cowherd have the Texans' opponent this week in the Green Bay Packers?
Number 7.
I may have the Packers too low again this week. Lead the NFL in turnover differential. Jordan Love's missed 2 games. He's second in the league in touchdown passes. I love this kid. Had my questions early. He's humming. Dobbs, Christian Watson. They got 3 tight ends I like. 5 different players have multiple touchdown receptions. Nobody else in the NFL saying that. And they lead the NFL with 54 what they call big plays. So again this week I have them probably a spot too low, but they're a young team and can be a tad inconsistent half to half, but I have them at 7.
Yeah, I'm worried about the depth of all the weapons with Green Bay.
And their ability to dial up big plays.
Yeah.
Like Colin there was pointing out, the number of big plays they have, explosive plays, is what DeMeco brought up in the press conference yesterday. Was that's the scary thing about this offense is that they're able to get big explosive plays on you. And the Texans at times, through mostly mental errors more so than physical, have shown a propensity to allow big plays.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is up offensively and defensively. It's paramount this week. These last 2 weeks, it was important that the Texans clean some things up, and they did. They did. Last week, on the penalty side of things, they finally had a pretty clean sheet penalty-wise.
Yep.
Defensively, it's these young guys and the backups that are going to be playing good, consistent, mentally sound football more than any. I don't worry about the physical matchups on a down-by-down basis. I worry about a safety being out of position.
Yeah.
Or I worry about somebody jumping a route when they're not supposed to be jumping a route.
What a weird period of football for this team when they had the 12, 11, and 12 penalties over 3 weeks. That was just for DeMeco Ryans' coach team. You know what I mean? Like, it was just what a weird 3 weeks that was.
It's less weird when you realize that, okay, if it weren't for the offensive line specifically, they would have just been like an average NFL team.
Yeah.
But the offensive line, and notably Laramie Tunsil, who I believe still does lead the NFL in penalties. I'll double-check that during
He's
the
like
break.
the Nico Collins receiving yards of penalties. Like, Nico's missed a game and a half, and guess who's still leading the league in receiving yards?
Yeah,
Nico Collins. Like, Laramie hasn't had a penalty, and he hasn't in 2 weeks. And he's got it. He's got to still be leading the league. He had 11.
No, he had 2 penalties 2 weeks ago.
I thought he was
holding?
Were the 2 holdings against Buffalo 2 weeks ago, or were they against Jacksonville? I can't remember.
Oh, okay.
I may be off on that. He was clean last week, at least. Yeah.
There's a good chance that you're the correct one. On this
I don't know, man.
Very good chance.
That's
yes.
I'm not totally sure on that. No, because you may be right, because he had the ankle injury.
And then he came back and was holding everything in sight.
Yeah, so he
hanging on for dear life without his bum ankle.
I was thinking of the pre-snap penalties, but you're right. He had the 2 holding penalties. He was clean last week against New England, so he's got. But he's definitely.
Let's see. Laramie Tunsil still leads the NFL in penalties
by how
with
much?
11 penalties.
Who's next?
Terry and Arnold from Detroit. He's at 8.
8. Okay.
Yeah,
and that's a
Juwan Taylor at 7. Juwan Taylor is
That's
usually one of the league leaders. Laramie and Juwan Taylor kind of battle each other for O-line penalty
supremacy.
Counts every year.
Yeah. Penalty supremacy. Hey, today is a huge 2-year anniversary, a landmark 2-year anniversary for the Houston Texans. What did things look like on October 17th, 2022? And what do they look like now?
Laramie Tunsil has 7 false starts.
Yeah.
The third leading penalty getter overall has 7 total penalties.
Yeah.
Laramie would say if you only count his false starts, he would be still tied for second in total overall penalties.
He's doing historic things, no doubt.
Yeah, good for you.
Big 2-year anniversary for the Texans. We'll tell you what it is coming up next. Zadok Jewelers.
Are you sure about that, Sean?
I'm 100%
You've already messed up one thing just because I'm at the wrong spot in the show prep.
I'm looking at Zadok right
Zadok
now.
Jewelers is never in the wrong spot. They're always right there at 1801 Post Oak, where they've
HD2 Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Seth, this was brought to my attention by friends of mine on a bit of a Texans Mafia-type group text here. It's 2 years ago today, Jack Easterby tweeted, "My family and I are thankful for our time in Houston. We appreciate the opportunities that McNair family provided us and wish the organization well moving forward." It was 2 years ago today that Jack Easterby was future endeavored by the Houston Texans.
My favorite Jack Easterby story that I heard through the grapevine through the years was Jack Easterby showing up at a league event that the Texans had not planned on him being at when he was an employee of the Texans. Like just basically showed up uninvited.
His own dime, huh?
Towards the end of his his tenure with the Texans, where things had just gotten super weird. Apparently,
bold.
it's one of the things that I have zero clue whether Lovie Smith's input was part of Jack Easterby getting the ouster, but I choose to think that it was.
Yeah.
And it really was. Once Lovie Smith was hired, there was a very noticeable stepping back of Jack Easterby and him just not being present everywhere all the time. And then within a few months, he was fired. So I think people will try to credit Lovie Smith for delivering CJ Stroud to the Texans or what have you. There's so many twists of fate and everything that I never buy into any of that. But if he had anything to do with them getting rid of Jack Easterby, God bless him, and then he deserves a statue for that. Because there's some truth that needed to be told finally and heard. I think the truth was told about times, but just wasn't being heard until enough key people realized what Jack Easterby was all about.
Yep.
So that was the beginning of the upturn for the Texans. Was once they realized, this Jack Easterby is not the best thing for this organization.
It was during the bye week that season. I'm looking at the schedule. The first game out of the bye week was a game in Las Vegas against the Raiders, a game that the Texans lost 38-20. So that's neither here nor there. The Texans were a bad team back in 2022. I'm looking at the lineup they trotted out there, and this is why the purpose of me bringing up this anniversary is not to pick on Jack Easterby. It's to illustrate just how ridiculously fast they've turned this thing around. We're talking 2 calendar years, and what's amazing to me, Seth, is that a lot of the guys on offense starting that game, the first game post-Easterby, are a lot of the same guys that are on this team right now. Yeah. With one key distinction at quarterback, it was Davis Mills in that game and not CJ Stroud, but Dameon Pierce started at running back. Nico Collins started at wide receiver. Brandon Cooks started at wide receiver as well, and then withheld his services as a protest about Jack Easterby, presumably.
Oh, that's right, yeah. He was stripped of his captaincy.
3/5 of the starting offensive line are 3/5 of this starting offensive line. Both the tackles and Kenyon Green started that day. So you're talking like over half the offense is the same guys, you know? The defense has been almost entirely turned over. Mm-hmm. The defense, the only 2 starters on defense that day that are still here are Jalen Petrie and Derek Stingley Jr., both rookies that year. Malik Collins, Rasheem Green. I guess Jerry Hughes is still here, but he's been on and off the team, and he's on IR now. Roy Lopez started that day. How about this? How about this for linebackers? Garrett Wallow, Christian Kirksey, and Kamu Grugier-Hill were your linebackers that day.
Wow.
Jonathan
Grugier-Hill showed up the other day versus the Texans.
He did for the Vikings, yeah. So they've turned over almost the entire defense. They've turned over a majority of the roster, which is what you do when you're 3-13-1 is what they were that year. So yeah, man. So it's they've turned this thing quick. I have great appreciation for it.
Look. There's a little bit of luck involved, obviously, in getting CJ Stroud. That was the biggest thing. I wonder where we'd be right now. What if they hadn't drafted? Let's say they were. What would have been the most likely scenario if the Texans were drafting 3rd last year?
That they would have drafted Will Anderson, because I'm guessing Stroud would have gone 2nd to whoever. Yeah. It would have still been Bryce and CJ. They would have drafted Will Anderson and signed Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, you think so?
How's that for? I don't know. It's as good as any hypothesis, right?
Yeah, I don't think it would have been Davis Mills as the quarterback, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe they would have given him a role with it. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Now, I guess the big question would be, would they have drafted Anthony Richardson?
Right.
With the
or
third
Will Levis.
Over Levis.
I don't think Levis was. Levis. I don't think the pre-draft hype about Levis. You remember last year I went, because I was watching Levis and I'm like, I don't get it, I don't understand it. So I went out and sought out expert opinions on Will Levis, and I couldn't find a single damn person who knew what he was talking about who was actually high on Will Levis.
Yep.
I think that was all pre-draft hype for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think they would have drafted Will Levis.
No.
Maybe Anthony. Yeah, would they have taken a chance on Anthony Richardson?
How would we feel if Anthony Richardson were the quarterback of the Houston Texans right now?
He'd have gotten injured a bunch of times.
He would have been.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets injured. I think we'd be pretty frustrated right now.
I think we'd be
I
pretty.
think we would have been. There would have been a division in the fan base too about people that were for and against Anthony Richardson. If he were playing the way he's been playing and getting injured as much as he's gotten injured, there would be some Anthony Richardson truthers, and then there would be some fire Nick Casarios.
There would, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely there would be. CJ has been a big. I mean, he's been the biggest catalyst for he and DeMeco for where they are right now. No question on the field for sure. My people are texting in their favorite Easterby stories now. My favorite Easterby story is the one where he got fired by the Texans. LOL. Someone asked, "What is Jack doing now?" He popped up on the bench with the A&M basketball team during the tournament last year. I think that was more like his friendship with Buzz Williams, their head coach. I don't think he's working for A&M. I know he's been poking around the NFL trying to get back in the NFL in some way.
I think that the whole thing about Easterby is that they really loved him in his role up in New England, director type guy, and I think he is really good at that role. It's that the Texans put him into a role that he was wholly and completely unsuited for, largely through the self-promotion of a guy who once had on his resume that he was the assistant general manager in Jacksonville when in fact he was just an intern that year.
21 years old.
Yeah, he just. That was my first. Remember, that was where I tried to raise the alarms about Jack Easterby, and nobody was listening to me. So I just said, "Go die, everybody!
Yeah.
I'll let you guys just take this." There was when they first announced his hire, and it said he was the assistant GM in Jacksonville. So I called up people in Jacksonville, and they were like, "Who? No,
Right.
what? No,
Right.
I've never heard of this guy before."
Right.
And there it was. That it was on the website for like a year and a half, 2 years before they actually fixed it.
Yep. Someone says the Texans would have taken a QB at third. Too much pressure for the restart. Yeah, I think they'd have found some way. If they weren't picking first or second, I think they would have found some way to get up into the top two to take one of those guys. Would be my.
Yeah.
I mean, they traded a bunch of stuff to get Will Anderson. If they, I think they. I'm glad we don't have to play this hypothetical. I'm glad we are where we are, and we've got CJ.
What if they had
Will.
drafted Bryce Young last year?
Where would the Texans be if they drafted Bryce Young? They would not have.
I think Bryce would have done better in this system
for sure.
I think that we'd be. I think that I mean, he's still got some. He has some flaws in his game that you could see coming and that you knew he had to clean up. For a guy who's as small as he is, he's not athletic enough to be Kyler Murray.
No.
But he's just not technically Drew Brees. And for a guy that's had all the best tutelage and everything through the years, I always wonder, like, how are you this sloppy mechanically? I'm sure you've received instruction, and so I don't know. I don't know if he would have accepted the coaching or if this is just who he is.
Yeah. He for sure would have been better because you can't be worse than he was in Carolina, if nothing else. We talked to Nick Caserio on the show yesterday, and he gave us updates on a couple of the injured Texans. Seth, you asked him about Christian Harris, which to me is the biggest mystery on this team so far. Is like, man, how bad is it? Whatever Christian Harris is dealing with, because we've seen him for a total of half a practice in training camp, and other than that, he's been invisible. Here's Nick Caserio on Christian Harris's situation.
This has kind of been a little bit of a tricky one, Seth, if I'm being honest with you. So, I think there's been some stops and starts. I mean, he was available, then he wasn't, and then he was back. And then I think that kind of second go-around, we kind of figured he was going to probably be out there for a period of time, but it's hard to put a timetable on anything. So, I mean, we'll kind of take it one day at a time, 1 week at a time, and when a player's available, then he'll be available and he'll be on the field. So, I mean, I think we understood that there was going to be a period of time that we were going to have Christian, which is one of the reasons that we put him on DFR to start the season. So, kind of taking 1 week at a time, and when he's available, hopefully he can help us. And, but like I said, I'm not going to put any particular timetable on that one because it's really not fair to anybody involved.
DFR, for those who don't know, designated for return.
Yeah.
So
it's some kind of CAD, which the fact that they tried to get him back out there at practice during training camp, and he lasted like a third of a practice. And the fact that it's a calf injury, I'm just guessing that it's some kind of compartment syndrome type thing where there's a lot of swelling and it just keeps getting aggravated somehow. I have zero clue other than it's a soft tissue injury and that they've tried to have him come back. So I don't think they're trying. I don't think the Texans are trying to be overly kind of opaque about it, I guess, or just evasive about it. Because they did try to bring him back. Because my first thought was like, all right, is this something that they should have just told us right from the get-go? But no, I don't think they knew. They really genuinely didn't know. They tried to bring him back during camp, and it's not coming along the way they would have hoped.
Yeah, it sounds like they've been kind of swerved on this thing a little bit. You know what I mean? Like they've been surprised by some of the fits and starts with Christian Harris. I hope he comes back. Boy, they sure could use him this weekend. You know, if Azeez Al-Shire and Henry To'oTo'o are out. I mean, that's where we are with the linebacking core right now. Henry To'oTo'o possibly being out is a major, major deal, you know?
The biggest thing in the press conference the other day, when asked if Denico Autry would be out at practice, DeMeco basically said, I want to say he said, of course, or yeah, like almost like, of course he'll be out there. Then when asked about whether Christian Harris was going to be out there, he said, he'll be out. I'll let you know when he's out there. I'll let you know when he's out there.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's not. I don't think this week is going to be the miraculous Christian Harris return.
No, DeMeco's demeanor when he answered that question about Christian Harris was, I'm done. Let you know when he's ready. Okay, stop asking me about. With a smile on his face. But the nature of the answer was, I'll tell you guys when Christian Harris is ready. You know, it's almost like he's fending off the question at this point. Nico Collins is the other big injury. Here was Nick Caserio yesterday on Nico Collins.
Nico's working hard, certainly making progress. You know, hopefully once we get through the Jets game or whatever it is, I think it's after the Jets game, and we'll see what his availability is. And no different than kind of what we did with Kurt there as well. Kind of Kurt had to start the season on DFR, so knew he was going to be out there for a period of time. Started practicing here over the last few weeks. And, you know, we activated Kurt here yesterday, so what that means relative to Sunday, you know, I'm not really sure. But every situation is different. Every athlete is different. Every person's body responds differently. So all we can do is take the information, assess the information, try to make a good decision, and then just keep pressing forward. So that's what we're doing in the case of Nico.
So with Nico, when he said he's making progress and he's working hard, if I'm going to read hardcore into that, then I'm going to take it at face value and say, all right, whatever. If they just want him, he's showing progress, so maybe he's pain-free, but they want to be careful about when they bring him back or something.
Yeah.
But I'm not overly concerned that this is going to turn into a season-long thing.
No,
it feels like a hamstring at this point, and hopefully just a hamstring that cools down.
Yeah, I mean that DeMeco is normal, to use your word. Oh, he is typically very opaque on injuries. Like he doesn't tell a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the word I used?
You did 2 minutes ago.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was good. Used correctly and everything. It was great. He definitively said Nico is going to be back. DeMeco did at one point. Like he, you know, so that's where I feel like this was put him on the IR, get him well, get him back for Detroit, that kind of thing.
I was watching I'm watching this Aaron Hernandez docudrama mostly through clips on social media of people making fun of how bad the documentary is or the drama.
Like a biopic drama series.
Biopic, whatever it is, docuseries. There's a scene where Aaron Hernandez is apparently injured, and Bill Belichick says that your job from now until next week is to go from injured to being just hurt. And I feel like they're not giving that speech to Nico. No. I think it's your job is to go from injured to hurt to your hamstring feels awesome.
Yes.
And we don't want to mess with this anymore.
Yeah.
So it's not a get out on the field no matter what, somehow, some way. This isn't the AFC championship game where you gotta drag yourself out on the field. They're going to try to be as careful as possible with
Yep.
it.
I think so too. People saying the Texans would have drafted Bijan Robinson and then gotten Caleb Williams in this past draft. That would have been interesting. Bijan.
Yeah, you can't plan on getting Caleb Williams, though. That's the problem. You can't plan on being the worst. It's the hardest thing. It's so much easier to predict the Super Bowl winner than it is to predict who's going to be the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
So no, I don't buy that. You're definitely going to get.
It's the hardest thing to tell the internet also. Listen, you can't plan for getting the first overall pick. Not even the internet. I mean, talking heads on TV like, I don't you go all in on a quarterback this year, and you got Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams isn't going to barnstorm and play for every team in the league. He can only play for one team. That is a serious dot to land on right there. You know,
but you might have ended up with Jaden Daniels though too.
You could have.
So I think there would have been. Listen, remember last year going into the season, people were gung ho for DeMeco, but they were still very skeptical of Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
And I think without a quarterback last year, that heightened scrutiny of Nick Caserio would have continued all through the season unless whatever they did at quarterback ended up working out. But I think everything would have been put on hold for at least one more year.
Yep.
In terms of fervor and enthusiasm.
We're getting a lot of interesting texts about that hypothetical you threw out there about this with the draft and everything else. We'll save some of them for the next segment here. But up next, you know who is our quarterback? CJ Stroud, and I'm perfectly happy with all that. However, there is something about the Packers that makes this a possible big-time trap for the 2024 version of CJ Stroud, and we will tell you what that is coming up next.
Don't be trapped by poor legal advice. If you've been in an accident or if you've suffered
on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
CJ Stroud was asked yesterday in his press conference about the balancing act of big chunk plays, but also protecting the football. That's a big key this weekend because the Packers turn the opposition over by far more than any team in football. We'll hear from DeMeco about the Packers in a minute, but here was CJ yesterday talking about protecting the football.
Yeah, I would say just execute and finish, execute our plays. I got to be accurate and really just, understand that, this team is known to keep, their defense. Their defense kind of keeps their team in the game by getting turnovers. And they do a great job of that, especially on the back end. Got some really good DBs and really well, and their backers are really solid. So, another great challenge for me to try to be better with, I feel like I've been kind of a little sloppy, turn the ball over a little bit, but sometimes the ball doesn't roll your way, but you got to take those shots and you got to, be aggressive to, see what you can get away with and what you can't. So I don't regret any of the decisions I made, but I definitely know that, you're putting yourself at risk. So I definitely know that this game I got to be very smart with the football and just, take my shots when they come, but, if they don't come, then, just being smart with the football.
I liked hearing CJ, Seth, acknowledge that he has been sloppy a little bit. He's certainly sloppier with the football this year than he was over the course of the entirety of last season, because the way the question was framed to him was, if I remember it correctly, was kind of like, why are you so good at protecting the football while making these big chunk plays? And the fact of the matter is he's been just okay at protecting
He's
the
average. Yeah, he's got 4 interceptions on the year, which is right about average, and it hasn't been the crazy ratio of touchdown to interceptions. The touchdown numbers have not been as gaudy as you would have expected, perhaps, with the receivers that they do have. So it's still a work in progress. I think that he's done a good job of, despite those 4 interceptions, I think that teams are putting him in a position where he's got to make a lot of tough decisions about, what do I risk this here or do I not? And you saw in that Patriots game, that interception I'll put on CJ. I know a lot of people want to blame Dalton Schultz for it, but the fact of the matter was the defender had his hand up in between Dalton Schultz's hands. If the ball had been put more out in front of Dalton Schultz, it might not have been a reception, but it wouldn't. So that one was on CJ, and he was under duress. I'm not crushing him for the play at all. I thought it was a good throw to make, but he's had to, it's been harder, and there haven't been as many wide open opportunities. So finding that balance it's one of those challenges that he has in his second year that he knew he was going to have, and I think he's doing a good job with it.
Yeah.
It's I think I'm cool with it right now. I don't feel like he's taking undue risks with the football.
Yeah.
And then if you go to the Patriots game too, the thing that he does a really good job of, man, and this is in comparison to a lot of veteran quarterbacks, he is so careful about not throwing his guys into danger.
Yes.
A lot of those balls last week, somebody asked me, hey, is CJ less accurate because it seems like guys were having to go to the ground for a lot of footballs? A lot of those are genuinely just him throwing it to where the guy's not going to get crushed.
Yeah.
And he's going to err on the side of throwing a low ball that you have to dive for, but that you're not going to take a hit from a safety who's just lurking there. And or sometimes it's the only place to go with the ball, really. And I think he's done a great job of that part of it. That's all part of managing the risk too, not just for turnovers, but for bodily harm.
That feels like it's next level stuff, even for a veteran guy. You know what I mean? Like that. With all the chaos going on, especially with CJ. I mean, CJ deals with more chaos in the pocket than the average quarterback does. To have that level of awareness, to not only get rid of the football and try to throw it to where it can get caught, but throw it to where you're not throwing your receiver into a concussion. Is
Monday Night Football was, my God, Rodgers is going to get somebody killed here.
Rodgers,
Rodgers does not give a damn at all.
No.
So I think he might actually be trying to hurt some of those people. I think he might have it in for Mike Williams. This is how I'll get Davante on the team. I'll empty the receiver room.
I'll
injure everybody.
I'll injure everybody, yeah. DeMeco Ryans was asked about the Packers defense, which turns teams over more than any other defense in the NFL this year.
I think the Packers have been good at taking the football away, starting with their defensive coordinator change and Jeff Hafley coming over. And I know his emphasis, from being with them, his emphasis is always on the ball, creating negative plays. That's what he truly believes in. And you see his imprint on his defense instantly. We got really good players, McKinney, Alexander, guys. They attack the football the right way, and that's helped them win football games. And the ball is the most important thing. Like, you can take it away and give the offense a short field. Like, it really helps you win games and helps you be successful. So that defense is thriving in a turnover market. They're leading the NFL in turnovers. And for us, we have to do a great job being conscious of protecting the ball at all costs.
The most important thing about football is the football.
A once great Texans coach said that exact thing.
That's a quote that a lot of different coaches will use at various times.
Yeah.
But you have to be careful when you use it
You're
because if you're David Culley in the 2021 era of the
most
Houston
important
Texans,
thing about football is the football.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a cool. Whereas when somebody like DeMeco says it, you're like, that's deep, man.
Yeah.
That's deep. He's thinking about things on a different level. Pete Carroll, same thing. He said the most important thing is the football itself.
Yeah.
That's just the next level defensive mind. David Culley says it, and all of a sudden, like, I can't believe he said the same thing.
Oh my God, it's so obvious.
Various other genuinely good coaches have said, yeah.
It does sound a lot smarter when you're 5-1. That the football is that important for sure. Jeff Hafley, by the way, former Boston College head coach who chose to leave college football to become a DC in the NFL. 6 degrees of separation from the Texans. If he leaves there, guess who gets the job at BC? Bill O'Brien. So there you go. Yeah, Bill O'Brien, who's doing good things at BC right now. Actually,
how are they right now?
They were 4-2. I don't know how they did last weekend. They might have been off last weekend.
Yeah.
That he's won 4 games already is a big accomplishment up there.
He's at a spot in Boston College, kind of like Bill Snyder at Kansas State, where I think he could ride mediocre success to great renown just by virtue. People will constantly make the excuse of like, well, okay, yeah, but you're doing it at BC, or oh yeah, you're doing it at K-State. Wow, yeah, you're actually one of the best coaches in all the land.
He could win 8 games a year there for the next 20 years. You know what I mean? Like they're 8-4, they'll be good. We know where O'Brien's getting a lot of love right now. As you know, I'm a Cleveland radio enthusiast during the 5 a.m. hour. He's getting a lot of respect up there right now. And it's not just because Deshaun Watson was productive under Bill O'Brien. A lot of the anecdotes coming out now. Albert Breer was on their station yesterday.
Yeah.
And I was listening. They were replaying some of it this morning. He was on the afternoon show. And Albert Breer has direct ties to Bill O'Brien. We know this.
Yeah.
And a lot of the talk is that Deshaun is not getting the tough love that he needs in Cleveland right now, and that O'Brien, when he was with the Texans and he was a young quarterback up and coming, frankly, the successful portion of his career is that he got a lot of tough love from Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien's getting a lot of respect up in the Cleveland area right now based on Deshaun Watson's complete and utter failure as a Cleveland Brown.
Would he be able to get him will he be able to get him a membership at a fancy health club up there? The same way, maybe that's what he's missing too. All of the different things the Texans did to help out Deshaun Watson. Yeah.
Well, they got him a membership at the Houstonian. Yeah.
Right. I know. Yes. So I'm saying, yeah. Like, did they have that situation in Cleveland?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I think the biggest thing, one of the stories that came out too about Deshaun when he was in Houston was that somebody had noticed that he gets a lot of direction from the sideline before the plays, and like how many decisions is he actually making on his own, and to how much of it was Bill O'Brien, and then by extension Tim Kelly. And the year Bill O'Brien got fired, Tim Kelly was there, but they're running the same thing, doing a lot of the same stuff. I would have to say Bill O'Brien right now is probably the favorite to be first offered a job with the Browns. Whether he chooses to accept it, it'll be really interesting.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, it may be a lot.
Do you think O'Brien thinks he could fix Deshaun Watson right now?
Ooh, that's a good one. Probably because coaches have hubris, and he's worked with Deshaun before. This is not a quarterback that's completely foreign to him. There's evidence that they've worked together well before. So yes, I think he does think he could fix Deshaun. I do.
That's tough.
I don't. Man. To be clear, I don't think he can. I think Deshaun is unfixable at this point.
If O'Brien, the next job he takes in the NFL, if it doesn't work out, that'll be his last opportunity to be a head coach in the NFL.
Without question.
So would he, if you're Bill O'Brien and you're offered the Browns job with the thought that you're going to fix Deshaun Watson, you've got this other roster, but you are also working for an owner who's narrowly escaped being sent to jail at various times, like all these things. Do you take that job?
You do not. You do not take that job. And I think he's really happy
right now.
And I think he's incredibly happy in Boston right now is the sense I get. I think he really likes coaching up there. You know, he's got a family situation with his son that is more conducive to being near family. You know, both him and his wife's family are all up there. I think
he'd rather work for the Catholic Church in Boston than Jim Haslam in Cleveland. That's pretty.
I don't know
that's
that
a pretty damning indictment of Jim Haslam. I'll tell you that much.
I don't know that I would couch it that way.
That's what he's doing.
It's in a sense.
He's working. Who would you rather work for? The Boston Catholic Church or
the Browns?
The Cleveland Jim Haslam?
The Browns.
Who's more despicable?
Oh man. This is interesting. Would the Texans have made a run? This goes back to the hypothetical we were playing a little bit earlier this hour about because today's the anniversary of Jack Easterby getting fired. Like, what would have happened if the Texans had been picking third or fourth instead of second, blah, blah, blah. Would the Texans have made a run in the offseason, 2023 offseason, at Aaron Rodgers if they had had the third pick in the draft? I don't think they would have. I don't think Aaron Rodgers would have wanted to come here at that stage of the Texans, where DeMeco's not coached a game yet. The roster is still a 3-13-1 roster as far as Aaron Rodgers is concerned.
They would be running a scheme that he's got familiarity with.
That's
true. Bobby Slowick and Matt LaFleur, like there'd be some a lot of that would come down to Matt LaFleur's conversations with DeMeco and Bobby Slowick, like honest conversations probably about what are we getting here? What are they thinking? It would be close to plug and play in a lot of ways, though. I mean, it'd be a very quick onboard. And remember, it took a year really for it to click for Aaron Rodgers on the offensive side of things. They won a bunch of games that first year, but the offense wasn't really clicking until the second year.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That might have been more likely than it feels.
Maybe. The Jets were obviously an alternative because that's where he wound up, and the Jets just at that stage had a way more win-now roster than the Texans did. You know, he's 39 years old at that point. Does he want to?
And Rodgers' buddy, Nathaniel Hackett, and it seems to be important to Aaron Rodgers.
Can you imagine?
I don't know.
Yeah, DeMeco Ryans. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers wants to come here, but you have to hire Nathaniel Hackett.
Right, yeah, you got to fire Bobby Slowick, who you just hired, and then we're,
Bring old Nathaniel with him. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Speaking of the Texans, speaking of trades, how active do we expect the Texans to be over the next few weeks in trades? Already some rumored names floating around that the Texans could go after, and the people have spoken as to what they want. They told Seth Payne, and Seth Payne told Nick Caserio what the people want. We will get to that coming up next. But I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic. Tomorrow is my Men's Tea Clinic day, and I go there every Friday. Go there for my testosterone boost. One of the best things I've ever done for myself was going to the Men's Tea Clinic back in January of 2020. And I go there every Friday now, and I feel great. It's a huge reason why my quality of life has been so good these last several years is my testosterone number is back in order. Now, they've got a long menu of male wellness treatments that treat a whole lot of other things. And when you go there for your initial consultation, you just tell them how you're feeling and what's wrong, and they've got stuff there for you. They've got a lot of treatments there for you, whether it's hair loss or issues in the bedroom, issues in the weight room, just tired and grogginess all day long. They've got it for you there at the Men's Tea Clinic. 5 locations around town. Find the one nearest you at mensteaclinic.com.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM and a man of the people.
Nick, I have to pay off on a promise I made.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the trade deadline. The trade back a little this year in the NFL. I saw some people yesterday when we were talking about the trade deadline complaining like, man, it needs to be pushed back to like week 12 or week 13, and maybe they do that someday. It has been pushed back slightly from before. It used to be after week 8. It's after week 9 this year. It's November the 5th, which is a Tuesday. It's the Tuesday after the Jets game for the Texans. So the Texans play Sunday against Green Bay, then the Colts at home, and then the Jets on Thursday Night Football. And then after that, if they want to make tweaks to the roster, it's whoever's out there on the waiver wire. So trades can be made until November 5th in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon here. How active do we expect the Texans to be over the next few weeks? This is the first time the Texans have been kind of like in an Astros spot, where it's they're one of the top teams, and can they make a move that maybe is like a finishing move for them? You know what I mean? Like put them over the top kind of move.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. It's just weird to be able to make Astros comparisons without having to apologize for it in advance.
Hey.
Like in previous years, I've been like, listen, I'm not comparing the Texans to the Astros, but they could do this Astros-type move, where now it feels like they're closer than they've been in a long time to be able to talk about them in comparison to the Astros.
Yeah, they're 5-1, man.
If you want to be like the Astros, this is what you would do.
Mm-hmm.
You go get yourself a Justin Verlander or a Greg Newsome.
Hey, Seth, if this were a 162-game season, the Texans would be on pace to win 135 games. The Astros have never come close to that, ever.
Bums.
They're bums. No, but seriously, how active do you expect Nick to be? We'll play you demanding he trade for a DB in just a second.
I think, honestly, at the risk of reading way too much into Nick's answer yesterday, I'm going to read way too much into it, like a lot of our listeners did.
Yeah.
Listen very carefully to how Nick responds to my demand.
It's a demand.
That he go out and trade for a defensive back. Nick, I have to pay off on a promise I made to my social media followers, which is I put out the question to them, who do the Texans, who should they trade for before the trade deadline, which position group? And I am here to demand that you trade for either a safety or a cornerback based on the responses of the people. If you care about the people, that you'll trade for a defensive back sometime in the next couple of weeks.
We're all about the people, so we'll see how the next few weeks go. So we'll take that under advisement when we turn the transaction and say, on behalf of the city of Houston and Seth Payne's followers, we hereby declare the following trade.
Yeah.
When we turn the transaction in.
Yep. Oh, when?
Not if.
Yeah.
But when, Sean.
Okay.
Not if, but when he turns the transaction in.
Good job, Seth and Seth's social media followers. That one sailed right over my head. The when.
Did not go unnoticed by us.
No.
That's right.
No,
When we turn the transaction in, right there, he decided that, yes, I need to pander to the masses, and I'm going to look, there's no chance in hell they haven't talked about various defensive backs that might be out.
Other people are sure talking about various defensive backs in the Houston Texans right now.
Budda Baker has come up a lot.
Yeah.
So Budda Baker's an interesting one because he's a safety. I think sometimes because he's smaller, people think like, he's like a cornerback. He plays safety.
Yeah.
And I don't know if right now, honestly, I want more of a cornerback because for one, even when Lassiter is healthy, they've got deficiencies at slot corner and man coverage. Petrie has done an awesome job doing what they're asking him to do, but when it comes up to going against really good wide receiving cores, I get nervous about Jalen Petrie out there in man coverage. And same for Eric Murray. I think Eric Murray's done some really good things, but you just don't feel awesome about him in man, where you bring in somebody like Greg Newsome would be a tricky one because then then you've got an embarrassment of riches at cornerback, which I'm into.
Yeah,
very much into.
Yeah. Greg Newsome gave a little follow on social media to a couple Texans yesterday. People that did not go unnoticed by the people. Followed Derek Stingley Jr. Followed CJ Stroud on social yesterday.
Was there any kind of a link or anything to like agents or something that might have sparked that, other than just him getting interest?
Good question. I just chose to blindly think that Greg Newsome wants to become a Houston Texan. That's that's the sexiest way to look at it. Budda Baker to the Houston Texans is part of an article that Cody Benjamin put. Boy, there are a lot of Texan ties in this article. 8 big names that could be on the move. He's got Dameon Pierce going to the Vikings. We just gave the Vikings a running back. What's going on here, man?
I don't think Dameon. I was very, very encouraged by Damien's big run in that game. I think he has made some improvement in how he reads the zone runs. There were a couple, including the touchdown run in that game, but a couple of plays where he showed a vision and a decisiveness on zone runs that I don't think he had last year.
Yep.
So it wasn't perfect, and he's got to keep getting better at it. But that was very. I don't think there's a. I think the Texans were not. They were 100% in his corner the entire training camp. When I was skeptical of them, and I was surprised that they were as much in his corner, I think they're very much in his corner.
I think the Cam Akers trade is almost symbolic of how they feel about Dameon Pierce, honestly.
Yeah.
The compensation for Budda Baker in this article would be a 4th-round pick in next year's draft. Would you do a 4th?
I would do a 4th. I think he's been injured a lot the last couple of years. He hasn't played a lot of football. That'd be my only hang up there, is just like, all right, we've already got injury issues with Derek Stingley gets injured every year. We've got injury issues at safety with Jimmy Ward, and that's the part that makes me nervous. If I had to choose between Greg Newsome, who plays a bunch of slot corner, and Budda Baker, I'd rather have Greg Newsome right now.
Now I've got another CBS article here. Boy, CBS is in on moving people around around the NFL. They've got the Texans going after Jonathan Jones, who is a New England Patriot. He's a cornerback, DB. It just says DB. Houston secondary is banged up. They say it would last better solidify corner. They gear up for a playoff run. They could look to the team they just trounced in Week 6 in the Patriots. Starting corner Jonathan Jones is in the final year of his contract. He's been a solid player through his 9-year career. So Nick knows Jonathan Jones. He was in the building when Jonathan Jones came in. Through 6 games this season, he's tallied 3 pass breakups and a forced fumble to go with 25 tackles. They don't speculate as to what the draft compensation would be. But again, I'm thinking like day 3 pick feels about right for a lot of these guys they're talking about. For a rental, for 10 games.
For a guy that's on a 1-year contract.
Correct. Yeah.
I wonder with that, with where the Patriots are right now and with Jonathan Jones' age. But I know they like Jonathan Jones a lot. I wonder if they would actually if they would part with him, or if they would look if they look at him as a veteran who's got to be a part of the core moving forward with a defensive-minded head coach. But I'd be all about that. Yeah, I like that trade.
Yeah,
and we know that Nick may have had a conversation about him last week. I don't know.
Yep. So the good news for those that are into content is that all the names being floated for the Texans right now appear to fit in the bucket that would require Nick Caserio to put a proclamation at the beginning of the trade crediting Seth Payne and his social media followers.
Listen, I don't want anybody else to fall for this one.
News.
I see a lot of fake news about Patrick Surtain out there, too. A lot of fake reports that Patrick Surtain's he just got an extension
Signed a
month
huge
ago.
deal,
A month ago in Denver. And their defense is all a thing. Patrick Surtain is not coming to the Texans.
No.
They're 100% no.
Nope.
They are holding on to Patrick Surtain.
Nope. Yeah, he's not coming here.
But it got I saw multiple tweets yesterday with huge amounts of retweets of fake news about Patrick Surtain.
He's not coming here. The Broncos are invested in Patrick Surtain. All right, let's circle back to the Packers and the Texans, and let's get a look at things going on the Packers side. Let's get the view from Green Bay. Marcus Eversole is he's the afternoon host. PM Drive does a great job on 107.5 The Fan in Green Bay. His show is called Better Call Eversole. I love that show name. But he covers the Packers. He'll join us in the next segment, and we'll get Green Bay's view on this game coming up between the Texans and the Packers. Sunday, noon kick, right here on Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
Get a better view of your trees. Look up into that canopy of trees you have and think, oh my gosh, this is beautiful. That's what you.
AM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go, and we go to the hotline right now. We're going to talk Texans and Packers and get the Green Bay side of things. Marcus Eversole, afternoon host, 107.5 The Fan in Green Bay. Better Call Eversole, the name of his show. I was on his show yesterday. He joins us on Payne and Pendergast today. Marcus, good to have you on the show. How you doing this morning?
Doing very well. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's good to have you, man. So what are they saying right now up in Green Bay? We'll dig into some of the details of the game right now, but what's the energy level for this game between a couple really good young quarterbacks and a couple really good football teams?
A lot of energy. Definitely a game that we've all had circled on the schedule ever since it came. As you said, I think a lot of similarities between these two teams. Of course, the quarterbacks, Jordan Love and CJ Stroud, two of the best young quarterbacks in the game. And there's honestly, not to divert into the aesthetics of athletics, but there's a lot of energy in the locker room right now about the uniforms the Packers will be wearing. They're, for the first time, wearing an alternate white helmet. So they'll be wearing white pants, white jerseys, white socks, and an all-white helmet. So, you know how the younger generation is, and I still am barely part of it, I think. They get really excited about stuff like that. So it's a big game feel and new uniforms. And the only thing, like we talked about yesterday, the only thing that's a little confusing is how in the world this game got the noon treatment and it's not a primetime game.
Yeah, it's a noon game, and yet it gets Tony Romo. It's getting some of the treatment that way. I don't get it either. Other than that, it's a Houston sports team. They love to put us at midday whenever possible. Yeah. The baseball playoffs, whatever it is, put it at midday. I think the biggest thing from this offseason, Marcus, is that Jordan Love and CJ Stroud, in a lot of ways, have been in a lot of the same conversations, and yet Packers fans are annoyingly so polite that they wouldn't even do us the honor of hating CJ Stroud. They would say things like, I would listen to our national show that takes a lot of calls. It would always be a Packers fan saying, "Hey everybody, I know that CJ had a good year, but what about Jordan? He did pretty good too, right?" So that's about as indignant as Packers. Is that a fair assessment that I think a lot of Packers fans have thought hey, look, Jordan Love did a lot of these things that CJ Stroud was doing last year?
I think that's fair. I think if C.J. Stroud were a Chicago Bear, then that would be a very different reaction, obviously. But, what's not to like about C.J. Stroud? What's not to – the Houston Texans, you guys know the history a heck of a lot better than I do, but I know the gist of the history, and there's not much good history there. So from, I think, a Packer fan's perspective, there's almost a respect and a deep breath or a sigh of relief, good for the Houston Texans. Maybe it's just a Midwest nice thing, but I definitely feel like there's a respect for the Texans because they haven't been here. And after, decades of mediocrity at best, then you get a franchise quarterback who looks like, you guys are you think about the best young quarterbacks in the sport and setting yourself up for success in the future. With C.J. Stroud on a rookie contract, that's like a cheat code, that it doesn't happen often. So, we know here what a big challenge it'll be on Sunday, but there's definitely a lot of respect for C.J. Stroud because how could there not be?
Marcus Eversole, 107.5 The Fan in Green Bay, joining us. Marcus, Packers offensively, Josh Jacobs was a huge signing for them this offseason. They move on from Aaron Jones, and they bring in Josh Jacobs. How surprising was that move in Green Bay? Were you guys surprised by that move? And can you kind of frame for us what Josh Jacobs has meant to this offense so far this year?
I was shocked. Literally, everything about the running back position this offseason was the opposite of what we all expected, meaning Aaron Jones to end last season had the best 5-game stretch of his career. Now, he's in his age 30 season now, so that's always kind of the benchmark, as you guys know, where running backs can kind of Father Time can catch up to him. But to end last season, Aaron Jones literally had the best 5-game stretch of his NFL career, and everybody expected that they'd bring him back, that he'd either take a pay cut, which, by the way, he did multiple times for the Packers. Apparently, he didn't want to go as low as the Packers wanted him to go. And business is business. When that's the case, if you ask someone to take a pay cut and they say they're not going to go that low, then you have to be prepared to move on from them. So everybody expected Jones to be back on a reduced salary or a restructured deal. He was not. He goes on to the Vikings. The Packers signed Josh Jacobs, younger, bigger, more durable theoretically, but also Jacobs, even though he's younger, 3 years younger, has more career touches than Aaron Jones. And I think you could still make an argument that Aaron Jones, as of whatever the date is, October 17th, 2024, you could make a compelling argument that Aaron Jones right now is still better than Josh Jacobs. That said, Jacobs has been pretty solid. He doesn't have the sexy running style. He's not the home run hitter that Aaron Jones is. Just gets a lot of tough yards between the tackles, bouncing off guys rather than the jump cut stuff, getting down the sideline and taking it to the house. But, guys, the Packers right now, 6 weeks into the season, they are second in the league in rushing, second to only the Baltimore, 167 yards a game. So it looks different. I was shocked at how they handled the running back position because everybody expected Jones to be back. But you're kind of seeing what they envisioned when they made the move to Josh Jacobs because you can't really say a bad word about him. It looks different. Like I said, it's not as flashy as the running style of Aaron Jones, but they definitely lean heavily on the run. The numbers are a little skewed, of course, because they had the 2 games with Malik Willis at quarterback. So I don't expect the run-pass split to be as balanced as it has been so far through 6 weeks. But the run game is definitely a huge part of this offense.
What's the biggest maybe either weakness or question mark about the Packers right now that you guys are talking about that maybe the national media or people at large aren't focused in on?
I mean, I hate to do it because talking about the kicking game can make for bad radio, which I guess says a lot about my show over the past.
Not around here. We're in love with our kicker.
Oh, yeah, we love Kade Fairbairn. Go away. Hey, kicker talk away, Marcus. Go ahead.
Well, you guys have no drama there with it, but here it's so in the off. Okay, ever since, let me back up. Last season, they had a rookie kicker, Anders Carlson. They drafted him in the 6th round. They never brought competition in for him because I think their thought process was, granted, they're going from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love. They didn't know what to expect. They didn't have real expectations. They won't come out and say that, but let's be real. They didn't think they'd be a kicker away from an NFC Championship game. And guess what happened? They made a run late in the season. And they got to they're leading the Niners by 3 points with 6 minutes left, lining up a 41-yard field goal, and their rookie kicker missed it. He missed at least one kick in the last 5 games. He missed at least one kick in 10 of their last 12 games. Needless to say, they decided to go a different direction in the offseason. They actually did something revolutionary, which is bring in competition for a crappy kicker. They had 7 kickers in the building, 7 kickers on the roster since the end of last season. Just, okay, can this guy compete? No. Get rid of him, bring in a new guy. Anders Carlson versus Greg Joseph, the former Viking, was the competition throughout the offseason. Then at the end of camp, they decide neither of these guys is good enough, so we're going to bring in a guy off waivers from the Titans and Braden Narvison. He was their kicker through the first 6 games. He made 12 of 17 field goals and had another miss actually called back or negated because of penalty. So let's just call it 6 misses through 6 games. Finally, they said, screw it, enough is enough. This team is too good. We got to move on. So they bring in Brandon McManus, who, of course, was accused of sexual assault by 2 flight attendants stemming from an incident on the Jaguars team flight to London last year. Yeah. He says that situation's been resolved, so the Packers have a new kicker. Now, 10-year track record for Brandon McManus is pretty damn good, but ever since the Packers got rid of Mason Crosby, I guess I'm scarred, along with the rest of Packer Nation, that it's at a point now. Listen, it's a 3-point spread, guys. You know, it's the Packers are favored by 3 on Sunday, and I can't help but think, late game situation, you're lining up a new kicker and Brandon McManus in because he's done it for a decade. But that's a really long-winded way of saying that the kicking game is very much the biggest question with this team.
Well, and the Texans play a ton of close games. Like DeMeco Ryans has been here for 23 regular season games. 14 of them have gone down to the final minute, and a lot of them have been decided by field goals, either by Kade Fairbairn or by the opposition. So that is actually a relevant angle, I would imagine, to any Texans game, especially one where the spread is actually 3 points. Marcus Eversole, 107.5 The Fan in Green Bay, joining us on the program. The biggest topic with respect to the Packers that we've been talking about today, Marcus, and this week is this defense's ability to force turnovers. Take us inside that a little bit. What is it about this defense that has made them so good at turning the other team over this year?
Yeah, it's definitely a combination of things. Obviously, the change at coordinator from Joe Barry last year, the last few years, very conservative style, keep everything in front of you, but not get too aggressive. They go from Joe Barry, whose defense had 18 takeaways all of last season, 18 takeaways through 17 games. They bring in Jeff Hafley, a more aggressive four-man front defense, vision-based on the back end, and the Packers already have 17 takeaways through 6 games. So a league-high 17 takeaways through 6 games, 1 takeaway fewer than they had all of last season. You chalk a lot of it up to the scheme, certainly, just the Hafley scheme mentality. And then from a personnel perspective, I mean, they went out and broke the bank on Xavier McKinney, and he's been sensational. He had an interception in each of his first 5 shutout last week, so I guess now we can say that he is overrated. But no, I mean, McKinney's been one of the best safeties in the NFL. And then, guys, for a pretty good defense, there's several rookies who have made a huge impact, highlighted by Evan Williams, the second safety they drafted. So they took Javon Bullard in the second round out of Georgia. He started every game, but they're kind of experimenting with Bullard as the slot corner now, depending on matchup, depending on who they're playing. And Evan Williams, this fourth-round rookie out of Oregon, going back to training camp, I mean, there are very few practices that I leave without an Evan Williams highlight to talk about, number 33. Which that was the first thing that stood out. It was like, oh, wow, they gave Aaron Jones' jersey number away that quickly. But, I mean, Evan Williams made sure you noticed him. He probably had a half dozen interceptions throughout training camp. He forced a fumble last week, punching it out like Peanut Tillman back in the day. Right now, I know Pro Football Focus is only one metric, and people get all up in arms about it and how valuable is it, whatever. Right now, the Packers have the top 2 graded safeties in the National Football League. Evan Williams, the fourth-round rookie, is number 1. Xavier McKinney is number 2. Again, that's only one metric, but could not be more impressed with what Evan Williams has shown thus far. So in terms of the turnovers, I think it's a combination of, 1, the more aggressive scheme, and 2, they just made some really wise moves in terms of personnel, because safety last season was by far the biggest weakness next to kicker, and they at least improved the safety position.
You know, one of the question marks about Jordan Love last year was some of his decision-making, and sometimes that's unfair with a young quarterback, 2 or 3 situations that maybe tell more of a story than it should. How have those concerns fared this year so far?
Yeah, so this is going to sound like, I don't know, first world problems or spoiled problems, I guess, because I'm going to compare Jordan Love to Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. Love by nature is way more Favre than he is Rodgers in terms of he'll throw up some of those, I'll call them YOLO balls, like you only live once, screw it, let's throw it down there, try something, see if something works. It worked last week. His second touchdown to Romeo Doubs, they were blitzing on the play. He decided to chuck it deep to Doubs, and it worked out with a touchdown. A few weeks before that, he tried something similar down the field to Dontavian and Wicks, and it was a horrible-looking interception, very Favrean interception. So that's kind of his nature. Last week, though, he was lights out against the Arizona Cardinals, and that was really the first time all season that we saw Jordan Love play like he did down the stretch last season. When he turned things around in the middle of November last year, he had a stretch where he threw 21 touchdowns to 1 interception. I mean, his numbers were better than any quarterback in the NFL down the stretch last season through the last couple of months. I feel like a big part of how he started the season with some of those questionable decisions was the fact that he suffered that knee injury in the first game of the season against the Philadelphia Eagles on the third to last play, missed the next 2 games, and you're just trying to think back to I know a lot of the preseason, the Packers did not. The first-team offense played a total of 3 snaps in the preseason. He threw a long touchdown to Dontavian and Wicks, and they got the hook. That was it. So you combine no preseason time, and then you get hurt in the first game of the season, take 2 games off because of the injury, come back, and you're still kind of working your way back into a groove. And I feel like last week was the first time we really saw things click for Jordan Love.
Marcus Eversole, 107.5 The Fan in Green Bay. Hey, Marcus, real quick, what's your prediction on this game?
If I had a coin on me right now, I would flip it, and I would tell you, I really think this game could go either way. We were talking yesterday. I do see a high-scoring game.
Yeah.
I think it probably comes down late fourth quarter. Hopefully it doesn't come down to the Packers kicker because, but I'm going to say at home the Packers are going to win this one. I think both teams are flirting with 30 points. I'll say Packers 31, Texans 27 or something.
Yep, there you go. Marcus Eversole, 107.5 The Fan in Green Bay. Better Call Eversole, the name of his show. Hey, Marcus, appreciate you making some time. Really good insight. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Yep, take care. Have a good show today, man. Marcus Eversole joining us here.
Follow on Exit. Marquez, it's spelled Marquez, Eversole, Eversoll.
Yep.
I spelled it wrong and it popped up, so just,
Okay.
Get close to that and you can follow him.
Does a good job. Yeah, and sometimes people like to dip into the other city as your team's getting ready. He does a good job.
The kicker stuff, I was getting super excited. A long laundry list of bad kickers, and then I remembered, they got Brandon McManus there, who's just, despite whatever his off-field issues were,
he's good.
He's a good kicker.
He's a good kicker. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. Payne and Pendergast.
The Texans would never harbor an alleged sexual predator the way. Never mind.
No, they would not.
Yeah.
They would not.
No.
A lot of people weighing in on the cornerback safety potential acquisition for the Texans. Someone saying Patrick Peterson's on the couch right now. That's cool. You're not getting the Patrick Peterson from back in the Arizona days. That's the only problem.
Patrick Peterson's on the couch, and you always have to ask yourself, why is he still on the couch?
Correct.
Is it all right if there's 31 other teams that are interested in Patrick Peterson? Then why should the Texans be interested?
When I last saw Patrick Peterson, he was getting cooked by Nico Collins to end the Steelers game last year.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
You know who's out there? What about Steven Nelson?
Someone's texting about that. I was just going to run that one by you. Would you all be mad at a milk dud reunion with Steven Nelson?
We used to call him Mr. Defensive Holding waiting to happen.
That's what they used to call him back in Kansas City, man.
Call him Kansas City.
I mean, it doesn't fit real well on a jersey, but that's what
Following the time-tested strategy of the New England Patriots and being awesome at football but horrible at slogans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the Steven Nelson, I've been watching the Jim McMahon documentary, and one thing about
Vince McMahon.
Yes, that as well. The Vince McMahon documentary. And one thing that Vince McMahon never would do is let personal feelings or in the way of business.
That's right.
And he would bring back in guys that had wronged him or that he had wronged and welcome them back into the fold. I think it might be time for Steven Nelson. If he's in shape, I don't know what he's been doing.
Right.
He retired. But he retired after he wasn't getting a lot of interest in free agency. So it's a question as to whether he's been staying in shape or not.
I would welcome last year's Steven Nelson with open arms right now with the injuries in this secondary. And I know, Vince McMahon this thing and put the personal feelings aside. That's the only thing you want to do. That's the only time we say Vince McMahon this thing and use it in that, positively. But I'm impressed with how closely you're paying attention to this Vince McMahon documentary. I got to tell you, you're pulling little nuggets out of this thing.
I'm taking notes and everything. Yeah. This is it's fascinating.
Yeah.
I wish. They did most of this before all of the allegations. The most recent allegations
Nasty
emerged.
Stuff,
So you get like the newsreel version of all of that.
Yeah.
But it's fascinating as a business person how he operated.
He was something else, man.
His son has grown on me too. What's this? Shane.
Shane O'Mac?
I'm like, this dopey fool, this nepo baby. And then after a while, I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't realize he was willing to do all this crazy stuff in the ring that nobody else would do.
Yeah.
Like, all right, this kid was really. His father was going to withhold praise and responsibility unless he proved himself, and he took the challenge by the horns. And his father still didn't want to grant him that responsibility,
even after falling like 80 feet off a cage.
He's aged well too. Like he's another two guys in this. Shane McMahon is like better looking as a middle-aged man than he was as a younger guy.
Yep.
And then what's his name? Bischoff.
Eric Bischoff.
Bischoff, I'm watching, like, Bischoff, you're seeing him in this interview, and then they're showing clips of him from when he was young.
Yeah.
And they're like, what the hell happened to this guy?
Yeah.
This guy is like a silver fox now.
He is.
He's just like a dopey IT guy early in his career.
He is. Bischoff's
Yeah.
great, man. He's great. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Will Anderson took home some hardware yesterday. I'm assuming you get hardware for Player of the Week. The hardware that the Texans give to the Player of the Week is not Nick Caserio, not a big fan. We'll get to that and a whole lot more. We'll hear from Will Anderson coming up next. I want you to circle Saturday. We're 2 days away, 48 hours and change from now. I'll be headed out to Webster to walk-ons for the Flight by Yingling College Football Watch Party number 4.
Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I guess this qualifies as breaking news since it just happened in the last hour or so. We got a lot of people texting us about it. We'll get to Will Anderson and him winning Defensive Player of the Week in just a second. But we're getting a lot of people asking about it because one of the topics on the show today has been, what do the Texans need to look at acquiring? What position should they attack at the trade deadline here? And the people really want some help in the defensive backfield, as Seth was able to gauge on social media earlier this week, and then subsequently demand that Nick Caserio make a trade in that area yesterday.
Yes.
How do you feel, Seth? This wouldn't be a trade because this guy's now out on the market, but Adam Schefter tweeting this, with Titans are honoring the request of former Pro Bowl safety Jamal Adams for his release. Adams is healthy and looking forward to his next opportunity. His agents confirmed this to Adam Schefter. So Jamal Adams, who is not in the same universe as the player he was when he was traded for 2 first-round picks by the Seahawks from the Jets back in the day.
Yeah, and has played very little in the last 2 seasons, 2022 and 2023.
Yeah.
Missed a bunch of games in 2022, played about half a season in last year. That doesn't do it for me. I think that Jamal, if I want safeties who can't cover, then there's plenty of guys out there. Yeah, that don't have the name appeal of Jamal Adams. Yeah. It was one of the weirder trades to begin with when he went to Seattle originally, and now in Tennessee he's not played hardly at all. He's played 20 total snaps this season, so that doesn't do it for me. I honestly don't want a safety. I want a slot corner. Yep. I want a cornerback. I want a guy that can cover man, and that's what they need right now more than anything else.
A lot of people suggesting Xavier Howard on the text page. Like Xavier Howard, look, like Jamal Adams, gaudy resume, made a lot of money. I have no idea what he is now. Like, again, as you pointed out, Patrick Peterson's sitting on a couch. He's out there, but he is sitting on a couch. It's not as though people are that we know of banging down his door to get him on a team right now.
Xavier Howard is the same guy the last couple of years,
right?
And I think that people are trying to figure out, okay, can we blame that all on Vic Fangio? Because plenty of defensive backs have done well with Vic Fangio. So I tend to think that, no, all right, Xavier Howard might just be at that point in his career where he's not as good as he used to be for whatever reason. But having said that, I have zero objection to them seeing what he's got.
Sure.
Now, and they might sign him. They might trade for somebody else and also bring Xavier Howard in. It gets dicey with the roster positions and everything. But I am intrigued by him. I'm more intrigued by him than some of the other guys because he's still relatively young. I don't think he's past 30 yet.
Xavier Howard. Well, this we know about Xavier Howard too. He was campaigning to come here in the offseason. Yeah. He was basically like standing with a sign practically outside NRG Stadium, like that fullback back in the day, like that guy back in the day standing there. Hey, sign me, Texans. That was practically Xavier Howard on social media. He wanted to be a Houston Texan.
He's 31 years old.
Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. I thought it was interesting too. We just got done talking to Marcus Eversole from Green Bay, 107.5 The Fan up in Green Bay. It sounds like their safety situation is very similar to the Texans in that Javon Bullard, the highly drafted rookie, they've bumped him down to slot corner, kind of like what the Texans have done with Petrie. And Evan Williams, the rookie 4th-round pick, is playing a lot of safety now for this team, similar to Kalen Bullock, the rookie 3rd-round pick of the Houston Texans. It sounds like they're kind of doing a lot of the similar moving to the Houston Texans. Doing a little better because they're turning teams over a whole lot more right now.
Yeah, very opportunistic defense here. This is and very explosive on offense. So the Packers lost to the Vikings, but I think they're the only team that scored more than 20 points versus that Vikings defense. Jordan Love had 4 touchdown receptions in that game, or 4 passes in that game. So they're the real deal offensively, and they've got the ability to hit the deep strikes. They've got the ability to hit explosive runs. So this will be a much bigger challenge than the Texans have had the last couple weeks. And that's no shade at Josh Allen. It's just that Jordan Love has better weaponry around him than Josh Allen does right now.
No doubt. Big step up in weight class for sure for the defense. Will Anderson won his first ever AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Huge week, 8 tackles, 3 sacks, 4 TFLs. He leads the league in tackles for loss right now. He's tied for 5th in sacks. He's making that jump that we were all hoping and expecting for in year 2. And his numbers looked a lot like J.J. Watt's numbers used to look back in the day. In fact, he was asked about that yesterday at his locker during open locker room on having a J.J. Watt type day on Sunday.
I respect this game so much, and I look up to J.J. man. He's been a great, role model in my life. He's been helping me, keeping me encouraged and everything like that, man. And you just got to keep going. Can't get comfortable, and I think Coach Ryans, he always hit it on the head, man. Just staying on edge, and that's for me and my mentality. That's how I always operate, man. It's like, yeah, that's good, but like, what's next? What you gonna do now? So it's just about just enjoying this, falling in love with this process, man, to keep growing, keep getting better each week, and that's just my biggest thing is how can I get 1% better each week, and how can I stay consistent as long as possible until the end of the season.
He's encouraging you. Are you guys in communication?
He texts me, he's like, have a day, man, and he always texts me every time, something good happens or if he sees something, man. And like I said, he's been a great role model for me, man. He's been a great guy to have in my corner to help.
He's got the Will Anderson. It's almost like he's going to a fancy prep school with all the best teachers and tutors.
Oh yeah,
because he's got J.J. Watt, he's got Daniil Hunter, he's got Jerry Hughes, he's got all these older good guys to lean on.
Garrett Barnett,
it's really cool.
Yeah. Mario Edwards. It's Denico Autry, who he really likes. He feels like he's kind of had a little bit of a breakthrough with Denico Autry. We'll hear that in the next segment.
I like that Denico's going to come back. So Denico, who plays with an edge, I like that he comes back under the gun of in the scrutiny of having had a PED suspension.
Yeah.
And that people are, in his mind, I'm sure he's thinking like, oh, people are questioning whether I can still do it or not.
I hope he's thinking that way.
Yeah.
That way.
He goes out and has, if he has any fewer than 4 sacks, I'll be disappointed.
Okay, I'm here for that. 4th time this year the Texans have had a Player of the Week. Kymie's got 2, and Joe Mixon had one in Week 1. And they unveiled the chain, the Player of the Week chain that they've each gotten to wear. This thing's been passed around quite a bit now because they've won 4 out of 6 weeks. We've seen a Texan. I'm a big fan of the chain. I think it's cool looking. It's the new H. It's got all the various jewels on there. Who knows how much that thing costs to make? Little surprised. It doesn't seem like Nick Caserio, noted wrestling fan, belts and things like that. Not a big fan. I don't think a big fan of the chain, the Player of the Week chain.
Look, I'm pretty low profile. I mean, I'm not a big car guy. I'm not a big clothing guy. I'm not a big jewelry guy. I know that surprises like the entire city of Houston right now. But, So
you're not going to wear the Player of the Week chain around the locker room at any point this season?
Don't ask me about that, Sean. I don't think that's a good question that you should ask me.
Okay.
Yeah, that didn't sound at all. That didn't sound like a personal preference thing. It sounds like he's not a fan of the turnover chain.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, not the turnover
Player
chain.
Of the
Player of the Week chain.
Yeah, not at all. Which is very strange to me. Like for a guy who really likes not just WWE, but like the glitzy characters of WWE.
Well, because we struggle with this when we realize, we got to fight, I got to tamp down the angry old man in me.
Yeah,
I got to tamp down the middle-aged dude in me. Sometimes when the players are doing stuff that's like very Gen Z-ish, that you're like, all right, yeah, that's fine, they're cool. I'm not a grumpy old man. The Player of the Week chain doesn't even feel like. That doesn't feel like a generational thing. That feels like, oh yeah, that's just a fun thing to do. What's Nick's objection to it?
They all look so happy when they're wearing it. What are we against happiness here? Here's the thing: I'm most excited about Texans players that are worthy of being considered for Player of the Week on the regular. On a regular basis, the Texans, going back to Week 9 of last year, that was the Tampa Bay game where CJ threw for almost 500 yards.
Uh-huh.
Half of the weeks since then, 8 of the 16 weeks of NFL football have had a Texan as a player of the week since then. I mean, it's now 3 of them are Kaimi, but still.
Okay, so I wonder if it's this.
Yeah.
Maybe it's this, because this is how I used to be as a player. I used to get nervous sometimes when you see young guys spending a lot of money on jewelry.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of those things where you're like, oh, man, and it's custom jewelry, too. It's not like a Rolex that you could sell back or something necessarily. That I start to get nervous about, just like, all right, man, just be sure you just be smart.
Yeah.
Maybe that's that part of him that just doesn't like seeing guys spend a lot of money on jewelry just because it's not a great long-term purchase.
Maybe do we know
same as if you see a young guy with a $300,000 Lamborghini or something, you're like, ah, man, like really wish you would have just saved that money instead.
Yeah, no, totally fair point. Do we know?
Yeah.
We don't know who. I'll ask Omar. Like who's because it's only one chain that they pass around.
Right.
It's not multiple.
Yeah.
Like whose pocket did that come out of? Like who had to pay for that?
If it was a player that did it, it was definitely a veteran player. So I think maybe Nick just doesn't like seeing too many guys get into the chain, jewelry and cars and all the other
That's
stuff
interesting.
in general.
They get a whiff of it a little bit.
Yeah, just be like live frugally as much as possible.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a good. That's an interesting thought. All right, final segment. Let's give away the Tom Segura ticket. Sorry about that, Ben. We need to do that right now. 713-572-4610. Comedian Tom Segura coming live to NRG Arena. This is on April the 5th, so this is next year. But a chance to win tickets right now. Caller number 5. We're going to do this tomorrow as well. We've been doing this all week long. Tickets to see comedian Tom Segura at NRG Arena on April the 5th next year. Call now, 713-572-4610. Seth mentioned Denico Autry. What are we getting in Denico? What are we getting back in Denico Autry? And what is the intrigue level of this reunion coming up tonight, which you can hear on Sports Radio 610 later on tonight? But first, I want to tell you about it's on the Thursday night football game, by the way. I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln and Chris Poulos, the owner.
Supercenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, names of intrigue on the injury report today. The two linebackers, Azeez Al-Shire, Henry To'oTo'o. Foley Fatukasi didn't practice yesterday. Robert Woods didn't practice. Jimmy Ward and Kamari Lassiter are both going to reportedly miss Sunday's game against the Packers. On the back burner, they do get Denico Autry back, the Texans do. What are we getting back in Denico Autry? Here was the scouting report on Denico Autry from Nick Caserio, Texans GM, before the season started on this show.
Specific to Denico, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player who cares about football. And we've had to play against him over the last couple of years in, Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But glad he's on our side, and, we're excited about what potentially he could bring.
The two things about Denico Autry that I like, aside from everything that Nick just said, is one, he's very capable of rushing the passer both from the defensive end and the defensive tackle position, but then especially for a guy who can rush from the inside, when it comes to chasing down quarterbacks and tackling them in space, he's really good at that. He's got a knack for forcing fumbles and getting his hands in passing lanes. A lot of the stuff that goes above and beyond just the sack totals, he does a really good job with that. So some of the Texans' pass rush this year, where they've got a boatload of pressures but not as many sacks, some of that has to do with being able to chase guys down in the open field. He's really good at that. So when you get into the scramble drill parts of things, I think he can be that one or two critical plays in a game where it ends up being either a sack instead of a quarterback scramble, or him getting his hand on the ball to force a wobbly interception. That's very much in the cards of the Denico Autry, and obviously he's going to have fresh legs. So yeah, he when you want to start forcing more turnovers, doing more of the opportunistic stuff that the Texans started to do last week defensively, Denico Autry is a big asset in that regard.
And we haven't seen him suit up for the Texans yet, so maybe this is an unfair question. Just we haven't seen him in this defense at all. We didn't even really see him much in the preseason. Once the suspension was announced, they almost treated him like he was suspended already. He didn't practice at all. I think some of that was medical. But there's a swap-off going on here, Seth, with another suspended player. So you're losing Mario Edwards. You're gaining Denico Autry. I know it's not an even swap because they play different positions, but in terms of the impact, let's just eat what's on our plate. The impact on this game, the Green Bay game on Sunday, what's the impact of the swap out of Mario Edwards and the potential swap in of Denico Autry?
I think you're not gonna get the same presence as a run defender out of Denico Autry. I mean, and he can do, like, I'm not saying he can't make plays from the inside, but he's not a true defensive tackle. Yeah. And Mario Edwards is kind of a tweener type too, but he's built more like a defensive tackle.
Yes.
So I think that it's going to be the rotation of Kurt Heinisch coming back into the mix and all of the other guys that have been rotating at defensive tackle when it comes to stopping the run. I think it's mostly in the pass rush, and including Denico Autry as a defensive end. I think they're going to use him in both places. The biggest boost will be in hopefully just getting the quarterback on the ground, getting hits on the quarterback. Without talking about sacks at all, okay, the Texans have pressured the quarterback a lot, but they haven't gotten that many hits on the quarterback. Yep. The actual quarterback knockdowns and hits are relatively low compared to how many pressures there are. Yeah, there is still something, even though you're not allowed to do it with as much viciousness anymore, there's something to just actually laying hands on a quarterback that takes its toll over time.
Yep, especially when the guy doing it is a badass, a junkyard dog, and a bad MFer. Here's DeMeco Ryans yesterday on Denico Autry. Is he ready to go, Coach?
Autry, he's ready to go. He's been doing a lot of work. While people weren't watching him, while he wasn't here, he put a lot of work in. And that's the biggest thing. And that's a credit to all our guys. And I really with our sports performance group and the way they work with our guys when they're not here, like, it just shows how Dylan came back. Dylan was ready to go. Damian steps back in. Joe steps back in. Like, that's a credit to not just the football side, but our sports performance side, our training room, and how they have our guys prepared. When they do get back, they're back and they're ready to be effective for us.
And Dylan is obviously Dylan Horton, the second-year defensive end who just came back from cancer.
Somebody during training camp had pointed this out to me, and at first it freaked me out a little bit because they said, well, gosh, you're looking at Denico Autry, who's a guy in his 30s who ends up having 11.5 sacks last year, where out of nowhere, and then he gets popped for PEDs. Like, all right, well, how much, whatever supplement that, whether he knew or didn't know that it was a banned substance or what have you, how much of it might have had to do with that. When you go back and look, he had 11.5 sacks last year. The 2 previous seasons, he had 8 sacks and 9 sacks, the 2 years before that. But the total number of QB pressures and everything was just about the same. The TFL is very similar. So he'd been producing at a really high level the last 3 seasons. This wasn't just, and he happened to get a couple extra sacks last year. But the QB pressures, like how successful was he as a pass rusher? It was about the same. So I'm not overly worried about that.
This is one of those things. It's so arbitrary that double-digit sacks is a thing. You know what I mean? Like, the difference between 9 sacks and 11.5 sacks, the way sacks work, there's enough randomness in sacks and running into sacks that aren't really your play that you made. Yeah. That you can, like, the difference between 9 and 11.5 is to me that's not some sort of a PED siren going on. You know what I mean?
The one thing that I would say though too is he had 50 combined tackles last year, where he never had more than 33 combined tackles in any of the previous 4 seasons leading up to that.
Okay.
So there we go. There's yeah.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
I mean, that's all we can do.
Hey,
knock wood.
You guys have a lot of veteran leadership. That's great, right? On the defensive line. Well, how are they all doing? Well, Mario Edwards is out with a substance of abuse suspension. And Denico Autry back. Yeah. What's he back from? PED suspension.
PEDs. Why do you ask? Yeah.
But these are great veteran leaders.
They are. They got framed. All right, I'll say it. They were framed.
Nick, it was interesting on the GM show. Nick sounded kind of like he had to bite his tongue about the Mario Edwards suspension. Yes. So I wonder what the backstory is there. It sounds like,
I feel like, that I saw the same thing you did. He's like, he literally paused when Mark and John asked him about it, got this look on his face like he wanted to say something, and then said discretion is the better part of valor and moved on from it. And that felt like me, like he took some cough syrup or something like that triggered the test, you know?
My speculation there might have been either something like that, or because he had the PED suspension, he had a previous PED suspension, Mario Edwards did.
He did, yeah.
He might be in the program where you get tested a lot. And now this 4-game suspension isn't a PED suspension. It's a substance of abuse suspension, which would be, street drugs and what have you.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it was one of those things where he gets tested more frequently and he missed an appearance or something.
Oh, maybe.
Because they're really, once you're in the program, they test the hell out of you. And if they call you at 10 p.m. on a Saturday night, you got to be available and ready. And sometimes logistically they miss a phone call or whatever.
Dude, that's got to be the most liberating thing for a guy like that when you retire from the NFL. You're like, oh, I can smoke my weed all the time now.
Because they don't test for marijuana anymore. I don't think, unless you're in the program, and then it's a different deal. Yeah. I have no idea, but it's for whatever reason. Caserio looked like he thought this might be a little bit of a bogus suspension. I
read the same thing that you did from his look. How intrigued are you by the return of Sean Payton to New Orleans tonight?
It's
tonight. It's Thursday Night Football.
I forgot that was Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, it's Thursday Night Football.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I'm immediately intrigued.
Mm-hmm. You think he gets booed?
I hope he does something classless. No, I think they cheer the hell out of him.
Probably. He's still pretty popular there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think though.
I'll boo him.
It's going to be a hero's
I'm going to
welcome.
boo him heavily because I'm not a big Peyton fan. But I'll
the funniest thing is going to be Trevor Penning getting destroyed for 7 sacks when Sean Payton is the guy that fell for Trevor Penning's tough guy act and drafted him in New Orleans. Yeah.
Oh, TP. Yep. That'll be fun. That game you can hear, by the way, right here on Sports Radio 610
I'm working on a cut-up reel of Denico Autry highlights from last year, and boy, he put Trevor Penning in a clown
You love
suit.
that, yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That'll be good.
Will Anderson did last year too.
Yeah.
Will Anderson made Trevor Penning wear the gimp suit.
He did. That was the game that Will was mic'd up for that game, and that was the game where Will almost sacked Derek Carr like 6 times, but he didn't get him a single time. He didn't get him on the ground. Will was, the whole mic'd up was Will being pissed at himself. Like, it was great. You can hear that game tonight. Denver at New Orleans right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula in the house. How we feeling, gentlemen?
I am feeling so good.
Yeah.
Warm is the word that I'll use here.
Warm?
Yeah.
It's nice outside.
Pretty weather,
man.
baby.
Yeah, it is. It is nice out there. So where are we on the amped up scale for the game right now? I feel like we're crescendoing at just the right time for this thing.
This is the word. This game to me, defines the word anxious.
Yeah,
like a little bit of excitement, but a little bit of trepidation, a little bit of like, ooh,
Cool. So I'll be less of the weirdo here. I feel like I generally move towards anxiety rather than like excitement, just generally in all portions of life, which I probably need to talk to somebody about. But yeah, that definitely begins to feel the case with this one as well. I start feeling the anxiety ramp up.
What are your expectations? Are you expecting them to win this game? Are you expecting a close game? Are you expecting a high scoring game?
Close game. I do not expect the Texans to win. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay.
They got to lose some.
I'm not picking them either. I got them in a close. Where are you feeling on this?
I'm not sure I have expectations at this point because of how, I don't know, we haven't seen them offensively put everything together, and then you're dealing with various injuries and like an injury report that popped up yesterday, and of course, Wednesday isn't the time to panic. Thursday probably is, so we'll see what happens today.
Oh, yeah.
But
you guys are probably going to get to panic today.
Yeah, exactly, right? And as I already established, that's something I move towards. But yeah, like I think that once you see, who's actually going to be there, then I can feel like I have expectations. But right now, I'm like, look, man, what is this defense going to look like? Not entirely sure. Like, you guys were just talking about, did that actually come together? And then offensively, I already had some trepidation about like seeing the full product come together. And the closest thing we got was last week. But they had a lull there where the defense had to hit the defibrillator and get them going again. Like, those are all things that sit in the back of my mind that I try not to vocalize too much, because then people be like, oh, there goes that negative dude.
You're all right.
Yeah, I'm not feeling super awesome about this one either, especially just being in Green Bay. It might be as simple as that. I think these are two teams that are close enough right now, and yet the Packers defense has been operating the way that I thought or hoped the Texans defense would operate, which is they force turnovers and by the boatload. And the Texans have only done that once versus a rookie quarterback. So this is versus Jordan Love, and but as beleaguered as they are right now, I'm not feeling awesome about this game.
I was not counting on the NFC North being as good as it is this year. I was not, like, when you talk about the Texans are going to have a hard schedule and all the reasons why, you're like, well, they play these quarterbacks now. They have a first place schedule. And those games that are dictated by that haven't even happened yet. Dallas and Baltimore and Kansas City. I was not counting on the NFC North being the greatest division in the history of football through 6 games.
That's right. Yeah, like there was 2 teams that you probably knew were going to be there when you talk about Green Bay and Detroit, and then all of a sudden Minnesota comes out here and by hook or by crook
slaps shit around.
Right? Like there's that, and then thankfully you got Chicago when you did, because they looked like they were at worst a nuisance. In the way that they're going forward. Yeah, no, that's definitely
there's going to be some watching division movement. And there's one this weekend. Minnesota plays Detroit this weekend.
Yeah.
Man, I was not counting on this. I did not have this on my bingo card, as they like to say. It's a good NFC North.
The thing about Green Bay to me is like they're peaking at a good time right now too.
Yeah.
They seem to be having it going pretty well.
Well, and they were able to kind of navigate not having their quarterback.
And now he's playing better.
He's playing
Defense
really well.
had its best game probably last week.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right,
more
fellas.
anxiety now because I'm thinking. You made me think again about how Matt LaFleur lost his quarterback and was like, "Let's just find all the ways to run the football and be efficient that way too." Thanks a lot. Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome. Jump in the pool. The water's warm. All right, Seth. Football Friday tomorrow. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies? I'm going to go chop some wood.
Attaboy. Go show
Build some
off.
calluses, my man.
Go show off for your in-laws. Yes. All right, good stuff. Appreciate all of you tuning in. You're listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. A big ball of anxiety coming at you.
Boy, we got into this
4
show.
hours on In the Loop. Of course, as the man said, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, in the loop, getting going on a Thursday, Thirsty Thursday.
Yes, it is.
And apparently, for me personally, the thirst is anxiety. I'll try to tamp that down.
But you're not alone this time.
Yeah, no, that is good, and that probably does speak to the idea that I need to be setting up some appointments with the therapist here soon, right? Like just generally. But the football anxiety, I think, exists a little bit because this is the week in which you get your best test. DeMeco Ryans that when also pointed to Jordan Love as the best quarterback that you will have faced to date in this season, which obviously rose, caught people's attention.
Yeah.
Ears perked up at that point because they're like, oh, really? Okay.
That's a shot at Josh
Word
Allen.
to Josh Allen. You got anything to say there? But, so there's that portion of it, but also
beef.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. But then it goes further than just the quarterback portion of it. This is a very good Green Bay Packers team. They had a little bit of a surge forward last year with that season, and obviously then various things in the postseason having a nice little run that gave them a lot more shine. So you are going up as a Texas team looking to have that resurgence. In fact, you, Lopez, have pointed to them as kind of like Bizarro Texas of the NFC.
Yeah, no, I think this game with the Packers is going to. Every game you try to learn something. What's it going to mean? All that stuff. Last week we're like, all right, I said on Monday they're a Super Bowl contender. Based on what I saw and how they performed and the guys that were back, etc. I still believe that, but I think you're going to learn a lot about just how good this offensive line is. You're going to learn a lot more about just how good this defense is against the run. You're going to learn a lot because the Packers. Obviously the Vikings were a huge test and they slapped you around a little bit, but going into the game, you know what you're getting this time, and you're ready for it. You know what to expect, and I think this game is going to say a lot about a lot of people, especially the offensive line.
From the 8-3-2, the Packers have beat nobody. What are y'all scared of? Well, let's get into that. Okay. And, of course, when I say the 8-3-2, that is on the text line, 713-572-4610. That is the number to text to get involved with the conversation. What stands to be learned about your Houston Texans from this game in Green Bay? You started listing some of those things off. Let's get there. Like, I do wonder, you feel like offensive line is one of those places where you stand to gain a good idea of what's happening here. I spent my walk to work this morning, kind of watching some tape on the wham blocks that this Texans team used to kind of bust a few of the big runs that they did. The Joe Mixon runs in particular, using kind of that wham concept, tight ends coming in and hitting that defensive tackle and allowing your interior defensive lineman to get up to the second level. I know that we played audio yesterday of Seth talking about how that's not going to be something that you can use as a panacea for running the football. Are you going to be able to continue to use the wham blocks? Is it going to be more traps where you're using your tackles to kind of do similar things? But are you going to be able to get the interior of your offensive line up to the second level? And that's the deeper way, I guess, of saying, will this team be able to block up and run the football against teams that are not just the Patriots and the Colts, where you were able to get explosive against defenses that are prone to giving those things up?
And on the other side, stop it. And so I think both those things, the offensive line, the blocking, and the interior defense. And this thought kind of occurred to me when I saw the official injury report yesterday, and we're going to get reports from practice today. So we'll have another for you in the course of our show. But as I'm looking at this and thinking about what you just said on the offensive line, I was thinking, all right, we know now how this game is going to be won or lost. I think we know now how that will happen. And I don't know if it makes you anxious, nervous, whatever, because when you look at the injury report, the thought occurs. Let's start with the offensive side. They're healthy, but they're facing a defense that is 8th against the run overall in the NFL. Last week they had their best game. They allowed just 89 yards against the Cardinals rushing, and the Cardinals were no chump rushing the ball going into that game. So offensively, was that real last week? Was that real? We're going to find out.
Yeah.
We're going to find out just how good they are.
Yeah, and you mentioned on the other side, defensively stopping the run is going to be very interesting as well. Josh Jacobs over there, you talk about no chump. That is a dude who is no chump. He busts off explosive plays at the fifth highest rate than as anyone in the league. Like, that is where it gets to be a problem, right? Chunk plays is in some ways the name of the game of football, limiting those or gaining them if you are on offense. And in the senses we're talking about defense, so limiting those. And where do those chunk plays come from, Lopez?
Right. Look, Jordan Love can win this game with his arm. CJ Stroud can win this game with his arm. But this game is going to be won with the defense, the interior defense of the Texans. After I saw the injury report yesterday, they could have 4 new starters at the defensive tackle and linebacker position.
Yeah, on the interior or the spine of the defense.
Yeah, Henry Toto was a DNP, did not participate. Azeez Al-Shaair did not participate. Mario Edwards is suspended.
Correct.
And Denico Autry is going to come in. Full Fatakasi was a DNP yesterday.
With the shoulder.
Yeah, so Denico Autry is going to come in, and if you know anything about Nick Caserio, you know he thinks he's a junkyard dog. But he hadn't played.
And a bad man that you don't want to see in the alley, in the dark alley. Yeah, absolutely.
You want him behind you in a dark alley.
Or with you, or in front of you, just generally in your company.
I don't want nobody behind me in the dark alley.
Just
hold up.
You want him to do
hold up, screw.
The heavy lifting in a dark alley. We'll put it that way. But that said, he hasn't played a game in 284 days. So there's and it's a position where he's kind of been like almost a part-time player on the interior.
Yeah, and a part-time player where you imagine that he can give you a little something in the run, but that is not his claim to fame, right? Like you brought him here as consummate pass rusher, guy who can give you that. And when he has moved inside, it has been third downs, clear passing down situations where he's allowed to get upfield and go get the passer. And you would be asking him in this instance to maybe play more, or maybe now you're looking towards the likes of Tim Settle and Kurt Heinisch, who is coming back, who's been activated this week. Maybe you're looking to those guys, but then also the rotation of that, when you start having that kind of specialization, it's good in some ways, but it's bad in some ways, because if you have the specialized lineup out there that's there to stop the run,
exactly,
can they then are they going to have opportunities to pass the football? Or if you have the specialized units, are they then going to be able to run the football on you? That's something that my anxiety brain is taking me to when you talk about that. But what is Denico Autry going to look like fitting in with what's happening here is another thing that's there to be learned during the course of this game.
Trust me, this game is going to be bliss for all those people, all those texters that say, I watched the lines, I watched the block, because the interior of the Texans defense is absolutely going to spell the difference. Despite what Jordan Love can do, what CJ Stroud can do. 11 of Josh Jacobs' longest 12 runs this year, his 12 longest runs, I say this year, in the last 3 games, I went back 3 games, are between the tackles. And you got 4 new starters there. You got one dude. How many snaps is Denico Autry going to get in his first game?
Well, if you listen to DeMeco Ryans, and this was cut 6 when he talked to the media yesterday, he was asked directly about Denico Autry. Just, is he ready to go? Like, what's happened with him? Are there any level of parameters or restrictions on him?
Autry, he's ready to go. He's been doing a lot of work. While people weren't watching him, while he wasn't here, he put a lot of work in, and that's the biggest thing. And that's a credit to all our guys. And I really, with our sports performance group and the way they work with our guys when they're not here, it just shows how Dylan came back. Dylan was ready to go. Damian steps back in. Joe steps back in. That's a credit to not just the football side, but our sports performance side, our training room, and how they have our guys prepared. When they do get back, they're back and they're ready to be effective for us.
I don't doubt a single word of that. But how many snaps does that equal? When you have 4, what I'm saying? Is it 60%?
And I think that question probably, again, skews more to the idea of style of play in those instances, as opposed to like his capability. I don't doubt that if they really wanted him to be out there for a majority of the snaps that he could. But again, when you have those guys in the interior, when you're probably going to need Heinisch and Settle and those types of guys, will that then take away from Denico Autry being on the field, and how does that balance out? I'm interested to see that whole rotation, as this is a defense that likes rotating those guys. I think that's going to be really interesting to see during the course of this. For me, another thing that stands to be gained is, I think we all believe that the tip of the spear with this team is the defense, and the tip of the spear of the defense is generating pressure. Just how good are you at that? Because this Packers offensive line is one of the 3 best, or at least, I guess, to make it more general, one of the 5 best offensive lines in the league. I was looking at it last night. The Packers were blitzed the most out of all offenses thus far this season, 39.4%. And they have the second lowest sack percentage.
I mean, think about that.
Now, sacks are also often considered a quarterback stat, and Jordan Love can move around, but this is even graded by Pro Football Focus, their top 5 offensive line. They can keep their quarterback upright. So just how effective will you be with Will Anderson, with Danielle Hunter, and obviously all the other factors that we have talked about as well? Like, how effective will you be at getting at him? And then what does that mean? Are you going to see the blitz, again, tick up in the same ways that we've seen them sometimes because you're facing a rookie quarterback? Or is this then going to put more responsibility on those guys? Make sure you try and apply pressure with 4. Or we're just going to try and cover back here. But then what does that coverage look like with, as you mentioned, the various injuries you're dealing with, especially Kamari Lassiter and Jimmy Ward, who we have reporting saying that they're not going to play?
Absolutely. How much do you blitz? Can you get away with it? Jordan Love is not just mobile, he's smart. I mean, he gets the ball in the right spots and he gets it out.
He'll make some bad decisions on you, but it's not even, I guess, maybe not bad decisions. He'll take some risks.
Exactly.
The way to say
he got a little bit of that swashbuckler in him, so to speak. And oh, by the way, talking about the interior of the Texans defense, even if you had all 4 starters and Denico Autry, they're the second best rushing offense in the entire NFL. So this is a trenches game. It absolutely is. What are you going to do offensively? Not just rushing the ball, but that's huge. But also protecting CJ Stroud. And can you, number 1, as you just pointed out, get to Jordan Love with your front 4? Number 2, can you stop them between the tackles? Because they are really good between the tackles. Like, really, really good. It is a trenches game. Like I said earlier, certainly it can be a close game and Jordan Love wins it or CJ Stroud wins it with their arm. But the tone of this game is going to be set right there on the lines.
I don't know exactly how to frame this in talking about the things that we can continue to learn about this team in this upcoming Green Bay Packer game in Lambeau, mind you. But how good is CJ at protecting the football? And it's not just going to be CJ,
turnovers.
But this is a team in the Packers that generates turnovers at an incredible clip. And a lot of this is because of, the Jeff Hafley, the new defense coordinator. You're going to hear his name a lot for the Packers this week. He has an emphasis, a very unique emphasis. In fact, I was reading a piece in The Athletic about these guys, and they are leaning on the doctrine of Campy 316, which is Campanile, their linebackers coach, Anthony Campanile. Like, they are teams that really punch at the football and those types of things, but then also Xavier McKinney back there being able to get interceptions as well. That has been a big addition for them defensively. So CJ has obviously done a really good job understanding that teams are playing too high and not allowing him to take those deep shots that you can tell that he loves. Getting the ball into safe spaces, which we know he is capable of doing, but obviously at this level, with this type of game, with, I imagine, the pressure that they're going to be able to put on you, probably on the scoreboard in some ways, is going to be able to continue to have the mature decision-making, which I'm not really worried about. But then once the ball is in the hands of some of your playmakers, are they going to be cautious enough to make sure that they hold on to it? Because this team loves punching it out.
They lead the league in turnover differential and total turnovers. They've created 17 fumbles and interceptions that they have recovered or they've gotten in 6 games. I'm glad you brought that up because that's the other part of it. What you can do protecting the ball, what you can do to take away the ball, and they had a nice run last week, the Texans. So if that can play, but no, this is this is an anxious type of week for the Texans and Texans fans in particular.
Yeah, so it's an opportunity to learn more about this team. I think, as any week is, right? I don't want to make it seem like it is outsized, but again, this is the biggest
seems
challenge.
real, though, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is a real test.
This is a real test, and I know there's a few folks on the text line that I guess I don't know if I want to. I'm not trying to be mean in saying this, but are seemingly kind of waving away the Packers, saying who have they beaten? They're 4-2. Their 2 losses to the Eagles and the Vikings, obviously. Better teams. The Eagles are kind of in this weird nebulous place where it feels like they're in a little bit of crisis, even though they still have a lot of talent. Their wins against the Colts, the Titans, the Rams, and the Cardinals, maybe not teams that you write home against, but even in those losses, both those times they scored 29 points. And again, it is worth noting that they did not have Jordan Love for a lot of these games as well, and they were able to make things happen. Plus, their defense has been okay, while generating a lot of turnover. So they have some unique things that they bring that run up against what the Texans do. And so hopefully we get to learn about those things that we talked about and maybe more as your Texans will go to Lambeau Field on Sunday. We're just getting going here on a Thursday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Get involved with the program. The Twitch and the YouTube are there for you. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube. Twitch is 610 Houston. And, of course, always text to us 713-572-4610. We greatly appreciate you doing that. All right, let's keep it going here in the Loop. And we are mere days away from the NBA season. The Rocks have their final preseason game tonight against the Spurs at Toyota Center at 7. The Ringer put together a really interesting list of a defining stat for every NBA team ahead of the season. What is it for the Rockets, and what does that mean for this season coming forward? We'll discuss that next.
The Texans and Packers lock up at Lambeau on Sunday afternoon. Cue the action here with pregame coverage starting at 9 a.m. Ready! Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans post.
Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Thursday in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you have Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula. Always get involved with the program by texting in 713-572-4610. Ringer put together an interesting piece, one that I read, I found to be insightful in trying to preview the NBA season, which tips off on Tuesday. Your Rockets get going on Wednesday versus the Hornets. In fact, they have their final preseason game tonight, 7 p.m. At Toyota Center versus the Spurs. But not to get into that, Zach Cram put together a defining stat for each team in the NBA as you head into the season, and one that's going to kind of really shape the way that you view the team, I imagine. And for the Houston Rockets, that number is 24.5. And that 24.5 alludes to, shout out to, Yarborough and the people, which obviously.
Baby. That's a smart person
that's
right
a good
there.
Person, but who?
That's a smart guy right there, a girl.
24.5 is the points per game averaged by Jalen Green down the stretch.
March, basically.
Yeah, basically. And, of course, that was a final 24 games, which is a top 20 mark in that span. Something that if you're talking about top 20 in the NBA, now we're talking about star level, which is, I think, what we are trying to figure out if Jalen Green is when it comes to figuring out the development of this team and how you move forward going into his second contract, if he gets a max contract, all those things here with Houston. Is he going to be capable of tapping into that Jalen Green as opposed to the Jalen Green that we've seen before that's been inconsistent at times, maybe not necessarily as effective and definitely not as dominant on the floor? That is the number that comes up. And what we're talking about with Jalen Green.
Capable, yes. I think the more appropriate thing for me, anyway, is capable to consistently be just at least 20 points a game. At least 20. Be a guy that can get it done. Because the offense is what's it held back this team last year. Just the consistent offensive performances that they had collectively.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to have to run, a lot through obviously Şengün, but through Jalen Green in terms of perimeter, in terms of getting to the basket, knocking down those shots. Yes, consistently be that guy. This is the Jalen Green season, and it's not just to me; it's to a lot of people.
Right.
This is the Jalen Green season. He's at a point right now. Obviously, contract comes into play.
Exactly.
And that to me is a good thing. You want him to be have that motivation. But if it doesn't happen, I think you kind of have your answer.
But I think that's one of the reasons why it's focal is that both Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green are in that situation where they're heading into the final year of their rookie deals, and afterwards they would be restricted free agents. And you have to try and figure out the thing that we've all been trying to figure out is what's the foundation of a contending Rockets team. Like right now, you're kind of interested. You just kind of had a 500 season, and you want to vault yourself into the playoffs. You want to vault yourself into some level of contention. In order to do that, you have to have the foundation of what you build around and what defines how you play. And right now, it feels like that will definitely be Alperen Şengün. Then you ask, is that going to also be Jalen Green? And the deadline to kind of get some of that figured out is Monday, as that's the last day where you can get into the season on these guys. And it feels very certain that they're not going to have that for Jalen Green. Maybe they have it done for Alperen Şengün on Monday, but then that means that this season will go a long way in determining just how much maybe Jalen Green gets on the
and what they think
free
of
agency market, what you match, what they think of him as well. And so, what is Jalen Green going to be, especially with Alperen Şengün? Like I mentioned, Alperen Şengün seems like he is going to be a focal point. They're running offense through him. He is getting better as a player, as a passer in particular. Defense still remains to be seen in some ways. But Jalen Green, those 24 games was because Alperen Şengün wasn't there for a good amount of that. Now, is he able to replicate that with Alperen?
And able to play alongside him at that level is the primary thing. Because, look, this is still a very young team. And I actually think that they're going to improve on 41 and 41. And the reason I say that is because of another number that I feel is pretty key. And I don't know what the exact number is, but maybe this is it. Three is the number. They had the third fewest road wins. A young team that develops starts to win more road games.
Yeah.
And so I thought the fact that they were so bad on the road last year, that speaks directly to not just the growth of the team, but the growth of Jalen Green, being able to dial it up consistently, be a scorer no matter the environment, be a scorer no matter who is on the floor with him, feeding off of Şengün and Van Vliet, of course, getting it done. So I think they should be able to be a better road team, but it also goes back and points to Green.
Yeah. You mentioned him as a scorer, and I think that's an interesting place to kind of look at because he gets downhill and scores that way as a slasher, right?
In a hurry.
Outside of that, right, there's a lot of inconsistency shooting-wise. He is not consistent. And then also being a part of a system, especially one that's focused around another guy when you're a scorer, I feel like you have to have some other maybe not talents, but other characteristics that you have. Which of those do you feel like he can foster? Because we know he can get to the rim and score, but that's not enough, right? Especially to be a star player, to be a guy that's foundational. It seems like, this team benefits greatly when Fred VanVleet's on the floor because he can kind of, everybody gets better at moving the basketball, at being in the situations, at being calm. Is that something that maybe Jalen Green can find a level of growth in? Do you feel like shooting-wise is something he can find a level of growth in? Like, where do you see potential improvement for him in this season to help him be the player that can help him?
What you're talking about is how many tools in the bag does he have?
Absolutely. He got one that works real good.
How many tools in the bag does he have? He can finish. Obviously he can beat people, going to the basket, but can he spot up? Can he, and it's not an emphasis in the NBA, but you still need mid-range, on occasion. Can he pull up?
Right.
And those are the things that, when there's a double team coming from behind and there's a big man there or whomever it might be, you might see some of that today, in a preseason game. Nevertheless, I don't know how much the starters are going to – no, the tools in the bag is what he has to develop, 100%.
Absolutely, and it's because teams are completely willing to just be like, hey, we'll step back. We'll play drop. We'll give you space.
Go under every screen.
And we're going to make it that much harder. From the 8-3-2, man, y'all sound like some damn Jalen Green haters right now. And I think that it's because of this – what he's doing is fine, but for where you're trying to go, you need to decide – how much further it can go. Nick Caserio was talking about this in a different vein, right, in the Texans All Access, when in the GM show with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. They were asking him about, with Will Anderson, right, the idea of when you are scouting a player, clearly you are looking for not just what they do, but what they can grow into and what they're capable of. And that is one of the reasons why it's been so enriching watching Will Anderson Jr. is that he is doing those things. He's growing into those spaces, and that was evidenced by a 3-sack game that you got this weekend. Likewise, you take that to basketball, and Jalen Green, where he is, that's cool. He can score when, he is the focal point and everything is geared towards him scoring. The development and the growth for him is, okay, where can you grow into from there? Can you be a player that forces defenses to change the way that they play? Can you be a player that can play alongside other guys as well? Can you be a player that ultimately plays winning basketball?
Right.
And that's what I think needs to be seen for this team. And it's kind of, I don't mean to make it only about Jalen Green because there's other things that they need to figure out.
But it's a Jalen Green season.
But it is a Jalen Green season.
Because you're going to find out a lot. And this is why I know you and Spo disagreed with me on this. Hate on Jalen Green. What it is what we see, what I've seen, thus far. He's not a number two. He's just not. A number two does all those things, has more tools in the bag, can run the offense even, or have the offense run through him, on occasion. So that's why I say it's a Jalen Green season. Can he develop into that? Can he get those tools in the bag? Can he become something that, like on a really good team, a contending team? What he does right now is more than fine. That's a full-time scorer. That's a guy that can get it done and get to the basket. But that to me is not a number two.
Yeah,
you are a hater.
No,
man, I want to see if he can take the leap, man.
Yeah,
it's because he has that much talent. Is he
and
going to be able?
That's not hating. It's like you see it.
Is he going to be able to take that leap? Because now you're coming to the point where you're going to have to make the decision of are you paying for that leap? and will it ultimately come to the way that you want? Is there anybody else that you're or does it feel? I know somebody brought up Reed Shepherd. I'm interested in him, but I don't know how much I'm like, I need to see this thing develop in a big way because he already is starting at a really interesting place with the confidence that he brings offensively, with being able to run an offense. I mean, we were talking to Spo yesterday, and he was mentioning how Ime has talked about just how comfortable he already feels like having him run the offense and then also running with Fred VanVleet as well a little bit in that last preseason game on Tuesday. I feel comfortable with where he is at. And knowing that he has time still developing on that rookie clock, the reason why Jalen Green becomes so fascinating because that time is ticking to a completion on that rookie contract, and time is.
To anybody else for this year, from what I've seen of him over the years, and when he's healthy. I think Steven Adams is going to be very, very big for this team because, that's another thing that you have to have, especially to win on the road, is offensive rebounding, and I think that's what he's going to bring big time. But that's just the here and now. Long-term, other players, I think Whitmore, could be a big add, depending on how much he progresses, this year.
I'm super interested to see what this Rockets team looks like going forward and how they continue to settle in. This is a team that has a lot of talent. You mentioned the three-point shooting and the free throw shooting, those things they need to get better at, and then generating offense by just getting up the floor faster and using the athleticism that they have. All those things, you've seen little pieces of that early on in this preseason, and we'll see how that translates to a full season, and when their goal is clearly to try and make the playoffs this year. That gets going next Wednesday, but preseason game number 4, their final one of the preseason happens tonight. You're in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, in honor of National Bosses Day. Question of the day coming up. Who's your worst boss?
Right. And we want stories.
713.
We want stories, Figgy.
572-4610.
Worst boss.
Let us know about your worst boss. We'll talk about it next.
All right, Ability Trees. I got one popped right into mind. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Let's get those trees taken care of, man. A little cooler weather. There's always going to be wind and storms in the greater Houston area, and you want to be able to sleep better at night. That means Ability Trees, complete tree care. Get them taken care of.
baseball. Join me Monday night at Legacy Cigars and Lounge in Stafford.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitula.
Our question of the day here. National Bosses Day was yesterday, and so in honor of that, who was your worst boss?
Did y'all tell your boss Happy National Boss Day?
I totally forgot. I didn't realize.
I didn't even know until you brung it up in the tease.
Yeah.
Why would I do that?
Yeah. So happy Bosses Day belated.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, what was your worst boss? 713-572-4610. Before we get into that, I do wonder. It made me think. Who do you think is the best boss of the sports bosses in Houston? Because I feel like the easy answer is just to go like DeMeco.
Oh, okay. So I was thinking ownership.
Oh, okay.
But that's a good point.
Yeah, you could go right to the boss.
Yeah, well, the boss of the players is DeMeco, so that's a good answer.
Because I was like, you go DeMeco, you go Espada, you go Udoka. DeMeco feels like the one that I think is most highly regarded all the way around. Plus,
yeah, I haven't heard a bad thing about DeMeco.
Yeah,
we've seen the way
as a player, as anything. Like everybody always has something positive.
And then I took it to another level. Is that like he also he has his players' backs.
100%.
In a way that, I mean, it seems like Espada and all those guys have their players' backs as well, but then we also hear about how he drives them to coach them to be the best as well. Feels like he finds the right line.
Yes, he does. And in terms of ownership, you would think the easy answer is Jim Crane because of all the success, and he treats his employees well. They get the rings. They get, he really does. The thing about Jim Crane that if I worked for him, you don't see him very often. He doesn't.
That's a great boss.
He doesn't get out in the public my thing is you don't really know what he's all about.
I thought from a worker perspective,
yeah.
I feel like you go two
less
ways,
is
right?
more, yeah.
But I'm very much on the side
Sometimes that could be a bad thing, especially if the team is not doing good.
Yeah, you don't know what he's
thinking. If the team is doing good, then yes, you ain't got to be around all the time. As long as everything good.
Whereas Cal and Hannah, they pretty much wear their emotions on the sleeve, especially Hannah. You kind of know where they're coming from. So that's an interesting one.
Hannah got a shout out on the text line as well, being the best boss. All right, so now that we got the best, who the worst?
So I had a summer job once that I worked for. I want to say it was the full summer, pretty much 3 months, and didn't get paid.
What?
Yeah, it was a contractor, and I was cleaning. I was taking shingles off of roofs, and clean. I was kind of a gopher for a construction company. Just a young dude just trying to make some money.
Right.
And not only did I not get paid, I got paid the first month, but not the next two. He put it off the second month, and then I said, okay, well, then the third month I was still working, so I was waiting, and by the end of the third month.
You better than me.
I still hadn't gotten, because he kept saying, oh, yeah, we'll pay at the end of the month, or whatever. We're going to get paid for this job.
No third month.
Typical excuses.
Yeah, you should have treated them like you treated the people that run that marijuana on the boat, man.
But not only did he not pay me, he actually told me, okay, meet me at this bank. It was a Frost Bank. Meet me at this bank, and I just got paid for all the jobs, and I'll pay you. Never showed.
Oh, man. So you never got paid at all?
For 2 months of work.
Oh, man. I know.
Lifting lumber, on top of a roof in the summertime.
Nah, this is labor work.
He said it's not work. This is labor.
It's a bit difference. That's labor.
Yeah, I was on top of roofs taking shingles off of roofs.
And see, stuff like that, I understand when people say, hey, I need a down payment before I start working.
Half up front.
And the rest once I finish.
Yeah.
For me, it was when I was working retail, which I feel like it's always retail.
Always retail.
I used to work at Dick's Sporting Goods. Shout out to that athletic sports store, I guess, whatever. And I had a boss where I don't even remember exactly what happened, but it was one of those days where, not much happening.
Yeah.
And I guess I might have been goofing off, but I never goofed off to the point where I was not getting things done.
Yeah.
It's hey man, ain't nothing to do.
It was an easy day.
I'm gonna move around. And I guess he felt like I had not done what he had told me to do.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with that, but it'd be like that sometimes, right? And he had the nerve to tell me, do you know I could write you up for insubordination?
Oh, brother.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, oh, so you just don't know how to talk to people. And that continued to be the case. Because if there's one thing I hate about management and a boss, is that a boss that doesn't know how to talk to people, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you can't deal with the interpersonal relationships,
You're right.
That's the name of the game when you're a manager, right? And so, that was my worst one because that is a small microcosm of all of the annoyances that he caused. If you imagine a dude, when you don't got no work, you did everything you needed to do, and he's like, you are being a guy that has that ego.
And he tries to use that power.
Yes.
As a weapon.
Yes.
He weaponizes it.
Yes. That was easily my worst boss.
Man. So my worst boss was here at this. No, I'm just I'm joking.
Yesterday, let me tell you.
Nah, everybody here cool. But no, the worst boss I ever had was back in Cleveland. I used to work at a group home for mentally disabled adults. And I was doing the third shift.
Yeah.
So people that don't know, the third shift is pretty easy and laid back because they're asleep.
Yeah.
And pretty much all I do is focus on the cleaning. I clean everything throughout the night. And if I clean everything early, then I got a cool night. I can kind of just chill. So this new lady that came in who was our boss, she tried to pretty much call all night to make sure I wasn't sleeping.
Boo.
And then she tried to pop up just to try to make sure I'm working. I'm like, dude, like, have you worked a third shift before? Like,
it's nighttime.
Ain't nobody out here with all the lights on trying to clean everything all night, man. Like these people are asleep. Like, this is their home. So, I kind of work my own way.
Yeah.
So it was one day, this lady tried to come, like, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning to do a doggone fire drill.
Oh, come on.
I'm like, what is you doing?
Come on.
I told her that too. And I like all of my bosses. Like, I never get into it with anybody. But I looked there, I'm like, these people are asleep. Like, it's other ways I've been working in this field for 10 years.
Yeah.
It's other ways we can conduct the fire drill. So, like, why is we waking these older, and these guys are like 70 years old. Like, why are we waking them up to walk outside late at night? They ain't know what was going on.
Right. If there's one thing that they have earned by living this long is the ability to sleep through the night. Just let them sleep.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm like, it's other ways we can get through this. Like, now, if it's a real fire, that's totally different. But, like, come on now. And she was just doing that to kind of get on my nerves too. That's the part that got me. She wasn't like trying to follow.
No, she was
rules.
messing with you.
Yeah, because it'd be one thing if she was just going down the line following each rule.
Yeah.
But she wasn't even that type of person.
And even like with that's the type of stuff that makes me think, do you not have enough work to do?
Yeah, I'm like,
right? Like, I feel
do
like
you have a life?
You should have some work to do.
Every other boss would be asleep during that time.
Yeah.
And say, hey, call me if it's an
Anything
emergency.
goes on, yeah.
Yeah, everything cool. I've been doing that shit for like 6 years.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now you want to come all late at night and all this other stuff. I'm like, man.
I think a lot.
I ended up quitting that job because of that.
Because of her?
Yeah.
I think a lot of bosses are just in over their heads, and that's when they become bad bosses. Like that. Like, she probably had no clue what she was doing.
Yeah, that's one of the things I feel like we have so many manager positions in life all the way across in various industries. I don't think that we have enough people that are capable of being managers or have the disposition to be managers, right? It's almost like we were talking about yesterday with offensive line. For offensive line, similar with starting quarterback. We got a lot of positions for starting quarterback. We don't have a lot of people that fit the qualifications to be a starting quarterback or a starting offensive lineman in the way that we talk about it. And so you end up with a lot of folks that are out here,
And the worst part about this lady,
blocking above their weight class.
The worst part about this lady was the consumers that was living there. They thought she was awful.
Well, that's
like
a sign.
when they think they can't stand your ass.
Yeah,
like that's a problem right there.
100%. So people text in from 346. They said they had a boss at Rent-A-Center. Dude was a jerk. Requested a transfer. They gave Thanksgiving to move and report back on Black Friday at 5 a.m.
Oh man.
Yeah, you got to be real careful when it's like, hey man, asking me to work on holidays, you better talk nice to me.
Exactly. Apparently, I wasn't the only one that didn't get paid for work. There's been a couple of them on the text board.
That would take me off,
dude. Here I am all these years later, still mad.
Yeah.
And he sent me to a bank. Meet me here. Now that's just
that's wrong.
And then doesn't show.
What I hate doing this, but what was he? Was he like?
Nah, don't do that.
That's very important, man.
He was young. He was a young contractor, so he was clearly kind of going check to check, job to job, and just decided, I don't got to pay this guy.
Yeah,
he's a college student.
Okay. The reason I asked, I'm like,
Because
man.
that's for demographics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
The reason I asked, they probably like, oh, here's a Hispanic. He'll do it for free.
It was a white dude. It was a white dude. But I think the bigger part of it was like,
I think he's trying to get over because
it was one of those just kind of, you get paid by sometimes a personal check, sometimes cash.
Yeah.
He was just going check to check. I hope his business failed dramatically.
Man.
Yeah, the reason why I'm just amazed, and you were young, obviously, because that same boss that I was telling y'all about that I worked for, I told him square to his face at some point that I was like, look, if a check ever bounces on me, I don't work here anymore.
Yeah.
Cool, calm like that, straight like that. Like, I don't work, and I maybe that's one of the reasons he did not like the way that I talked to him. But that's just the facts, man. If the whole idea of employment is I work, you pay. If you do not pay, that violates the contract.
That pretty much does it.
Someone else texted in from the 936. The worst job that they had was something similar to John. Part of their curriculum at A&M, they had to intern with the sports team in the sports team internship.
They didn't get paid?
They didn't get paid from a minor league team.
Dang.
Oh, man.
That's tough. Let's see. Other things that came through. Worst boss was actually their last job. He was actually mean, no joke. Yeah, mean.
Well, that's another sign. That's another sign of someone who's in over their head.
Yeah.
They just have to lash out somehow.
Shout out to the owner of the Cowboys, right? Just lashing out. Yeah. Let's see. Some other things that came in.
From the 832, somebody said, Figgy, I don't think your boss was messing with you at work because I guess they went through something like that too. No, she was messing with me because we had an agreement throughout that whole company.
He's like, I hear you, however.
I understand the rules are the rules and all that time to do that. She wasn't doing that at no other houses.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be one thing if she was consistent with everything. That's the problem I have. When you're not consistent in what you're trying to do, like, nah, and on top of other stuff going on, too.
I ever tell you about my first job? I might have told you, Figgy. My first job, like actual professional job, writing for a newspaper. My sports editor, who was actually an okay guy, he was funny and all that, but we had to come cover a game in Houston. Actually, I was working at the Bryan Eagle, and we were driving to Houston. I think it was Phi Slamma Jamma. I think it was Phi Slamma Jamma against the Aggies. So we're driving to Hofheinz Pavilion back then. And he asked me, and I'm
some salsa on that.
And he asked me to pull over at a convenience store. He goes in and buys 2 Hustler magazines.
Oh, I think you told. I don't know if you told this off the air.
Yeah, and mind you, I'm driving. I'm 21.
2 of the same magazine?
No, 2 different ones.
Okay.
And so I'm driving.
I
had 22.
a real question.
I'm trying to impress my boss. I'm going to cover a game with the sports editor. And he puts his feet up on the passenger side, which I don't like anyway.
Right.
Of my
in your
truck.
job or your car?
In my truck. I had a little blue Datsun, Datsun truck, and I'm driving my little Datsun. And he starts pulling out centerfolds and all these, you know what kind of shots, and turns them to me as I'm driving. Hey, look at that. What do you think about that? And I'm like, dude, this is what I'm getting into.
Man,
now, you a young journalist is like, this is what the industry is.
I'm just this guy pro. He's been in the business for 20 years. He's showing me.
Look at that woman.
He's showing me hustler. Yeah,
that's how you get your mind right for the game.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the good bosses as opposed to the ones that we were just talking about in our question of the day. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where this time we maybe talk about some stadium financing, but also a division rival gets rid of a player. Would he fit on the Texans? We'll talk about that and more next.
Thursday Night Football is Fantasy Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop. We'll lead into talking to our guy, Andy Kalu, next. So that's coming up next. But right now, let's go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist, your no-hassle solution to reselling your tickets across every marketplace. Download Quick Assist from your app store today. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. Well, we got some news earlier today that was interesting, especially in division, as the Tennessee Titans were parting ways with a player. That player's name is Jamal Adams. So he was recently placed on the NFI list, the non-football injury list, but now he'll be a free agent. As Adam Schefter let us know that, the Titans and Jamal Adams agreed to a release clause. And immediately, especially because of the ways that Jimmy Ward being injured and, there's generally kind of it feels like a need for depth in the defensive backfield. People go, hey.
Hell to the no.
What's that, Figgy?
I'm good.
Hell no.
I'm good, man.
I am too. Yeah.
You can make that a clean
why
sweep.
the hell was he what was going on there?
And hasn't played.
Yeah.
He hadn't played much.
Yeah, 20 total snaps this season for the Titans with Jamal Adams. Yeah,
I'm good, man.
Yeah.
Once was, and even that player, again, is one of these guys that is a run-stopping safety. Like, he'll come up, he'll tackle, but he is not good in coverage.
Yeah.
And, even before he was not great in coverage, but now he has absolutely kind of lost a step in that way. That seems like if you are looking for a safety, the whole idea is you're looking for someone who has some level of capability of covering. Now, of course, whatever player you want to add to this team, you would very much hope, and I imagine is probably a non-negotiable, that they buy into the swarm and the physicality of the defense that DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke instill. But yeah, you're gonna need to cover, I think, especially if that's what you're trying to do with a name or what have you. You're trying to make sure that you add to that capability of keeping big plays off the board.
Well, fits what you need. Fits what you need. You just talked about it. Kind of a run-stuffing guy. Obviously, I think he's just 29.
29 years of age, and I'm talking about him like he is fully loaded.
But he's been beaten up.
He has.
And beaten up himself. And so, yes, the Texans should be looking at safeties, but not that kind of safety. You have to be a little more selective on what you're doing. I think they are. I think they also have to look at cornerbacks, but not that one. Yeah, that's where I'm with you, Figgy.
Yeah, and when you talk about kind of cornerbacks, we were talking about the idea of trading for one. Xavier Howard is a guy that has been bandied about as a guy who has not, does not have a job, and obviously is from Houston. So maybe that is something that would be interesting to him. Is that something that you are also interested in? That you would be interested in? Maybe
now that one I am. Figgy, no.
I don't know what.
That's
because
remember
hesitance. When we remember when you got released, and we were like, oh, he gonna have a job in a second.
Yeah.
And never got a job. I don't know. I know he had the issues with the girl. I don't know, the baby mama or the girlfriend, or the text messages and all that stuff. But I don't know why nobody ain't kicking the tires on him.
Yeah, especially as there's been times where he said that he's open to a pay cut with the contender and all of those things.
He was trying to come to the Houston Texans. He mentioned it. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So that's been fascinating. But in all these things, I think he put a lot of trust in Nick Caserio's capabilities of sussing out what fits best for this team. Yeah, somebody mentioned on the 281, Budda Baker, again, falls in line somewhat with what we're talking about with Jamal Adams, not to the same degree. And you would also then have to have a trade in specific with the Cardinals, but it seems like they're willing to part with him. However, again, he is less coverage guy, more physical tackle guy, which does not feel like it fits with, as you mentioned, the need that you have.
Yeah.
All right, as we continue around the NFL, it seems like the Jacksonville Jaguars will not be moving to London. That has been something that has been speculated a ton about, because they seem to be London's team. If they're
still
team
there
in London, as we speak, that is a great point.
Still there
They're gearing up to face off against the Patriots.
They've
this
been there
weekend.
2 weeks, man.
That's right.
It's a holiday.
They are the ones that are most likely to be out there if there is a team
out there
in London.
backpacking.
Yeah,
that's right. Just
staying at hostels.
That's right.
For 2 weeks, staying in London for 2 weeks. Yeah. That's a long time, man.
Yeah. And but it seems like they'll continue doing that. but they will remain in Jacksonville because just this week the NFL voted unanimously and in favor of a $1.4 billion renovation to Everbank Stadium, which obviously is their home there in Jacksonville. That'll begin construction in 2025, and the stadium will open in 2028. They'll play there, but they will play with a reduced capacity in the times that they are there until they get it done. And of course, that's to kind of add I guess cantilevers. What's the word? Canopies, rather.
Oh, yeah.
Over certain sections of the field, or not of the field, but of the stands, and then obviously expand capacity for the Florida Georgia game that gets played there every year. Those types of things. But yes, it will expand to over 71,000 seats out there, and of course that will then keep them there for significantly longer. Because if you make those kind of investments in a stadium, it'd be hard to press to then just up and leave and move to a different place like London. You don't think so?
Color me skeptical, for two reasons. Number one, when is the NFL ever going to have an agreement between a team and a city and say, "Nah, we're good"? Of course they're going to approve it. Absolutely, they're going to approve it.
Okay.
They're not going to say, "Nah, we don't want you to do that," because then it's a dead giveaway and they're absolutely gone.
Well, what about the financials of it?
The financials of it is where it gets interesting. But do you really feel like all the headlines say Jacksonville is here to stay? Are you willing to bet on that Jacksonville is here to stay?
Look, if it was just
the Jaguars, I should say,
right?
Yeah.
If it was just, hey, an owner is willing to stay in a place because they love that place so much. No, I don't fall for that BS.
Exactly.
We've seen how that goes. Will owner part with his money? That is where I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll believe it, because the Jacksonville taxpayers will front $775 million, but the remaining $625 will be paid by Shad Khan, the owner of the Jaguars, and he is liable for anything that goes over budget. Yeah. And if you know anything that has to deal with
going to go over budget.
Big contracts.
Presuming they pay their employees.
Yeah, well, only God knows there. Lopez, you going to be working out there? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, get a bunch of John Lopez's. You gonna make off like a bandit.
Exactly.
But yeah, he would have to pay anything over the top of that. So yeah, I imagine that he's going to be paying a cool $700 million that I imagine he's not going to want to just part with very quickly.
But then the other part of this is I kind of just don't get it. They've had their eye on London for 2 decades, at least 15 years.
Yeah, the NFL.
Yeah,
I do wonder if in doing this, we all just they're gonna move a team to London. If in doing this the way that they've done it and tried to expand it out a little bit, they've realized that, hey, some of the hurdles that you imagined that maybe you could figure out are a lot more difficult to clear when it comes to travel. And I mean, yeah, you think, I feel like if you were going to do a Europe subset of teams, it would need to be just that. It would need to be like a division in Europe that you can then have to ease some of travel situations, because having this international travel consistently.
Who's going to do that? No current teams.
Exactly. And I think that's the issue. You're giving up markets that you have here already established, and then you are having to do the work of establishing them there. It would be a lot to undertake. So I think that probably halts this.
At the same time, there was news this week, and we haven't talked about it because it doesn't really, it sound appropriate, but it's appropriate to this, is the NFL apparently is in discussions for a television contract exclusive to Europe. I don't know if you saw that or not.
I didn't.
They're kicking the tires on a TV contract with just European networks. Why would they do that if they weren't also saying, by the way, you're going to have a team or two or more, in Europe?
Well, we do that in reverse when it comes to things like the Premier League, right? When it comes to soccer, there are exclusive U.S. contracts to carry those things here, right, with different broadcasters, and I imagine that's just to continue to grow the game, right, to have
NBC has.
Yes,
Premier
NBC
League.
has Premier League locally, right, in the United States.
It seems weird. Like, if I want a European network, I'm like, well, okay, this sounds great.
I think that speaks more to just the growth of the game, the ways that they've been able to create some inroads in Europe and in general with this game, and making it more accessible in order to continue to pump that up.
Yeah,
that's where I'd go there. But yeah, it seems like the Jaguars will remain in Jacksonville, taking whoopings from the Texans for years to come. Some other things around the NFL. How interested are you in Thursday night football that gets going tonight? Sean Payton makes his return to New Orleans as it's okay. That's it. Just. You
ain't interested in that love fest?
Broncos and Saints, baby. Look, we're all going to watch. At least most of it or some of it or whatever. But, no, this is not a marquee game on really a weekend that has a lot of marquee games. Thursday night. So, yeah, we'll watch some. But Sean Payton returning to New Orleans, first of all, he's going to be cheered.
They love that man.
They love him. He won them a Super Bowl. It's not going to be, Payton returning to New Orleans. Nah. It's going to be just, cool and a bad game.
Oh, you're willing to say that it's definitely going to be a bad game?
Yeah, it's going to be a bad game.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Spencer Rattler is again set to go for the Saints.
Olave's not playing.
And we'll see how capable the Broncos are getting after him. But it seemed like once Spencer Rattler was under pressure, it was bad.
Yeah.
So, yeah, more power to you. Rattler, Bo Nix matchup of rookie quarterbacks on a Thursday Night Football short week stuff. That's always fun, isn't it? That'll be a thing to watch. But there you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk to our guy, my Nigerian brethren, and a former professional football player, defensive lineman in particular, Nd Kalu, as we get ready for Packers and Texans. We'll do that next.
Will Anderson, dominant defensive end, friend of Sports Radio 610. Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. In the Loop right here on a Thursday as we gear ourselves up for Texans going to Lambeau facing off against the Green Bay Packers. And we always enjoy on Thursdays getting to talk to our guy, ND Kalu, my Nigerian brethren and a former defensive lineman for your Houston Texans. And ND, we appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. How you doing, man?
I am good. How are y'all doing this beautiful Thursday?
Doing pretty good. I can't complain. We all got the hoodies on. Actually, I took my hoodie off personally, but
it's hoodie season.
Hoodie season
and Uggs.
All right, nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing all that. But ND, I know that we get into shenanigans to start, but I want to get right into the football of it all because you get Denico Autry back for this team, or I guess you give Denico Autry to start because you have not had him on the field. And I'm interested because you have a unique understanding of this position. What's reasonable to expect for him coming in as like this hybrid defensive tackle, pass rusher, and what's unreasonable to expect from him and how he'll be used?
You know what? It just depends on what type of pro he is. And when I say pro, we all know what type of player Denico Autry is. I mean, this is a guy ball. And surprisingly, it's almost like as he gets older, he gets more productive. But at the same time, what has he been doing with his time off? You know, if this guy's been kicking his tail and he's been doing the CrossFit and, you know, really training, then I think you should expect him to pick up right where he left off, you know, as a big-time player for the Titans. But if this is a guy that's kind of been more, you know, focused on the rehab part, making sure his body's right, but not really pushing himself, then you're going to have to ease him into the play count. You know, then he's a guy that you kind of treat like that pitcher coming off of injury where you say, okay, first game, let's get him 20, 25 snaps at most. So it just depends on what his training's been like. But like I said, and like we mentioned, I mean, when you look at his lengthy career and the production, especially with the sacks, has only gotten better since 2021 to 2023. I mean, this is a guy that the expectation is that he's going to hit the ground running, but the reality is that he may need to have a play count.
Andy, I've been calling this a trenches game because they being the Packers, are really good running the ball. The Texans, you know, offensive line is going to have their best test. And to the point that y'all just were talking about with Denico Autry, you could have 4 interior defenders as new starters because Toto and Al-Shaair didn't practice yesterday. Obviously, Mario Edwards got suspended. Fatukasi didn't practice yesterday, and Denico's coming in. I mean, to me, this is a trenches type of game. Do you see it the same?
No, look, anytime you play Green Bay in Green Bay, you just feel like it's going to be a trenches type game. Even when they had Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre, they still have that old school, you're going to have to stop the run if you want to beat this team. And I feel like that's going to be the case, you know, this Sunday. Look, when you talk about what travels well, and I need to give credit to who brought that up in a segment earlier this week, you talk about the running game and the defense. And I just feel like as good as Jordan Love has been lately, I still feel like you want to take away the run. You want to shut down Josh Jacobs. You want to say, okay, Jordan, you know, still prove it to us that you're that guy. So I'm with you. It's going to get nasty. It's going to get dirty in the trenches. They have some studs on their side, especially on that defensive line. Not the biggest names. Like I've always been a huge Preston Smith fan, but if you really like study football, study their players, you have a lot of respect for what they have in their trenches. So it's definitely going to be fun watching the big uglies bang.
Yeah, so there's the big uglies, and then there's the guys right behind them in the linebacker core for your Texans. And it seems like if these injuries and the possibility that Lopez points to comes to fruition, that you'll have the likes of Jake Hansen and Neville Hewitt handling a lot of linebacker duties. Like, What are they in store for? Because obviously we talk about the ability to run, and Josh Jacobs has popped a lot of explosive runs, but then also the wide receiving core for this Packers team, they don't have it's a whole bunch of I guess middle kind of cars. If you were playing spades, they can get over with all of them, but none of them really stand out as wide receiver one. How hard is it going to be for those linebackers to also focus on the run, but then also need to be kind of coverage guys in the middle of the field?
Yeah, when I think of the linebackers and what they need to think about, be aware of when it comes to coverage, I'm hoping the matchups for them in coverage is going to be mainly with the tight ends. I don't care if you don't know the names of the wide receivers. If you're not familiar with Jaden Reed or Christian Watson for the Green Bay Packers,
Romeo Dobbs
just
as well.
know.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Just know that even with the quote-unquote, because I hate this phrase, but the quote-unquote no names, the non-household names, there's still a better matchup with a receiver and a linebacker. So hopefully the linebackers, regardless of whether it's the starting linebackers, it's Neville Hewitt, Jake Hansen, they need to be matched up against the tight ends. But I love the depth of the Texans team, not just the defense. Right now, this is a team where if somebody goes out, you could name 4 or 5 guys and be like, well, you know what? Whether it was this year or last year, we've seen him make plays. We've seen Hansen make plays. We've seen Neville Hewitt this year make plays, and was very productive when he was thrown into the game. So at some point, your depth is going to run out. But with the Texans right now, even with the potentially the loss of Al Shire for this game, I still feel like the culture, the defense is still going to play at that very high level.
Did you see what you wanted to see from the passing game without Nico Collins last week?
Yeah, you know what? That's a great question. You didn't see that one guy have the type game, but what I like is you saw everyone step up. Coaches talk about when a big player like Nico Collins, a big time player, is out, that everybody has to step up, not just the position group. So I like the fact that CJ Stroud was able to spread the ball around, and you saw Diggs, you saw Tank Dell get a little more targets than we've seen this year, and then obviously Joe Mixon. I mean, welcome back. Like Joe Mixon taking so much pressure off, not just the quarterback, but the entire offense. So I liked the production that I saw, John, from other position groups and other players, but I also wasn't expecting that one guy to have a Nico Collins type stat line.
We're talking to ND Kalu right here on a hotline and in the Loop Sports Radio 610. And speaking of the offense, the run game, you started to allude to it, was really good. You got some big explosives out of the run game that was able to help, kind of balance what you got going there. How much of that felt sustainable? Because I know Seth has talked about kind of the wham and using some of those tight ends to come in and crack that defensive tackle and how that might not be as sustainable. What did you see from that, and how much feels like you can continue to use to run the football?
I think it's sustainable. I mean, look, Seth Payne knows his football.
Absolutely.
I'm a huge of my buddy Seth, but I do think it's sustainable, and it's sustainable if your offensive coordinator has that versatility when it comes to the blocking schemes, when it comes to the play calling, and it's going to be sustainable as long as Joe Mixon is healthy. So, this isn't junior high football where you have that stud running back and you just say, I just give him the ball between the A and B gap. Like, you still have to get creative scheme, and you still have to figure out ways to create those holes so a guy like Joe Mixon can hit them and let his talent show. So as long as he's healthy, I absolutely believe that that should be the expectation throughout the remainder of the season.
Well, the other thing is Dameon Pierce. So I was a little bit surprised, that Cam Akers was moved, but it also speaks to what the coaches believe they have in Dameon Pierce, right?
Dameon Pierce didn't forget how to play football. I always felt like, and I'm not just saying this now because he's coming off a big game. Even last year, I was confused, so I'm not going to act like, I know the answer. But he didn't forget how to play football. Like, what he did as a rookie let us know that he's a good football player. So my thought is, if it's the scheme, if it's the style of offense, there are certain times you do have to cater to the players that you have and figure out a way to get the best out of them. And that's what we saw. I mean, Dameon Pierce is a good football player. He's a physical running back, and he has some speed. He has that deceptive speed because we all saw it on that kickoff return. So that's a guy that you shouldn't be surprised when he does have a big game. And I love the fact that the majority of the reps goes to a Joe Mixon, and then when he needs a blow, you get Dameon Pierce in there, and you better watch out.
Indeed. Lambeau Field is talked about as like hallowed ground in football. Is there something special about playing there when you touch down, or is it like just another day at work on the road?
Not special at all. Like because I'm like you. Like growing up, just so y'all know, I'm a huge football fan. Like when I was a kid, it's corny. Like you couldn't even see the drywall in my room because I would literally just open up the Sports Illustrated, cut out pictures of NFL players and teams, and I just had a collage throughout my whole room. But I was a huge football fan, so I kept hearing about Green Bay and you know the frozen tundra. And my first time that I played there, I was like, oh, okay, you know that was anticlimactic. But I think because at that time I'd been to multiple stadiums, and there's not a stadium in the NFL where you're like, oh, you know what, this is a whack place. Just the fact that you're playing in the NFL, you're going to one of the 31, I guess, not your home stadium. It's exciting. So my point is, it wasn't any more exciting for me than playing in Oakland, than playing in Minnesota, than playing, you name it, New York, MetLife. So it's just, it's the NFL, so it's not any more exciting, but it's still pretty exciting.
Last one from me, Andy, because I was talking about the trenches and how important the running game is and all that. But Jordan Love's heating up a little bit. Certainly seems more comfortable. Sort of like the NFC version. A lot of people feel of CJ Stroud. Are you seeing that?
He's good. I don't want to put him in that category. He's no CJ Stroud. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, but no. Matter of fact, if he might be, who have we seen? Sam Darnold. He might be. Oh, okay. He was right now. This will be the biggest test as far as the guy under center. And correct me if I'm missing somebody.
Well, Josh Allen, but DeMeco Ryans said.
Oh yeah.
No. DeMeco Ryans said this week that he thought this was going to be their biggest test at the quarterback position, best quarterback they faced.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay. Look at us thinking I should be a head coach somewhere.
You should be.
I've often said that.
Yeah. Almost Pop Warner.
I actually think Josh Allen is, in my opinion, is a better quarterback now, just from the history. But anyway, I digress. No, this will be huge. Look, if they can figure out a way to go into Green Bay with Jordan Love under center and pull out a victory, I think that would be the biggest win of this early season, to be able to do that on the road against a team like Green Bay. That, in my opinion, that'll be huge.
What for you is where the Texans win this game, Andy?
Just getting after Jordan Love. I know he's a good quarterback. I know he has a huge contract, but I still feel like Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Denico Autry, Khalil Davis, my guy Khalil Davis, like just harassing him. It doesn't even have to be Will Anderson doesn't have to have a 3-sack game, but 3 hits on the quarterback sure would be nice. Just getting his face and not letting him get comfortable.
And to that end, would you actually go to the levels of blitzing, or would you just put it upon your pass rushers and your defensive line to get after him with maybe like 4 with occasional kind of pressure? Or
I would blitz early. That's good. I would blitz early to see how he responds. Like if I'm playing Drake May, I'm blitzing him all game. Positively early on, but for Jordan Love, I'm blitzing early. That I'm seeing if he's picking it up. I'm seeing if he's consistently looking off certain players and understands where the weak spot is when you blitz. Because anytime you blitz, there's a weak spot in coverage, which I know a lot of the listeners know that. So I would definitely. You always want to be aggressive, but if he's picking you apart and if he goes 3 for 3 on the blitzes, then I dial it back and let my guys up front provide the pressure with natural rushes.
And I almost forgot. I got to give you credit. You got to take a bow, whatever it is. You went on Texans radio. You came on this show last week, and you said they come in bunches, that the sacks come in bunches. And lo and behold, I think you saw what Will Anderson did last week.
No, good call by you for remembering that. But no, that's, and I got to give credit to Hugh Douglas because there was one year, I was frustrated because it was like week 6 and I either had 1 sack or no sack. And he was like, hey, man, they come in bunches. So, I've always talked about that on the radio, on television, and I've just noticed it, especially with the great pass rushers, not the slappies like me, but the Will Andersons of the world, the Myles Garretts of the world. Like if there's like a 2-3 game stretch where they don't have sacks, you really don't worry about it because, if they just keep coming, keep grinding, they're going to have those type of games.
Hey, Andy, I gotta bring this up, man. I just got a text from Cecil Shorts. He said, OMG, Lambeau is legendary. The aura is historic. And he said, ND is tripping.
Oh, wow. Wow. Where did Cecil play? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Andy.
That appreciates things. Like he's a good dude. Like he's one of those guys, he's where his feet are at. And that's a positive. That's a good thing. So I can see why Cecil would have that point of view. I'm just one of those, I've been here, done that, put my hand in the dirt, the dirt.
Where's my lunchbox?
After my rookie year, I wasn't really like looking around like, oh, this is so cool. It's just kind of like, look, Cecil was a wide receiver. He's a pretty boy wide receiver. I'm dealing with some 330-pound dude in front of me. I didn't have time to appreciate the surroundings. I was like, oh, geez, man, this guy's trying to pancake me, and I got to make sure I don't end up on somebody's highlight film.
And anything that gets Cecil out of the house for a weekend and away from his 6 kids is going to be the greatest thing ever.
Wow, why did you do that?
Exactly. That's a big part. And that's because he's such a good dad. He's not one of these busters that don't take care of the kids. The fact that he does take care of all those kids, he's going to appreciate any and anywhere.
I feel like that's ND being a guy who did not have an opportunity to Lambeau leap at any point, whereas Cecil, I feel like you had more possibilities of being able to get that ball into the end zone Lambeau leap. Do you think that factored in at all?
That could be it. That could be part of it as well. Yeah, because all I wanted to do, and it was cold. You know what? When I was in Philly, I remember how cold it was. So I wasn't trying to appreciate my surroundings.
You was trying to get into the warmth, get to the heater?
Yeah, let's get this dub and get out of here.
That's our guy. And how are you getting the house situation sorted? I know that you've been a mentor in that way.
Man, look, anytime you could own real estate, I'm very, especially as a young black man under the age of 40, not to get too deep and not to get certain people, there he goes with this again. Well, no, as a young black man under 40 to own a piece of America where not too long ago, they wouldn't even give him a mortgage. Shout out to Figgy and his wife and congratulations.
Look at that. Appreciate that, man. Always bringing up race.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate that, man. I was just on the phone with him before you got back to the segment.
Oh, wow.
Asking him about gutters.
There you go.
Right, there you go.
There we go. ND knows about real estate, and he knows ball as well. We appreciate you, my man. Always thank you for giving us some time on your Thursdays.
Man, appreciate y'all. Y'all make my drives midday a whole lot easier.
All right.
So thanks a lot. Folks.
Happy to do it. The testimonials rolling in. ND Kalu, my Nigerian brethren, joins us on Thursdays to get us ready for the Texans games. This time, Packers coming up this weekend. What you laughing at?
Because Cecil just texted me too.
Okay. I feel like we just need to have Cecil on the air.
We're putting all his business out there because I said that about anything getting away from the kids for a weekend. He goes, facts.
I appreciate Cecil Shorts listening and interacting with the show. You can always interact the show by texting in 713-572-4610. Coming up next in the loop, let's get into what's popping, including what exactly are the Astros teasing right now? We'll talk about that and more next on Sports Radio.
Southwest Freeway on Tuesday. In the Loop, broadcasting live 10 to 2.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. What exactly are the Astros teasing? I saw this yesterday, and I was fascinated, absolutely fascinated, because what was it, around 6 p.m. thereabouts yesterday on the Astros Twitter account, there was, or X account, if that's how you choose to but you know when I say Twitter, this video came in, and it was very quick, very subtle, and it was Scarface saying this.
With the swing of a bat and the drip of a pen, is all in A's term, but legacies begin.
That's it. Oh. That was the whole thing. Now,
I'm shaking my head.
Are they signing Scarface to a contract?
No.
Ooh. He's going to be the first baseman?
No.
Ooh.
Am I overreacting on this? Because I didn't react like, I was mad or anything, but I just kind of shook my head. Why are you doing this to Astros fans? It was my thought. Why are you doing this?
Because that's what social media is for. Tease stuff.
My thing is, hey, let's go on a break. It's been a unexpected good season, or okay. I ain't gonna say good season, but okay season. Let's take a break right now.
They don't want a break. They want you. They're used to people being paying attention to the Astros this time of year, and of course, unfortunately,
that is true.
That's not the case. But in addition to that, right, I gave you the audio element. Obviously, shout out to Scarface, Houston legend. And, basically using that drip of a pen was interesting because that's like, hey, are they signing someone? Could it possibly be Bregman?
Come
what are you teasing?
No, that's where everybody went.
Really?
A lot of people went to, does that mean they're signing Bregman?
That's why I shook my head. Why are you doing this?
Right. Because if it's not Bregman, what is that drip of a pen? Now, he was wearing the red brick kind of script logo that the Astros obviously don't.
That's where I went with it.
Yeah.
And I was like, are we getting like some level of uniform reveal? But that's not something you would typically reveal this.
You drip of a pen.
Yeah.
See, that's the first thing I thought about was that maybe a new the old school uniform, the brick uniform. And then the other thing is maybe it's some type of merch that Scarface partner up with the Astros with something like that.
See, I didn't think about that. That's a good one.
Bregman didn't even cross my mind.
Dude, it crossed a lot of people. Read the comments. That's why I'm like, okay, because even if, all right, two things. Free agents can't sign until 5 days after the World Series is
correct.
Over. Yeah. So if you're doing this now and you're teasing people with Bregman, it's kind of like, oh boy, this is going to be everybody's getting either their hopes up or whatever. And then the second part is, Alex Bregman's agent is Scott Boras.
Correct.
You think Scott Boras has said, hey, man, we're good. We like that deal. We're going to take it. We'll wait till 5 days after. No. Hell no. He's not going to wait.
Especially if the Astros did not get a deal done before this point.
Yes.
Right? It'd be weird that, like, I don't know, maybe they, money whipped him now, but that'd be a weird time for that to happen somehow.
Yes.
I hear you. It was just, but even with all of that being the case, I think that you make a great point. If it's not that, if it's probably not uniforms, I was like, then what are they teasing? And I think maybe the best answer is the one that Fig brought up, is like a
limited edition Scarface hat or something like that.
346 on the text line said, I think they selling CBD pens at Minute Maid. I'm really intrigued as to what it is that they're teasing. And you know what would be really maddening for me is if it's nothing really at all. This is just some benign short clip.
We've been there before. I think the Houston Texans did something like that before where it was and it really wasn't much. It was just like,
yeah, what was that?
I forgot what that was.
A couple of years ago.
But yeah, they pumped this up and it was nothing really.
Yeah. So you're gonna drag this for what, 2 weeks? When does the World Series end? When's 5 days after the World? 2 weeks? People gonna be.
So do you think this is about Bregman?
No.
Okay.
No, but I'm saying that's what you're kind of putting out there.
It's very easy to at least get to that, to draw that conclusion, even if that's not what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That would be a bold move if it was.
And it wasn't long ago, and I don't know if it's the same people or not, Astro social media people were getting destroyed. Like they were just getting killed every week with some of their corny posts and stuff. So this ain't helping. This is not helping.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what it ultimately looks like. Now, in a Astros related story, Houston Chronicle put out something yesterday that, or I guess they were pointing to a podcast that former Astros manager Dusty Baker was on. And in fact, it was, if I remember correctly, the show with Joel Sherman and John Heyman podcast episode released yesterday, where in the course of it, he talked about, he spoke fondly of Jim Crane and the city of Houston, but he wasn't happy with the baseball operations to some level, where he said, quote, "Some of the battles with the front office I've had for a number of years, sometimes you get tired of fighting City Hall on something you're sure about. The one thing that kind of bothered me a little bit is that I only chose one person on my staff. That was A.J. Hinch's staff, everybody there, but one guy." And even more, obviously, talking about the Astros is one thing, but even more front of mind for me is the fact that you have Gary Pettis, who will not be returning as your third base coach next season. And that was something that kind of allowed us to furrow a brow, and of course it's like, huh. And so then really soon thereafter, you are hearing Dusty Baker talking about not being able to choose his staff. How big of a deal do you believe that to be for a manager?
Well, for a manager, it's huge. And I think, it explains a lot of some of the things that we saw over the course of Dusty Baker's career here, where it just seemed like he was contradicting, I'll put it the best way I can, contradicting what maybe the general manager or management wanted with some of the things he was doing on the field, some of the things he wasn't doing on the field. So maybe he was contradicting some of the advice he was getting in his own clubhouse, So, hey, it worked out for Dusty. There's no question about it. But it does kind of explain things to me more than anything else.
Yeah, so I found that to be interesting. It harkens back to a question I had with a group of friends all the damn time, which is how much does a manager impact games in this modern era of baseball, where so much is dictated by trends in the research and statistic and sabermetric department of your front office. Like, how much is a general manager actually kind of managing your team with a little leeway for managers compared to years past, where baseball guts and baseball brains dictated a lot of the moves that you made?
The manager, it's a great conversation, and we've had it, and we'll continue to have it. But I think from Dusty's perspective, what he said there, I think he said, I didn't have the freedom.
Freedom is the word that he used specifically
to do these things. I think it impacted a lot that we saw on the field. Some of the decisions, players that were playing, maybe in position changes. The whole Jake Myers, McCormick, the Maldonado stuff. How much of that was him? How much of that was just sort of
Diaz?
Yeah, exactly. So it just kind of explains a lot of like some of the things that we wondered about.
Yeah. Fascinating kind of comment out there. I'm kind of surprised on the text line that we didn't get as much negativity, because it seems like Dusty got a lot of negativity for saying this one on the internet space. All right. This is a kind of a toss-up for you, Lopez. A little bit of audio here. Did CJ Big Bro Drake May?
Much respect to you, bro. You're really solid, man. Learn from your mistakes. Keep going, bro. You got it. You know what I said to you. Keep going, bro.
Of course, that's the on-field audio of those guys dapping up in midfield.
Hey, come back here for a second.
Come here.
The Texans 41-21 victory over the Patriots. I just found it to be funny because, again, this again indicates just how much that is CJ and how overblown that was with Chicago when he had a little bit of I don't even know how to describe the meeting of CJ Stroud and Caleb Williams after that game.
Looked like a big brother moment, like he was big brothering him. I don't think it was. My point on this one is, if had that Caleb Williams thing never seen the light of day, I don't think anybody making a big deal about this.
I don't think anybody is making a big deal about this. I think it's just I think really looking back to that time period, man, that fan base is just speaking of lashing out, right? That feels like that has been a word for the week. They do that from time to time. They were mad at what was it? Was it Roma Doomsday's pops, who had kind of had some things to say that week about kind of the ways that they had spread the ball around. Like that fan base, and I understand why. They had not been good for a long time. They've not had a quarterback of note, maybe ever in that franchise.
Remember we were talking about
that? And so I think that organization, man, just something pops up and they let their feelings go because they've had a lot of pent-up animosity, I imagine, just when it comes to football.
No, I think a lot of it was that. But the Drake May thing, it was average. I mean, it's what young quarterbacks say to young quarterbacks, old quarterbacks say to young quarterbacks.
Well, I don't know if young quarterbacks to young quarterbacks. That is what an established quarterback says to a young quarterback, and it says a lot that CJ at the very least views himself in that way.
Well, but he's young,
have that. And he is young,
and he's established. So I think, it was no big deal for me. Nothing to see here.
No, of course. Real quick before we go in what's popping, I mentioned earlier, Rockets have their final preseason game tonight. I don't know how interested everybody is. However, at least it won't be the full extent of preseason basketball. As Dylan Brooks, obviously one of your big time Rockets, said that starters are expected to get regular minutes against the Spurs tonight. A
little bit of a surprise when we had Basketball Spo on yesterday. He kind of wondered if how much the starters would play at all. Well, he's saying they're going to get their regular minutes. So it's going to be, for me, and this is why I always wait for the regular season. So you're going to get a good glimpse of it. You're going to get a good glimpse of what that rotation might be today.
Or at least like a feel. You'll start to get more of a feel as well as to what's happening there. And that pregame or that game starts at 7 tonight. They'll face off against the Spurs, and maybe you'll want to tap in to see the alien that is Victor Wembanyama and what that looks like against your Houston Rockets. But there you go. That's what's popping on this Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next. Let's apply a championship formula to these Texans. How many championship Super Bowl boxes does this team check? We'll talk about that next.
Nick Caserio. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, you didn't say that into the microphone.
What's that? Oh, I didn't hear it. Oh, I didn't know it was off.
Yeah.
I didn't know the microphone was off. My bad, Figgy.
Yeah. Someone texted in, may we discuss the amazing Dodgers performance? No, we may not, although.
Yeah, that's what I said off air.
No, what he actually said was Shohei, baby, and he was locked in. Honestly, I was watching it a good amount, too. Walker Buehler in some big moments. Cojones, man. Like, I'll go ahead and get these strikeouts to get us out of here. But yeah, and then Shohei oddly
baby.
Enough, he's been
Dodgers. Let's go, Dodgers.
He's been really good with.
I've decided I'm going to start embracing that.
Okay.
Even though I
might as well.
Even though I hate,
like them for real.
No, I hate the Dodgers and I hate their fans.
I don't believe it. You're just saying it's lip service. I'll let you get away with it, but I don't believe it.
But I was in on Shohei, and then he went second deck on their ass.
He sure did. He sure did.
You ain't no better than a Lakers fan that's born and raised in Houston.
Yeah.
He also
likes this more than anyone.
Oh yeah, and I appreciate it.
I seen on the back of your truck, Dodgers fans, Lakers fan,
and then
Yankees fan,
and then that little kid that's peeing on it. That's all of that on the back of the truck. But yeah, let's get into these Texans. First of all, we have announcements on what jersey they'll be wearing. So if you'd like to match accordingly, even if you're at the crib. The home team, the Packers, will be wearing all white for whiteout.
Yeah.
And so that leaves room for the Texans to bring out the deep steel blue.
All blue, pants included. So note to Laramie Tunsil, white gloves.
White gloves, baby.
White gloves.
White gloves is what we're looking for here.
Give him the white glove treatment.
You're going to get on bright red.
Dude.
That conversation.
That'll become a thing. Yeah,
it is. It has already become.
I'm saying if he's wearing them,
that's what I'm saying. But it already is a thing. So as soon as you get there, it will pop up. And then we got some notes on who is and is not practicing. Kind of expectedly, Kamari Lassiter are not practicing. Joe Mixon and Laramie Tunsil are practicing. But yeah, here are the negatives. Henry Toto, Aziz Al-Shair, I mentioned Lassiter, Jimmy Woods, and Folorunsho Fatukasi. None of them practicing on a Thursday. It is now time to panic, right? Correct?
DEFCON 4.
Day?
DEFCON 4.
Is 4, is it the higher the number that
5 is the worst.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Got you. All right, cool.
So we're at DEFCON 4.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Or not very good. But yeah, the interior of the defensive line, Denico Autry being back is cool, but then what does that mean? Is Foley going to be able to maybe get himself to that place? Are you going to see a lot of Tim Settle and Khalil Davis and Kurt Heinisch handling a lot of the duties in the middle?
I got that wrong, by the way, before you go on.
Yeah, it goes 1 is the highest, right? Yeah,
I just did the old Google search. So DEFCON 2. We're at DEFCON 2.
Okay, cool.
Near nuclear war with the Army ready in less than 6 hours.
That might be much. In fact, that is much. That's a lot that you're doing there. But yeah, the spine of the defense, a place to watch in this one, especially as Josh Jacobs, big explosive play guy, has the 5th most in the league of any running back. So,
and especially if you were listening earlier, especially between the tackles.
Yeah. So that's going to be definitely a place to watch. As we also watch that just to see what Denico Autry actually does. Is he going? Are they going to try and make him a 3-down interior guy in the stead of Mario Edwards, who has played very well there, or is he going to be more of what we understand him to have been in the past, which is just kind of inside on 3rd down, and how do they work that? That's all going to be super interesting to watch. But that is within the context of just this week. I think this week also just more generally provides you a measuring stick. We've talked about that many times, a test for you. And that is in the context of being a potential Super Bowl contender. And so let's get to that place. Applying a championship formula of Lopez's choosing to this Texans. How many boxes do they check?
I'd like to take credit for it, but I had coaches tell me this over the years, and
well, yeah, I mean,
people in football. There is
you're the OG.
Yeah, that's why. I guess
you've been able to talk to a lot of people who have a lot of insight.
And there's a formula, and I think this is a topic that a lot of our listeners can engage in, whether it's on text board or Twitch or YouTube. So the formula that I've always that I heard a long time ago, and I've always subscribed to because I think it plays itself out consistently, is you got to have 3 things. You want to be a Super Bowl contending team. You want to be a World Series contending team. NBA championship contending team. You have to have these 3 elements. You have to get exactly what you thought you were going to get out of your stars or your superstars, whatever it was. So that's 1. Number 2 is you have to have at least a couple or 1 or 2, role players that play beyond what you expected.
I think that's also fair.
Yeah, like if you're going to be a championship team, didn't expect that from him. And go back in your mind's eye and you can hear and you can probably remember some championship teams where they got like that big contribution from a dude that you thought was just going to be sort of a role player type. And then you have to
that got me thinking of, as I've been reading
think of them.
Mirren Fader's book about going back to the Rockets, 94, 95, 95 in particular, Matt Bullard, but also Sam Cassell when he has like some like 30-some points off of the bench.
Otis Thorpe.
Obviously, guys. Mario Ellie with the Mario Ellie. Let me say his name correctly.
Yeah.
Kiss of Death. Like there's other guys that come to mind.
Think of a championship team, and these elements are all going to be involved. That's why I've always subscribed to it. So you got to have the stars play what you think, role players play at least a couple beyond what you thought, and then you have to have the happy surprises from a contributor. So if we apply that formula to the Houston Texans, I'm going to throw some names out there. I want to see if you guys would.
Some names for what? That happy surprises?
No. All 3 of these elements.
Okay.
So stars. CJ Stroud. These are the ones that I consider stars. So you might have a different interpretation, but let's go from there.
281 mentioned Jeremy Pena also. That's a great one.
Bingo. Perfect example.
One, yeah.
The formula works if you go back and watch. But anyway, so the stars I consider CJ Stroud.
Absolutely.
You getting what you think you expected out of him?
Yes.
I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that this has already got me in trouble earlier this week. I do wonder if now I'm setting the standard super high, but he's a dude who could easily be within MVP conversations and probably already is.
I feel like he never really lost a game.
No.
I know it's a team game.
Absolutely not.
It never been a loss because of CJ Stroud did this or did that.
So let me go through about 4 more here. I got others on the list, but I think these 4 are key if you're getting what you thought you were going to get out of your stars. Nico Collins.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
My man didn't play a week and is still the leading receiving yards guy.
Will Anderson. Absolutely. Yeah. Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
When he's available, 100%.
Absolutely. Daniil Hunter, I think absolutely.
I think so.
I think absolutely.
Like, you don't lead the league in pressure without Daniil Hunter and what he's doing.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. And pressure on quarterbacks, that is.
Now, I had on there also Derek Stingley, Stephon Diggs, and Laramie Tunsil.
Diggs is a yes. Stingley, for the most part. And
I'm getting what I expected out of Stingley. I mean, they're not throwing his way, first of all, a lot. He's making some plays. He's shutting down. The catch rate against him is not real high.
I think the tough thing about it, and this is a conversation that popped up, I know that Ron spoke to some of this, the idea of, hey, getting got. Like, he finally got on the big play by, what is it, Booty, Keyshawn Booty, against the Patriots. And you've seen some of those potential big plays out there against the entirety of the defense, but also with him that the quarterbacks are just not connected on. We've talked about that. However, I do wonder and try and balance that with the idea that, hey, man, cornerbacks are going to get gotten. It's a position of failure in some ways. And so I try and balance that. But I think I'm willing to say, for the most part, you get what you expect.
And then Laramie Tunsil. And I think that's kind of a push because of all the penalties for 2 games, 3 games, whatever it was.
Holding for his life.
But he was the highest rated pass blocker.
You still need him, though.
The pass blocking is still there.
Yeah,
he was the highest rated in the NFL this past week.
Yeah,
for sure.
So, okay, they checked that box. You're getting what you expected out of your stars. Now let's go to the role players. Are any of these guys exceeding what you expected? Dalton Schultz.
I don't think so. As of right now.
That's a no for me, dog.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Tango. That's a no. It's getting there.
Yeah.
It might get there.
I feel like we haven't seen. I mean, we did this past game, but outside of that, I felt like,
no, and I think it's worth noting that I don't think it's fault of his own. I don't think that it is his issue within the course of this, but unfortunately, it does not feel like he is reaching the same place. I had an advanced stat that I wanted to drop on you, but I don't have it readily available.
I'm ready for it when you get to it. Kaimi Fairbairn.
Of course, I find it as soon as you say the next name. His EPA per target is down. It was 0.46 last year. It is now 0.08.
There you go. So no. Even his favorite 3 letters say so. Kaimi Fairbairn.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yes.
Far exceeding what you could have expected. Dameon Pierce.
I would say, honestly, yes.
It's a push for me.
I mean, he was hurt.
He hasn't played a lot of games.
That's the thing. He was hurt, but
and the first
last
2 games were fine.
But you had Joe Mixon. So yeah.
Aziz Al-Shair.
100%.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Henry To'oTo'o.
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Titus Howard.
I think we might be in a push territory there as well.
I mean, is it good when you don't keep bringing his name up like that?
It's better. Yeah. No, I think it's better. I'm with Reggie on this one. I'm not ready to say he is one of those guys that is exceeding what we expected.
Yeah, and if we're just going off of the early points of the season, I think Titus Howard, and you mentioned Laramie Tunsil, we could probably put them all and then give them a demerit because of all of the pre-snap penalties as well. But yeah, I think for the most part, we're still in that kind of incomplete. We'll get more of a sense of it as we continue going.
So the stars, by and large, are doing what you thought. Role players, you got a few that are exceeding what you thought. Now let's get to are any of these happy surprises?
Your bonuses,
the contributors, are any of these happy surprises? Kamari Lassiter.
100%.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
You're able to blitz in a way and leave him in man coverage in a way that I don't think you could have expected. I mean, some of his detractors will say, "Oh, he doesn't have the speed to be able to handle out there," and he's been good.
Yeah. No, I think he is a happy surprise. Hell, we thought he was going to be a slot corner. Jalen Petrie. That's a no for me, dog. That's a no.
It's kind of in the Titus Howard area.
It's right there where maybe he'll get there, but I'm not going to say that's a surprise. It's not a happy surprise.
Okay.
Mario Edwards.
Absolutely.
Yes. Hell yes.
Folu Fatukasi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
How about this? Kade Stover.
I kind of expected a little more from Kade.
I did too.
I do wonder how much that was reasonable on our cases, but I'm with you guys. He stepped in, kind of showing some blocks.
He have a couple moments.
Yeah, the tough part about it is I'm trying to make sure that I don't forget, like, especially with tight ends, like how much is blocking factoring in these types of things.
I still expected a little more from him, especially him being CJ's teammate at one point.
But we might have elevated expectations too. K. Bullock.
100%.
Yeah.
Kenyon Green.
No, I can't go there. I can't go there.
It's kind of in that offensive line category, man, where it's just like, I mean, he's. I'm not sitting here saying he need to be benched.
Yes.
No.
But
and keep in mind, man. You like all these players that are contributors is what I call them. Don't have to be happy surprises. But you just have to have some if you're going to be a contender.
And you've already
you have to have some role players that are far exceeding what you thought.
And I think we need to take off that first round draft pick off of him to kind of adjust it, because I think right now, if he wasn't a first round pick, I would have been like, it's cool.
But unfortunately, he is. That context is always going to remain there. Yeah.
I got one more for you guys.
Okay.
Daria Gumbawale.
Yeah. He's been helpful.
Huge.
Yes.
I think he's been a huge surprise. Yeah. He was a special teams guy. Like, that was his if you describe Dare coming into the
very
season,
quickly into talking about him, you mentioned that he is the backup kicker, like the emergency kicker, which is if we're having to do that, I think that I understand.
But he's a huge happy surprise.
Absolutely. He has been very helpful.
So do they check enough boxes to be considered to have the championship formula, to be considered a championship level team, which is what I called them on Monday.
Based on this metric, you have to agree that at least is there for them. Yeah, and it gets highlighted even more if you're able to do all of those things and bring those things to the fore against the Green Bay Packers team. And thinking about, I was also looking at the thing that we do, and sometimes we get overexcited about it, which is looking at previous Super Bowl champions, even like the last one, and saying that is the way to win the Super Bowl. But looking at the Chiefs of the last couple of years, and looking at some other teams that have won, like especially if you get to a level where you go elite defense, very good offense, elite quarterback. You're barreling towards elite defense, right? Yeah. There's some things where you want to make sure you're not giving away big plays. You want to make sure that you can do something against the run a little bit more consistently. But you are moving towards elite defense in a way that I don't think we saw coming.
Yeah.
And then that allows you to very good offense. You have that there in spades, really, especially if you have your full complement. And then your quarterback is really demonstrating that he could be MVP level quarterback. Yeah. Those are things that you put them together, and you have the opportunity, if not the responsibility, to go and win a Super Bowl.
They checking up boxes, Figgy?
I think so. The only thing I'm a little worried about, we brought up quite a few offensive linemen, and outside of Larry Tunsil, we just like, I don't know. I
didn't mention Shaq, but even he's kind of like,
it's kind of like
and Juice is
Juice. I feel like he's been solid.
Yeah.
But that's been what we've come back down to a lot of times. Is this offensive line going to elevate what they do? I was looking at Pro Football Focus, which again, you can say what you want. I feel like every time you mention Pro Football Focus, there has to be a disclaimer that comes. Like, I understand it can't be the only metric that you use, and there's some issues with their imagine. Yeah. But ultimately, they're in the league. That's middling by definition. And so I think that ends up being the one place that you look at and you go, are they capable of giving you the things that's necessary? But what's cool is that you have the players that can be elite to help them out, which is in the passing game, CJ Stroud, his movement, his pocket manipulation and those types of things, management rather, are able to, kind of fix and make them right in some instances. And then the ultimate fixer, Joe Mixon, when it comes to run the football, his individual brilliance over the top of what they've been able to do has also proven to be very good. You can make that work. And so I'm with you there. I'm with you that if you look at it in this lens and through this channel, that they do have what it takes to be considered.
By and large,
widely a Super Bowl contender.
By and large, their stars are doing exactly what you thought. Role players, you do have enough, and pretty key ones that are exceeding what you thought, especially Al-Shaair if he's healthy, Toa if he's healthy, and certainly Kaimi Fairbairn is exceeding what you thought. And the contributors, you might have some happy surprises there. So the elements are there. Now they go to Green Bay and see if it continues.
Yeah, like elements are cool. Put it together and do it on the given times when you need it. And the given time here is you need to do it against the good teams, right? Because the good teams are the ones that you be playing with in order to try and get to that Super Bowl. But I appreciate that perspective, Lopez. Thank you for bringing that in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, speaking of in the loop, it's time for our in the loop lunchtime confessions. We'll do those next.
In the loop. game analysis, inside info, and your reactions starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It's funny how sometimes things just slip your mind and memory so easily. I completely forgot. We got a big beef in this game coming up. Big beef. Coming up, and I completely forgot till somebody reposted it, and I think it's let's let Jair Alexander talk about how he had a good time with Stephon Diggs before a game a while back.
The tunnel with you and Stephon Diggs. What happened in the tunnel before the game when you guys yawning at each other going on the field?
Man, I was just keeping it real with him. Told him he could, boy. That's all that was. Just being honest. You feel me? That's all I can do.
Did you know this?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you knew it. Did you remember this? About this week?
I forgot about it. Ain't nobody bring it up until now.
Yeah, he's a little boy.
He's a little boy. Nothing crazy. Just a little boy.
I thought about it at one point, but I did not keep it in my mind.
Yeah.
I've been bouncing back and forth with a lot of things in the brain. But yes, this absolutely is fun. Jair is a very particular defensive
and
back.
It goes back a while.
Yeah, man, they competed a lot in that division when Stephon Diggs was a part of the Vikings, a member of the Vikings. Yeah, man, and Jair is a very particular dude. He, God forbid he gets an interception because he will talk a lot of nonsense, man. He's going to be insufferable.
Yeah,
insufferable. So,
I mean, he and Stephon were jawing coming out of the tunnel.
Yeah,
talking trash.
That's what we call on site. On site. They do not like each other.
Man.
It's going to be fun that's another level of fun on top of the already fun that this is going to bring.
And this was one I saw this morning and I went, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about Jair and Steph jawing at each other for years now.
Yeah.
He's a little boy. I think that will be remembered.
Yeah.
I think that'll be remembered.
Yeah. We're going to see who the little boy is.
Watch this. So
you remember yesterday, or maybe earlier in the week, they're running together at this point, when Sean asked us in the handoff who we were hoping in the baseball postseason, and I said that I just want the best baseball.
That you went full middle of the road.
Sincerely.
Just want them to have fun.
I think the best baseball World Series is Dodgers-Yankees.
Dodgers-Yankees?
I think it is.
It is.
It's better than the Subway.
I do not want to see that, man. Those New Yorkers will be, so awful, man.
Well, they're still going to be.
I'd rather see L.A. versus New York.
And that's that. I feel like that's the best baseball that's there for us. I mean, just seeing both of these teams where like they're superstars that the name that you would ask like somebody who is not like an avid baseball fan, but hey, do you know about this? Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani. Those guys have not been the stellar versions of themselves that you come to expect, and yet and still the rest of those lineups have been incredible in what they do. We mentioned a little bit what Walker Buehler was doing on the mound yesterday, getting his groove back. And I'm just like, put those teams against each other and let them go for 7 games, and that's probably the best series that you get for the Fall Classic.
It probably is, which would lead me to one weird way, but the Dodgers to win anyway, because I think I hate the Yankees more than the Dodgers.
I think Sean makes a great point though about them Dodgers fans and
they're the worst
with the Astros in particular and with 2017.
Yeah,
but I don't know if there's not really a good alternative if you're just going for that. What fan bases are you going to make less happy? I don't know if there's a good answer there. But if we're just going for the baseball of it, which is at this point all I'm here to consider, I think Dodgers-Yankees.
11 times they've faced each other in the World Series, but not since 1981.
Yeah, West Coast thing.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, so I think I got a little cold feet when getting this house together. So I told y'all about the refrigerator I got, and so I got to get the I guess the hookup for the back of it for the water.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
So I went to Lowe's, And
your new favorite spot.
I know. I've been there like 5 times.
Did you go ahead and get the card? You went ahead and get the credit card?
I'm thinking about it. Man. I'm thinking about it. I think I went to Lowe's or Home Depot combined maybe 5 times in my life.
Yeah.
And this one I've been 5 times this week. But I kind of got cold feet, man, because I was going to do it all myself. I watched a couple YouTube videos.
Mm-hmm.
I went in there. I started seeing all type of random stuff like, oh, you might need this or you might need.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to wait. I'm going to sit and wait on it.
Man.
Man.
Yeah, Lowe's and Home Depot, those are not stores to walk in if you're not completely. Like, you need to know exactly what you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
And then that store works great.
It's so intimidating. And then the worst part is the people there are trying to help you.
Yeah.
But they scare you off a little bit. Like, well, if you getting this, you got to get this.
Yeah.
Because in case this water, in case the cord break, then you got to have to take the wrap around it.
And then they're throwing jargon at you and stuff. You're like, what is happening?
Now I'm at $100. I'm just like, man, like, I don't know. And then my other confession is this. Maybe this is just me, but I didn't realize my house didn't come with gutters.
Some do, some don't.
Yeah, I thought
that's not something they tell you though.
Yeah,
nobody alerts you. You find that out.
I ain't realized that was. I don't want to say a luxury, but I thought that was like
standard.
I thought that was standard.
Yeah, it's kind of a. It's not a luxury, but it's not a necessity. It's kind of in between,
like optional.
Yeah, but it's something you really probably want.
Yeah,
but you don't have to.
That's why I was talking to ND on the phone about. I was just like, hey, is that should I be suing somebody? And he told me to just wait it out, see how it does in the rain and all that stuff. If you got like a lot of puddles and all that stuff, then you should look into.
That's what I'm saying.
But some people
in between a luxury,
you necessarily
and a
don't need it, but
right.
I felt so dumb. I'm like, dang, am I supposed to have guts? Did they get me?
Yeah.
I thought I got for a minute, man.
Did they get me?
Yeah, and mind you, I realized all of this after everything's signed.
It's yours now. Your responsibility, your problem.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of that. But
Twitch says, "Figgy, you definitely want gutters, bro." That's what they say.
You want them, but I would.
He told me to wait and see how it does in the rain.
Yeah,
and all
I'd side with ND on this. Let's see how it plays out, because sometimes the concrete gets a big, stain or whatever, and it's just a hassle.
Yeah, I'm gonna see.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Some confessions you just don't want to admit, but that's why confessions are here, because you got to admit it. I'm wondering if you guys are where I am on this. I'm almost to a place where I don't expect Christian Harris this year.
Ooh. Yeah.
Almost.
I'm kind of there. I'm at a point where I'm like, I'm not sitting here saying, can't wait to get him back. We can hold this off until he get back.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, let's just roll with the punches now, man. Let's act like he don't exist at the moment.
I don't think it's going to be you're not going to get him back, but I think you're going to get him way later. He might get. I'm not saying that he will, but I'm already in a place where I have tried to make myself comfortable with the idea of what happens if he comes back like week 11, week 12.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like that's now. I hadn't fully considered the idea that maybe he just doesn't return. And that is, and even though I think I wrote it down at one point, I didn't really believe that. Thinking about that in a real honest way, that's a scary one.
I'm kind of there, man.
Who do you think come back first, him or Tua?
Oh, Tua.
Tua. They've said he's coming back.
That's wild.
DeMeco said, I'll let you know.
Yeah, they won't commit. Well, although we played yesterday what Caserio said, and it felt like he was saying similar things, but also it gave me a little comfort in the idea that they kind of knew that it might take a little while. And then if that is the case, that they're not in the full alarmist mode of he's not going to return.
Yeah.
But again, what do I know?
So will Christian Harris be on the field when Tua is on the field when they play each other on December 15th?
Based on what has been said, Tua, yes. Harris, no. Isn't that wild?
That's a big blow, man.
Well, I don't want some confessions you don't want to make, but it's how you feel,
Salute to Henry though, and being able to make us feel a little bit more. Because can you imagine if Henry Hedges was the phone?
Yeah, I think that's why I'm not really. I ain't gonna say not worried, but Henry kind of made things a little easier. Where you just say, you know what, Chris, get back when you get back.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got beef, gentlemen.
Uh-oh.
I got beef with our company's sexual harassment training.
Uh-oh.
Now, it's not that that's going to get me in trouble, I don't think. However, that sucker is longer than I anticipated.
Dude.
It takes a long time to get through it. And in addition to that, it put me to sleep. And so I wasted a valuable 2 hours last night or yesterday in the afternoon/evening because I was like, let me get this done. I need to, everybody else has got it done at the job, and I'm the one who is straggling. So let me go ahead and get it done. And it literally put me to sleep. And I spent 2 hours between the probably 45 minutes of the thing and an extra an hour and a half thereabouts of taking a nap because Daryl was out here harassing me.
Daryl is just a big dummy, man. Take a hint.
And I will not victim blame. However, girl, you please tell him straight up that you don't like him because he just keeps thinking he's not smart.
But he
is not taking no
hints. 6 times he came back at her.
He's not taking no hints.
And by the way, and I don't know if you guys know this, a lot of these, maybe not this one, but I've heard that most of these videos are based on actual things that happen. So there is a Daryl out there. There is a Daryl.
Now,
for
are
sure.
these things that happen within the company or just in the world?
I think
maybe, I don't know. Well, and I don't think this is a specific. If we're gonna be completely honest, I liked it out video that they
the video's made up, but it's based on
I know
on actual events.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is unique to Odyssey that someone at Odyssey had been doing what Daryl was just stalking this lady.
Yeah.
But shout out to one of the people on Twitch who said, "You heard it here. Reggie sleeps on sexual harassment." And in this very particular case, I did fall asleep on sexual harassment. So I apologize, but also I got beef with y'all. I need my 2 hours back.
Yeah.
However you can make that happen. Thank you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So Angel Reese she had the internet going nuts over some comments she made. I think she was on Instagram Live or something like that.
Yeah.
But she mentioned how the WNBA pretty much don't I guess she can't pay her rent with what she make with the WNBA.
Yeah.
And she mentioned how her rent is $8,000 a month or something like that. I gotta confess, I feel like people are taking this the wrong way, man. Because I've seen a lot of people calling her stupid and why she got that much, why she paying that much for rent if the WNBA, if she can't afford it and all that stuff. I think I don't want to say taking a shot at the WNBA, but
no, kind of.
She is. No, she kind of is because she's making money elsewhere. She's not. That's not her only income.
Yeah,
right.
I think her point was, hey, the WNBA, that's little money.
Yeah,
I'm getting money elsewhere, so that can't even. They can't even pay my rent or my lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I feel like people kind of taking this the wrong way.
Yeah, I think that I hear you that the point was not necessarily that hey, giving me, but if you look at the income streams and the priority ranking or whatever, it is the other things that ultimately are the things.
She got a lot of different endorsements, man. I think she have a podcast now. I don't know how much she making from that. She got endorsement with Reese's, the candy company.
I see.
Yeah, but yeah, man, I think people kind of just jumping out the window, just going in on her, and I'm just like, man, she's doing other stuff. It's not like just me making a certain amount and I got this rent I can't afford. She can afford the rent. She just saying the WNBA salary
is not the thing that's paying the rent.
She's not she's not complaining about her salary per se.
Yeah,
it's like the salaries.
Yeah,
she's
don't
pointing,
do it.
She's pointing out that. Well, not even that. I don't even know that it's a statement in that. She's pointing out that for her, what actually feeds her, what she's sustained by is the other things. That's the side money, is the WNBA money.
Yeah, to me, when she said that, I thought about rappers that the street rappers that be like, oh yeah, this rap money ain't nothing.
Yeah, that's the side money.
Yeah, I'm getting
hustling.
money. Yeah, hustling. That's my money. The rap money, just little money. That's how I kind of took it.
Okay, I got one more.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Can you help me with this audio here of the man that they are calling Kirk Cousins out in Atlanta? He dropped this in some media availability, and people are loving it.
My teammate used to say, walk into your trap, take over your trap, was the line he would say. And so that's kind of what it is. You go into someone else's stadium and you try to assert yourself. That's what everybody's trying to do when they go on the road. It's hard to do, but that's certainly the goal.
All right, let me jump in.
You've been
first.
in Atlanta too long, man.
Let me jump in first. I feel like there's another meaning here for walk into a trap.
Yes. Yep. And this is the thing. I don't know how much.
As soon as I heard it, I'm like, this is so bad too. I got to ask Figgy about that.
Yes, we will educate you as to what a trap house is, Lopez. But I'm not sure how much I like what we continually do with Kirk or just any of the dudes that are like aggressively white. I don't know if I have a better way of saying that. I apologize if that offends you. I sincerely do. But like the guys who are aggressively white, they were like, hey, look, they're doing things that we don't think and typically associate with guys that are aggressively white. I don't know how much I like that because Kirk is being sincere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Instance,
but as soon as I heard it, I'm like, yeah, I think there's something else.
But
here.
everybody out here is laughing and like, look at that. And I'm like, I don't know how much I like this. I don't like how much that we continue to do this. But shout out to Kirk Cousins. I guess technically using the phrase correctly in that.
Yeah.
So explain it to me.
Yeah, trap. We use I use word like the trap is like a trap house. Like I hate to use this because it's pretty much clean now, but like a trap house is like a drug house.
Yes, it is a operation center.
Yeah, but some people call it like your home or your job. I use it like all the time. Like I'm going to the trap.
Yeah.
Pretty much the job to make my money.
Yeah.
So he pretty much saying going in your house and
take over your house.
Yeah, take over your
But
crib.
also, if the trap, hey, man, shout out to Omar Little and The Wire. Like, hey, man, if that's where you're doing your operations, we walking in there, we taking over your business.
Yeah.
We taking your supply.
Yeah. Where you make your money at.
That's right.
Yeah.
Kirko, as they've been calling him. I just don't know how comfortable.
man.
I don't know how comfortable. Can we just call him Kirk and let him be Kirk?
Nah.
Right? Let him wear his.
I'm calling him Kirk.
Let him wear his Kirkland shirts that he bought from Costco.
Yeah.
And let him just be him. I don't know why do we got to put chains on him and try and make him into Kirko.
That's Atlanta for you.
I guess so. That's our lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our Thursday staple. Let's go into buy or sell. Lopez has some interesting buy or sell situations. We'll tell you whether we agree or not next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio joined Payne and Pendergast exclusively on Houston Sports Leader.
Our focus is on
cigars and football. Join me Monday night at Legacy Cigars and Lounge in Stafford.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. Your Thursday can get even better by going out and hanging out with the guys of The Drive on their Thirsty Thursday. I believe my guy Ron currently headed right that way towards the Buffalo Wild Wings that they will be hanging out at. That one is in Tomball. 17195 Tomball Parkway out there as well. So go hang out with those fine fellas, enter for a chance to win some prizes, and then get you something to eat. Enjoy some great radio out there at the Buffalo Wild Wings on a Thirsty Thursday. But right now, time to get into a little buy or sell. Lopez, what you got?
Yeah, man, a lot of stuff happening this week that we can either buy or sell. Let's start with an easy one. Well, maybe it's not easy. Jerry Jones said this week he is, quote, not considering a coaching change.
I mean, I buy that in that it is what he's truly not considering. I think I sell it in that he clearly needs one.
I think he's absolutely considering it. You have to. Look at where they are. Right?
I mean,
you selling that?
I am selling that.
Sell.
Yeah, no, I think he's absolutely in that place where he's not buying it. Jerry Jones he's a very rich man. He's a billionaire, man. He does not do anything. Mm-hmm. And so being the general manager, he's in a different place than a lot of other general managers where they have to consider their job security and all those things. He don't got to do none of that. Yeah. And so he operates in such a way where he does not have to do anything he doesn't want to. It's why we got the audio we did this week, is because he operates in such a way where he does not do anything he does not want to, including answering questions that he does not feel like he wants to answer. And so he doesn't want to fire that guy. He does not want to fire that guy.
Biggie?
End of thought. End of discussion.
I'm actually buying that, to be honest.
You're buying it.
I'm buying it. I think because honestly, it's from that interview. Just the way he sounded, and he kept bringing up that bad season when he did fire coach mid-season. I think they was like 1-7.
Yeah.
I think he did that, but like I think he just stuck on keeping him for the rest of the year.
And then just go from there. Well, all their actions are saying as much.
Yeah.
What about Kevin Stefanski? He said this week, quote, Deshaun Watson gives us the best chance to win and continues to give us the best chance to win.
Now, I sell that.
They're selling, Mortimer.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Just because.
That dude stinks right now.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, and we've seen them do all sorts of different things. He can't execute the offense in a way that allows him to do good things. There's no way you're telling me that you can't find no quarterbacks on that roster or otherwise that are capable of doing that.
My thing is, Kevin Stefanski, for all his shortcomings, knows what good football looks like.
Agreed.
You know, it's like, and that's not it. So you're absolutely selling.
Yeah. Man, I just think Deshaun Watson is on the track being the worst quarterback in history, man.
Yeah.
The way he's playing. No, seriously, man. Like
disappointment.
Yeah, he's breaking all type of records that other quarterbacks. We've seen a lot of bad quarterbacks, and he's playing worse than them right now.
Yeah.
I just think anybody can step in and be better than what he's doing right now.
That's what's sad.
And they did that
like
last year.
Average quarterback.
They did that last year. They got an old guy off the couch.
Yeah.
And he brung him to the play. They had P.J. Walker playing better than him.
Former Houston Renegade.
Man, a legend.
That's true.
A legend right there.
How about this one, buy or sell? Aaron Rodgers said he did not know Davante Adams was going to New York until Adams called him. And this is him saying it.
So I literally found out at, close to 1 o'clock in the morning when he said he was getting on a plane, and I was just my heart dropped, and I was like, to where? And he said, New York. I was like, really?
Come on, man.
They're selling, Mortimer.
Okay. Ridiculous. You got right in there. You were like, I don't even have to wait for the answer. No, we don't believe you. You need more people, man. Like, you have a lot of power in that organization. As much as you want to try and make us believe, Aaron, that you do not. You have a lot of power in that organization. We know that they contacted you. You telling me that they tried to make a move in order to make this offense better, and they didn't talk to Aaron Rodgers about how he felt about it? Mm-hmm. Get out of here.
He tried to convince us when he said, really?
I think right there, that answer, I think he was trolling.
New York, really?
Yeah. He knew it. Everybody in this world knew it.
Oh, boy. This is a good one, and this is one that you contributed. So Ryan Smith is a billionaire, young billionaire, which I say that because based on what I'm about to share with you, young billionaire, sort of a Mark Cuban-esque kind of franchise owner.
Mm-hmm.
So he's probably going to want to put his stamp on things. He owns the Utah Hockey Club. He owns the Utah Jazz. He owns both men's and women's soccer teams in Salt Lake City. He said Salt Lake City is going to be the next great sports town.
That's definitely a sell. And I think what he was going for here is just like, it's, a lot of kind of new franchises that will grab people's attention. And the thing I think he understands is I think he was talking about how the great hiking and Salt Lake is a great city. I'm like, but it's not Vegas. I think the reason why those things work in Vegas is a place that, even though it is technically a smaller market than what you're talking about in Salt Lake, it is a market that is used to having tourism, right? It is a market that is geared towards having a show, being an entertainment situation. And that is not what Salt Lake is, right? Salt Lake, how many times have we had stories about
but a dud
shutting down by 10 p.m., right?
3.1 beer and all this other stuff.
Right. Everything shut down at 10 p. Like that's not the environment that we're talking about that's anywhere near to what Las Vegas is an entertainment destination. And I think that is why sports has been able to find its way there, is because it just provides you another entertainment destination, particularly if, maybe gambling ain't your bag, right? Or maybe, the Cirque du Soleil show, you can only watch so many or whatever, right? Then you can also go catch a game, right? I think that is what the sports of it provides. Or it's a destination sports town, at least if we're talking football. If your football team happens to be there, hey, we could plan a trip to Vegas, do Vegas stuff, and then on Sunday watch the game. Utah don't got nothing like that. And so I think that in that way, he is neglecting, I think, one of the biggest things that makes Vegas that place.
I'm going to both buy and sell here. I'm going to buy this aspect of it. I think in his mind, he thinks next great sports town equates success. I think he's confident in himself. I think he thinks that the Jazz are going to be really good. And he thinks the hockey club is going to be really good. But I'm selling it because that doesn't make a great sports city. The great sports city is what you're talking about. So, yeah.
Well, the great sports city, there's a lot of different great sports cities that aren't exactly that same way, but Vegas in particular is a tough one to compare yourself to.
Exactly.
Very tough.
Was he trying to compete with Vegas, or he just saying great sports city in general?
Well,
because I think it just it's tricky because these smaller
That's why
towns,
I said it's kind of both.
These smaller towns could be a great sports city, especially if it's nothing else to do and you got people that's homegrown there and they're passionate about their home team. But I wouldn't compare it to like a Vegas or nothing like that.
That was my big issue. Like, look, they support their things, right? It's ready. The Utah Hockey Club is getting a good amount of support at those games. I'm not saying that it can't be a great, but just comparing it to Vegas, you picked the wrong one.
I wouldn't do that. I would compare it to maybe like a Oklahoma, because if you look at Oklahoma City Thunder, their games be packed a lot, especially when they good. That it get hyped in there.
San Antonio,
but
Green Bay,
but I think that makes a good sports city because it's smaller, it's more homey, and they support that one team or a couple teams.
All right, I got a couple more here, three more. I'll start with this and then a combo from Nick Sirianni, but I'll start with this one. Kyle Shanahan says that Sunday afternoon's game against the Chiefs, Niners-Chiefs, quote, has nothing to do with losing 2 Super Bowls to Kansas City.
Okay, dude. I would like to be. I'd like to be able to buy and sell this, but no. At least maybe this is just the outside. Maybe this is the media in me or whatever. Nah, man, that's a large part of the conversation here. Yes, this is 2 good teams that are facing off, but one of the reasons that we feel very confident that both of these teams are good, even with the deficiencies that they show in this season, is because there's bona fides there, and especially that we've seen them in high stakes games go up against each other. That is very paramount to the discussion of this game. So, no, absolutely, that's part of this, my man.
I'm going to buy it, and let me explain. I'm going to buy it. And I hate when people say, oh, they avenged their Super Bowl loss. You can't avenge a Super Bowl loss.
Right.
You did that. That's impossible. It might. So I think it doesn't have anything to do with this. This is a regular season game in October. It has nothing. Now, from the outside looking in, it isn't are you avenging it?
Right.
A rematch or whatever.
But then, in addition to that, right? Like I know every team's seasons are different, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's a lot of continuity. Maybe the most continuity that you could talk about between those two teams compared to any other team in the league. So these things stack up upon each other, right? Like there are some things that are going to be vestiges from those other games that will factor into this game.
Yeah.
When Andy Reid is game planning, and when
it'll look a lot like it, but there's nobody going to say if the Niners win, okay, I feel better now about losing the Super Bowl. How about you, Figgy?
Yeah, I'm selling this, man. First of all, I don't believe nothing Kyle Shanahan say. I feel like that dude just be lying out of his mouth.
Yeah.
But no, I think it do have something because you could see this team again in the Super Bowl, and I'd rather try to figure them out at some point in the season to see if I could really beat them because it's a high chance they might see them again.
Yeah. All right, two real quick here from Nick Sirianni. He addressed two things. One was his talking to the fans in the stands after beating the one-win Browns or whatever it was. He said that he, quote, has made a lot of strides controlling his emotions. That's part one.
Okay.
Part two, he said his kids were on the podium. Quote, my only intention was wanting them to share that moment with me.
That moment beating the Browns?
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like a sell.
Sell.
That's a sell on both those points.
I want to be
They're
able to,
selling, Mortimer.
Well, that's ridiculous.
I want to be able to buy it so much. Yeah, you laid that out very nicely.
Is that the groundbreaking moment beating the Browns?
That's right. Highlight of the career.
I wanted them to share that moment with me. Figgy?
No, I'm selling that. That's ridiculous, man. That's low key embarrassing.
Yeah, wasn't a lot of buying this week. Wasn't a lot of buying.
We saving money.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly what we're doing here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thirsty Thursday. Coming up next, let's circle back to some of the things that were discussed by CJ Stroud in his opportunity to speak with the media, and also DeMeco. He gave us a little bit of insight into what he believes the Denico Autry fit is going to look like. We'll talk about all that next.
Northwest Houston. The Drive is Here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Thursday. And in about an hour, the drive will take over. They are out at
Tomball,
Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. So go out and say what's up to the fellas. Get you something to eat, get you some wings, get you something to drink, and then sign up. Like jump in the raffle for an opportunity to win some cool prizes as they always have out there. So yeah, make sure to go see the fellas if you have an opportunity on a thirsty Thursday. All right, but let's get back into the Texans. Obviously, CJ Stroud, DeMeco Ryans both speak on Wednesdays, and of course they're turning the page towards this game that we're gearing up for, which is Texans at Packers. And one of the big things is that this is a week in which Denico Autry is coming off of suspension, and he is jumping into what you're doing here. And obviously the big thing we talked about with ND is like, what level of player are you getting when it comes to like preparedness and those things? What are there any types of restrictions on what he has coming back? And DeMeco Ryans, and this is cut number 6 here, gave us his update on Denico Autry as he returns to play.
Autry, he's ready to go. He's been doing a lot of work. While people weren't watching him, while he wasn't here, he put a lot of work in. And that's the biggest thing. And that's a credit to all our guys. And I really, with our sports performance group and the way they work with our guys when they're not here, like it just shows how Dylan came back. Dylan was ready to go. Damian steps back in. Joe steps back in. Like that's a credit to not just the football side, but our sports performance side, our training room, and how they have our guys prepared. When they do get back, they're back and they're ready to be effective.
I'm fascinated by this whole thing because I don't doubt a word that DeMeco said, and that Autry has been sort of attacking this, and is as ready as he possibly can be, and is going to step right in. But I'm fascinated by this. He's still hadn't played football in 284 days. That's going to be an adjustment. This is his preseason. It's his early season. It's everything, and you're going into Green Bay, So how many snaps is that going to equate to? Because even the most, in shape, ready, mentally, physically player there is, they're not going to have all the snaps. Denico Autry has never been an every snap guy. He gets a lot of them, but in Tennessee, he was consistently a 60, low 70% snap rate, over there. But that, of course, is when he was flipping around and they had different rotations, so it might be, a little different here.
Right.
But nevertheless, like the reason it's fascinating to me is because if he doesn't play a lot or, even 65% of the snaps, they're so thin. Like again, if you weren't listening earlier, Fatukasi did not play again, did not practice again. Yeah. And of course, Mario Edwards is suspended. So, it's like you got to have Autry at his best, and you got to have him on the field a lot.
Yeah. Obviously, then Kurt Hinish has been activated this week, so he's going to get in there. Tim Settle obviously has factored in. All those guys have factored in and handled themselves well, to be completely honest. But, yeah, I think it continues to be something that I'm super intrigued by. How much are they going to utilize Denico Autry? Because even coming in, right, Mario Edwards a little bit of a tweener, but he was able to handle his business well, kind of in that 3-technique situation. Denico Autry is not really that. Like, he is more of an edge rusher that can move inside and typically has done that in kind of pass rushing circumstances and situations.
Pass rushing.
Right? Is that going to be something where they feel comfortable enough with he's ready to go, where he's going to kind of handle that and man that position consistently, or is it going to be bouncing around? And so how much bang for your buck are you going to get from Denico Autry in those circumstances? I'm super excited to see it. It's going to be important because this feels like a week. We asked ND, and I think he gave an interesting answer of how do you plan to attack, or how do you maybe attack a guy like Jordan Love, who, I don't know, he is at least advanced of a quarterback enough that I don't think you're going to treat him like a rookie where you just heat him up and see what happens, because he's been very good in this offensive line for the Packers, have been very good at handling pressure. And so I imagine that at least for a majority of the game, you're going to need to try and find pressure from just your front four. So what is that constitution looks like? That's a question that keeps coming up for me.
Look, and the other thing, and Seth has pointed this out a few times, they were already a smallish interior defensive front. And as good as Denico Autry is, you lose those two guys. The strength of the Packers is running the ball between the tackles. And so, I really believe this. Like, Jordan loved the game. CJ Stroud might make a play that wins the game, a wild play. But it's going to come down to how that defense handles the Packers running game.
Yeah, and speaking of that, DeMeco gave his thoughts on the Green Bay rushing attack.
Adding Jacobs has been, I think it's been a nice addition for them. I know Matt wants to run the football. That's where they want to thrive. That's where they want to live. First things first, they want to establish a run game and run it as much as they can. And so with Jacobs, he's a strong, powerful runner, great contact balance. One guy doesn't take him down a lot. So it has to be a collective effort from our defense, backside guys, everybody getting off of blocks, closing, and we have to swarm and corral Jacobs because he's such a tough runner.
Number 2 running team in the NFL. And there's big changes on the interior of the Texans defense. No pressure, Denico. Get it done on the interior.
Yeah, and you say the interior is spot of the defense. It's not just that defensive line.
Right.
Again, Thursday is a major day when it comes to figuring out, getting into the game plan and then getting guys ready for the weekend. And Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o have not practiced or did not practice today on Thursday. And so, yeah, man, this is going to be real interesting on Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen, who, obviously this team has the utmost belief in those guys. On any of these guys on the 53, it seems like they have a lot of belief in their capability of being here. And it feels like you have the depth that I understand why that is, but this challenge would have been an interesting one even for your starters.
Oh, if they were all completely healthy.
And To'oTo'o. And so just naturally having guys who at least depth chart wise are your backups, this is going to be an interesting place. And they do very well, and that they are very, as you talked about, explosive in. It's not just that they are successful and they pick up 3, 4, 5 yards at a time. Josh Jacobs has broken the 5th most explosive plays rushing the football of anybody that's running the football in the league, and
the vast majority between the tackles.
Absolutely. So that's going to be a strength on potential weakness type matchup.
Yeah.
Not saying that it absolutely is a weakness, but you can see how having guys lower on your depth chart could put you in a place to maybe be susceptible there.
Yeah.
Some more things. I kind of want to hop there. Let's hop to CJ Stroud because there's been a lot of talk about Dalton Schultz over the last week and everything.
Including here.
Here as well. Absolutely. I'm not trying to ignore us from this, especially after he had some drops.
Yeah.
And then I think some people have kind of questioned some of his, efforts on the field in looking at him. CJ Stroud was asked specifically what Dalton Schultz does for the offense.
Yeah, I would say, man, he's like a coach on the field. Like he helps me a ton with the run game, and he's intelligent. I can see him being like an OC one day, or he's so smart. So he's helping out Kade, he's helping out Joe, he's helping out the guys up front, making sure we're ID'd right, and he takes on a lot of responsibility that he doesn't really have to, but he does it, and he puts in the extra hours. So I tip my hat off to Dalton and be able to just do that. So it's a long season, man. Like I know that we'll start connecting more, and I know that we'll start really just feeding off with each other, and our chemistry is really high. So we just got to get back to that, and just go out there and have more fun.
That last part is key. Like, without saying it, he's talking about he's a coach on the field, which is admirable, and all the help he's given other people. But we want him to be a tight end on the field. Sure. I'm glad he's a coach on the field. That's awesome, and a lot of people have great value to a team in that. But they're at the very end. I mean, flat out, he said, I'm sure we'll start connecting more.
Yeah, and it has to. Like, I think in not having Nico Collins, he is one of those guys, especially on, like, third downs, in those situations, playing at the sticks where you're just kind of finding maybe, like, an option route or something like that. He is the guy. He is one of those guys that, it seems like CJ wants to get the ball to in some of those times. Obviously, Stephon Diggs serves as one of those great opportunities because he's just always doing what he's supposed to do. But Dalton Schultz, also, your tight end, when you fall back of it in just general sports talk terms, your tight end is the safety blanket for a quarterback.
Yeah.
And you can tell that CJ wants that to be there. And it was really frustrating for a lot of folks that he was not there and he was not solid in that. So it would be very vital and important for him to be that, especially against the Green Bay team that I feel like you need to make sure that you move the sticks against. A lot of people are looking at this as a potentially high-scoring game.
Especially against the Packers. Yes, absolutely. And And it's kind of like we were on Laramie Tunsil watch for a few weeks there. Is he going to false start again? We're kind of on drops watch with Dalton Schultz. That's where we are. And the tight end, the one thing about a tight end that are receivers, receiving type tight ends, they cannot drop passes. Because that's what they are oftentimes the outlet, sort of the check down. They're oftentimes the move the sticks guy. On a third passes. Can't do it.
Yeah, and so that's going to be necessary, moving the ball against this Packers team that, to be fair, isn't a otherworldly defense, but they turn the ball over a lot, right? And so you got to make sure that you handle up there. But then within that turning the ball over a lot, CJ Stroud has been great about protecting the football. Yeah. He was asked, what's the foundation for him protecting the football, but also still now attempting to throw the ball downfield and getting chunk plays?
Yeah, I would say just execute and finish, execute our plays. I got to be accurate and really just, understand that, this team is known to keep, their defense. Their defense kind of keeps their team in the game by getting turnovers. And they do a great job of that, especially on the back end. Got some really good DBs, and up front they play really well, and their backers are really solid. So, another great challenge for me to try to be better with, I feel like I've been kind of a little sloppy, turn the ball over a little bit, but sometimes the ball doesn't roll your way, but you got to take those shots and you got to, be aggressive to, see what you can get away with and what you can't. So I don't regret any of the decisions I made, but I definitely know that, you're putting yourself at risk. So I definitely know that this game I got to be very smart with the football and just, take my shots when they come. But, if they don't come, then, just being smart with the football.
Yet another, big part that we're going to be watching, because you're right. And teams that start turning other teams over early in the season, they just kind of tend to keep always doing that. That it just becomes a knack for a lot of these teams, and it's been a knack for the Packers. And then you're right about their defense, but this leads directly into another conversation that we've had in recent weeks on 3rd and 7. You can't be 3rd and 8. That's something to watch, because then that's turnover heaven, because oftentimes you're forcing the ball, you're trying to go a little further downfield. They're 8th against the run, so they're not necessarily an upper tier defense, but 8th against the run. So that means 1st and 2nd down, if you're running the ball, gets pretty hard. So that means you're going to be in 3rd down situations. So the turnovers, what they can do, in running the ball and then against the run is going to be key.
Yeah. So there you go. Those are some of the principles that you have with your Texans. And someone was like, "You guys have no faith." No, this is a tough challenge.
No, I'm anxious.
This is a tough challenge that they face, and I think the nature of football and how it can beat down on a roster, as it it obviously is for the Texans. This is where it's testing your depth and your ability to get done what you intend to get done, even through the injuries that will pop up. These are the types of things that's necessary.
But that's part of it. You have to look at this realistically. Yeah. Like, injuries are part. I sat here Monday in this exact same spot and said, that's all I need to see. They look like a Super Bowl contending team. I haven't changed my mind on that. But you've got all these elements that are making this an anxious type game.
Yeah. And so excited to see what this continues to be. And, of course, part of that anxiety is that, a lot of guys that you value highly, particularly on this defense that has been the tip of the spear for your team, we're not practicing today, and leads to the idea that maybe they don't practice on the weekend. Talk less of Kamari Lassiter and Jimmy Ward that we have reporting on that says that they're likely to not play on Sunday, just flat out. So continuing to watch. Hopefully tomorrow will give us exactly who you'll have available and what you'll be really dealing with against the Packers team that poses an interesting challenge. All right, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610 coming up next. It's about that time where we hand it over to Fig for the mixtape. What we got?
Yeah, man. Smallest hills you are willing to die on. 713.
Smallest.
Yeah, smallest. It could be something small. It could be something sports related, life related. Smallest hills you are willing to die on. 713-572-4610.
I like this.
All right, let's do that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. It's an age-old question that
Flex the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday. Happy 10/17 day, man.
Yeah, there you go.
You want to know why 10/17 is so special?
Well, now I do.
All right. So I got two reasons why it's so special. I'm going to start with the first one.
Okay.
And this is probably one of my favorite clips ever. So 10/17, every time I think about 10/17, I think about Gucci Mane because he had a record label called 10/17 Brick Squad. And in honor of that, I got to play my favorite Gucci clip. Okay. So do you think Gucci Mane is a big fan of Eminem?
I actually have no idea.
I would just say yes, just as a guess.
Okay. Well, he was doing an interview with Ricky Smiley, and they asked him about, is Eminem the king of rap?
Eminem's the king of rap. Why would you say he's not? You got to come with a better name.
I remember
that ain't even worth. All right.
Because I ain't playing Eminem in my car.
Okay.
You playing me yours?
When he drops something, usually the week of.
You sliding around playing Eminem in your car, you and your old lady?
Nah, just Dolo. Like
just Dolo playing Eminem, just metaphors.
Yeah, bars.
Just going in.
Bars. Because there's something for every occasion. When you ride in Dolo, like, you want to. All right.
So it's safe to say he is not a fan of Eminem. And honestly, this is the first person I heard that openly said he is not a fan of Eminem. And this was a few years ago.
Yeah.
So now it's kind of popular to hate on Eminem. But he was not a fan of Eminem very early on.
But is it now more because people feel he went too mainstream?
Who, M?
Yeah.
I think some of it is like the way that his stuff is aged, and obviously just he had a very aggressive style, Eminem did, and you know.
He kind of went mainstream. He went away from it.
Oh,
he went away from what he was.
I don't know if that's the way it is. I think it was also some of the things that he talked about that we've gotten more enlightenment over years, and we're like, oh yeah, I don't know how.
I think what I realized too, maybe it could be the spur of the moment thing, but a lot of people feel like just his raps and stuff is kind of corny. Whereas it kind of go over people's heads too much, and it's like, don't nobody want to hear all that. People want to dance and get jiggy.
Yeah.
Well, I can't get jiggy, Eminem.
So sometimes some of the hip hop heads can get a little too much into the bars and all these things, and sometimes we got to remember music serves a lot of purposes, but in some instances also people just want to be able to feel good. People want to be able to dance.
That's it.
Eminem doesn't often give you some of those songs.
Exactly. So shout out to Gucci Mane, 10/17 day. Another reason why 10/17 is so special because 2 years ago today, Adam Schefter tweeted a significant shakeup in Houston. Texans are parting ways with John Lopez's buddy, Executive Vice President of Football Operations, Jack Easterby.
Man, we should have brought a cake.
Jack Easterby parting the way.
Some Krispy Kremes or something.
Krispy Kreme?
Yeah, so we should have
no
celebrated.
Shipley's?
We should have celebrated, not Shipley's, Krispy Kreme.
So we wouldn't be celebrating then.
Yeah, we'd be having a great time.
That's one of the smallest hills that I'll die on, is that Krispy Kremes actually aren't that good. They taste like a science experiment.
They're so good.
No.
Speaking of that, man.
So good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step forward.
Oh, no, you good. Let's get right to it.
No, I feel like we need to make sure to celebrate, give enough people the time to celebrate Jack Easterby not being the head of this organization, because ain't no way.
Hey, we was having a blast on this show, man.
Yeah.
Ain't no way this organization, this Houston Texans team, looks in the way. If y'all thought we was being negative talking about going into this Packers game, imagine if Jack Easterby was still in charge of this thing.
Man,
he'd be peacocking around there right now, man. See what I did to this organization?
Well, they wouldn't be good. They'd probably have drafted, somebody besides CJ Stroud.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, man, happy Jack Easterby Day, I guess.
Oh, for sure.
Smallest hills you are willing to die on. 713-572-4610. I got to list a couple things, couple random hills people are willing to die on.
Yeah.
I'm going to go down the list. If you have some, let me know. Nickelback is a great band.
Honestly,
I mean, people will.
I can't even think about Nickelback songs. Like, I understand that this is just such a popular take
to hate Nickelback.
Is to hate Nickelback. I can't even think of Nickelback songs, if we're going to be completely honest. And so let me see.
You'll know them.
I won't know if I hear them.
I'm certain.
It's like me with a lot of rap. I'll know the song, but I don't know who did it or the name of it.
See, maybe because I didn't really grow up on Nickelback, but every time I hear the music, it don't bother me.
No,
I'm not like, cut this off.
No, that's why I was like,
playing this.
I forgot How You Remind Me. Yeah, I remember that song.
Yeah.
Yeah. I won't say I don't think that they're terrible. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think that some of this has it becomes more popular to people like either having an extreme take on either end and being somewhere in the middle isn't like.
It's kind
as
of like
fun.
Eminem, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, you either love Eminem or you hate him and you think he's the worst rapper ever.
Yeah.
But another one, Grease 2 will always be better than Grease.
Hell no.
Oh, he felt so passionate about that?
Hell no. That's a tiny hill. That's a little bitty, that's an ant hill. Who thinks Grease 2 is better than Grease?
I don't think that I knew that there was a Grease 2, if we're going to be completely honest.
There you go.
I didn't either.
There's your answer.
Yeah. What about this one? Aaliyah will always be number one over Beyonce.
That is
a Aaliyah stand.
Yeah. Come on
something.
now.
Look, something about these Aaliyah stands. They all feel like if Aaliyah was alive today, there would be no Beyonce, and they are dead ass serious about that.
They are.
That's just wild. Just off of I understand, like, artistically, stylistically, people can get different places. I am always fascinated at just like the athleticism of this. And people are like, you're talking about Beyonce, what you mean athleticism? She can perform and do all that choreography and belt and sang at the same time.
Yeah.
And that is crazy to me.
Yeah. She was alive.
Isn't there, maybe it's in reverse, isn't there a Biggie take like that? Like, he wouldn't be as big.
What, Jay-Z wouldn't be as big if Big was still
a lot of people say that too.
Yeah.
I kind of disagree with that.
Oh, we have found the Grease 2 fans.
Get out of here.
Shout out to you. 832 said Grease 2 all day.
I'm just impressed that they could finish it.
Is it that bad?
It's awful.
Really?
Awful.
Damn.
I have one that just popped into mind before you go on the rest of your list, because you asked us the smallest hill that we would die on. This is one that people feel like it's the grossest thing ever, and everyone that I convinced to try this thinks it's the best thing ever. The best thing to put on corn on the cob or corn.
No, don't even say it, man.
Without fail. You haven't tried it, though.
Man, I do not want to try that.
If you tried it, you're going to be like, damn, that John Lopez was right. Mayonnaise.
Oh, my God.
There is nothing better to put on corn on the cob or corn than mayonnaise. I know it's a Hispanic thing. It is so much better than butter, so much better than it. Mayonnaise on corn on the cob. Try it. You're going to say, you know what? This is better than butter.
Not better than butter.
Yes, 100%.
I don't know if I'll get to that place. I'm sure I'd be in a place where I'm like, yeah, it's cool.
No, you
because I mean, obviously,
it'll change your life.
I don't think it will. I think you're doing a lot here.
Yeah,
I think you're doing a lot here.
All right, how about this one? Frozen isn't a Christmas movie or winter movie. That person
It's
will
definitely
down
not
that.
a Christmas movie.
They make winter. like they literally make winter during the movie.
They said it was in the summertime, though.
But they made winter. Like that's an awful take.
It's not a Christmas movie. That one is certain. But there's enough winter in there. We got a talking snowman and everything.
Exactly.
What about this one? It's caramel, not caramel.
See,
which one you say?
I always say caramel.
I'm more likely to say caramel.
How about you?
See, I started saying caramel once I started working at Starbucks because they say caramel.
I always say caramel.
And clearly, Starbucks is the arbiter of these things.
It is.
I actually would trust them.
I'm an expert. I know how it's pronounced.
He got his degree.
The funny thing is when people go through the drive-thru, they say a caramel latte or something like that. I correct. I'm like, caramel latte? Okay.
Oh, come on, don't be that guy.
Yeah, I'm one of those.
Don't be that guy.
What about this one? Dolls belong on furniture and beds. We owe them comfort.
Of course you do.
Dogs. I heard dolls, and I was like, what kind of dogs? That is... I don't have a take there. I don't think I'm entitled to have a take.
They can do whatever they want.
Not a pet guy personally, so I don't know that I should be able to weigh in on these things that I have no business in.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of split between this. Like I do like my pets, or when I had a pet, being on a couch and stuff like that. Yeah. But the wife did not. Because
she was wrong.
Stanley was
shedding.
He was very messy. Like going outside to use the bathroom, and she don't want all that in the bed. Sometimes he dirty up the couch.
So what?
So yeah. Hey, tell that
That's
to her.
where I sit.
Yeah.
Clean it.
And that was a damn $1,000 couch too.
So what? I had a Labrador that shed everywhere. So what?
Yeah,
You just
wasn't
clean
even,
it up.
It wasn't even a shed, and sometimes Stanley just get dirty. Like you don't want nobody dirty all on the couch.
Right.
I don't want no dirty human on the couch.
Unless it's your dog.
Nah.
Why he get to be special?
What about this one? The parents from The Parent Trap are way worse parents than the parents from Home Alone.
No, that's an interesting one.
I don't even.
I
remember.
never heard that one, but a lot of people agree with that.
Oh, because they allowed the swap.
They split up the twins.
Yeah.
Like, you can't split up. No, you can't do that.
I gotta say.
Yeah, but they didn't even know that they was split up though. Is it any better if they don't know that they were split up?
I don't know, but I'm kind of leaning that way now.
Nah.
Because in Home Alone they just forgot.
That was an honest
What do you
mistake.
mean just forgot? Like that is gross negligence to leave a child unattended.
If it was deliberate,
they didn't say, "Hey, Kevin, stay home.
Yeah,
We're going over to London."
Yeah. No, they were just bedlam. The van was there and all that other stuff, and people are running in and out.
Brother, CPS don't care about none of that.
And they actually
CPS ain't hearing none of that, brother.
And they actually counted heads, but it was some other kid or something, right?
Yeah. CPS don't care about none of that, bro.
I'm with you on that one, Figgy.
Okay. So what about this one? People who correct grammar, I'm talking to y'all. People who correct grammar on the internet are often more annoying than the ones who make mistakes.
Correct.
Yes.
I'll agree with this as somebody who can be a grammarian.
And I will continue to.
Like, I understand it in person. You might correct somebody if they
Yeah.
say the wrong word or something like that. But if you're on the internet, like with spell check and all that stuff going on, like, come on, you know what we talking about, man.
You were there. I had a borderline insensitive one the other day.
I don't remember it, and I don't want you to remind me.
Tyler Milner.
Still don't remember it. Don't want you to remind me. But yeah, no, I agree with this wholeheartedly. A lot of times, like, especially it'll be something that someone pronounces a word wrong, and oftentimes that's just like, oh, that person has read the word and not heard it. That's not a big deal. And then it all basically comes down to communication is about getting across the idea. If you know what they meant, then it's cool.
Yeah. What about this one? Don't use your speakers on public transit. Headphones only.
I think that's just courteous, right?
Yeah, that's
I'm here
that's
for
not
that.
even a hill. It should just be done.
I think that's
Yeah. This one, I might offend some people with this one.
Uh-oh.
Fantasy football is just Dungeons and Dragons for people who like sports.
I mean, it is.
I actually don't disagree.
Everybody enjoy your things.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's kind of what it is. I've never heard that put like that.
So they can't get mad at the people who play Dungeons and Dragons or whatever that is. What about this one? If it doesn't have shelves, drawers, or any storage space, it's a table, not a desk.
No, it's a desk if you make it a day. If you use it as a desk.
People have strong opinions on this one. Like, I can't imagine carrying that much.
I never thought
this
about
is a desk.
that.
No, this is a table. I'm like,
What
does
is
it matter?
this? What is this?
It's a table.
It's a desk.
According to them, it's a table.
It doesn't have any of that.
It needs some storage spaces or a drawer.
I can't imagine having a strong take on that one. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to get y'all out of here on this one. And I 100% agree with this. Anything with glitters can bleep right off.
Yeah, glitter.
I hate glitter.
Glitters. Why do we
glitter? What is glitter?
Why are we still doing this? Like,
No, glitter be all over the place, man.
It goes everywhere.
You can't clean glitter up.
it's
at
not
all.
pragmatic. It doesn't. I don't know that it adds more than it hurts. It's just never net positive.
Have you seen something with glitter be like, ooh,
Glitter.
that's real nice.
Oh, glitter.
Man,
Hey, Taylor Swift's eyes. Remember that company? You saw that, right? That company, like 10,000% sales increases because Taylor Swift was wearing her glitter eye makeup or whatever it was.
Glitter is the worst.
I'll go as far as saying glitter is a net negative to human society. I'll go as far as saying that, 100%.
I agree with
I'm
that.
good with you on that.
People on the Star Wars. Oh, Star Wars completely overrated as both trilogies and a franchise. 2A1 went all the way there.
Yeah.
A lot of people going with the pineapple doesn't go on pizza. Why do y'all care that much? But the boneless wings are just sauce nuggets. I believe in that, but that's because you're getting charged a wing premium, right? Like if it was just, hey, this is nuggets, charge me on what nuggets cost. But they charge you the cost of the chicken wing, but for nuggets. And I'm like, you getting over on folks based off of false advertising.
Yeah.
That's what I don't like.
Yeah, I think boneless wings should be way cheaper than regular wings.
That's my thing. And if there's the places that do that, then I'm like, it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all great.
Yeah.
713. If one spouse insists upon sleeping with dogs and the other refuses, who's right? The dog. The dog is right.
Sounds like y'all need separate beds.
that. Hey, my wife used to yell at Stanley, "Get off my bed." And he'd get right off. I had to make a little pallet on the side.
He knew what time it was. That's Figgy's Mixtape. You get it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to send you to hand off to our guys, Clint and Ron of The Drive. They are out in Tomball at the Buffalo Wild Wings, where you can go and hang out with them. But before we get there, we'll talk more. We'll do that next.
How does Nick Caserio feel?
states, rates do vary.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop, Sports Radio 610 on a Thirsty Thursday. Appreciate you hanging out with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, all day long. And it's only going to continue to be great here on Sports Radio 610 as the drive out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. Mm-hmm. So make sure you go out and see the fellas. Make sure you get you something to drink, something to eat. Say what's up to the guys, and sign up for the opportunity to win some stuff. We'll check in with them here shortly and see what's going on there. Checking in with the Texans as they practice and continue to gear up for what we're continuing to look at as the biggest test to this point for them when they face off against Green Bay on the road at Lambeau. And I honestly am trying to make sure that I take stock of where with me and you're in this place where we have some concerns, and that is the word that I'll use here, is concerns. Obviously, this Packers team is a good one. I don't know that I go as far as calling them a great one, but they do some things that when you overlay them with where the Texans are over the course of the season, but especially where they are health-wise, kind of, raise some eyebrows, right? Raise some concerns, especially when you consider that a couple of people in your defensive backfield are not going to be playing. Kamari Lassiter and Jimmy Ward, the expectation is that they will not practice or play. They did not practice today. And then this is a Packers team that runs the ball fairly well.
Yeah.
And this is a defense that has done a pretty solid job at stopping the run. However, those people that have made that great, especially the likes of Azeez Al-Shaair, Henry To'oTo'o, who's made a lot of progress in diagnosing runs and just throwing himself, torpedoing himself into those gaps, stopping runs. Those guys, neither of them practiced today, leading some possibility that they might not play. Right, and then the interior defensive line, Mario Edwards, who has done a good job in that, has now gone to suspension. We knew that was the case. But Folorunshò Fatukasi did not practice today, and we've talked about it. It would feel better about the swap of Denico Autry for Mario Edwards if I felt certain that Denico Autry was just going to go in and just be a defensive tackle and kind of the way that Mario Edwards was. I'm not sure of that, and I don't know how much of that is just me not having a sense of it, but we have not seen him with these Texans.
And he hasn't done it.
We don't know if that he is, and he hasn't done it. Not even that we don't know. He hasn't done that exclusively being kind of a every down defensive tackle. So all those things come together. This report we've gotten, and with what you are seeing from this Packers team that has been solid, and I guess the question ultimately is this? Am I being too anxiety driven? Because I understand that I have a propensity to do that. This really is about me trying to check myself.
I got some problems, man.
I know it. Right? That's the thing is I'm in my
own head.
You hate the person that has the issues but doesn't recognize it.
You don't want to be me, man.
Right? Like, I understand.
That's the first step, recognizing your own problems.
Exactly. Knowing is half the battle.
Knowing you have a drinking problem.
Right? Like, wow, hey, hold on. I don't know what you're putting on me here now. Don't do that to me now. But yeah, no, I'm looking at it and I'm like, hey, there's some things that legitimately are causing concern with this. Not saying that there aren't things that are also very great about this matchup for the Texans, but those are the things that my mind is directed to. Am I making too much of this?
Well, I'm going to go Goodwill Hunting on you. It's not your fault.
Okay,
it's not your fault.
That's comforting in some ways.
Because okay, so it's a matter of I don't like this week's matchup based on what is happening on the rosters. It has nothing to do with what I think this Texans team is.
In fact,
those are two separate things.
You've gone as far as saying they're bona fide Super Bowl contenders.
They look like one to me. So I don't like this matchup is separate from what I think this team is. And the reason I don't like this matchup has nothing to do with necessarily, some inherent deep-seated anxiety issues. Like someone I know. but
it is what it is, okay?
Nothing to do with that. What it has to do with is you got the middle of your defense. What do you call it? The spine of your defense.
The spine of the defense.
Is all new starters. 4 new starters. Tackle, linebacker. At least as of if you had to pick it today, because they didn't practice, as you pointed out. Their strength is going right down the spine of your defense with 2 really good backs. And so that's why this is a tough matchup for me. The injuries make it worse. It would have been a problem, or at least a concern, if the Texans were fully healthy and added Denico Autry, because the Packers are the number 2 rushing team in the league. Like, there's only one team that does it better. It's the Tennessee Titans.
Off of rush yards?
Yeah. Off of rushing yards. So, yeah, that's what this is about. It's about the matchup you're facing. And then, oh, by the way, that really good rookie cornerback you got, he may not play. Some of these other players, your safety, he may not play if you had to call it today. So, yeah, this is the toughest test, at least going in. We know what happened in Minnesota, but at least going in, this is the toughest test you're going to face.
Could it possibly be that, and of course, it's always about complementary football. That is the watchword that you have with this team, right? You'll hear that oftentimes with various people that are involved here, right? Complementary football. Is it possible that this needs to be the week in which the offense picks up the defense, as the defense seemingly has done for the offense all the way through this thing?
That would be sweet, wouldn't it? A little high-scoring game, some CJ Stroud action for about 350, and maybe 3 touchdowns or so. That would be a possibility because, the Packers' defense is not necessarily – they're good against the run, but they're not necessarily overwhelming. And their big calling card is turning you over. CJ Stroud, by and large, is not a guy that turns the ball over a lot. Same with Joe Mixon. So – yeah, how about a little bit of offensive action, leading the way?
Yeah, all right. So real quick, obviously the defensive player of the week in the AFC is Will Anderson Jr. Had 3 sacks this past weekend, and he obviously has more insight into what Denico Autry looks like. This is him talking about Denico Autry.
Country. Man, he is great, man. Like, I think out of everybody in the D-line room, for real, like, I really look at him as a big brother. Like, I think we just have that relationship now. Like, he was quiet when he first got here, like, mean mug, everything. But, like, the more I started picking on, messing with him, he opened up a little bit, man. But it's great having him there, man. Like, I told him I was watching his highlights, I think he celebrated until I watched his highlights. And I seen him jumping up and down, and he got me ready to play with him, man. But he's going to bring something different. Like, just his physical player style, his relentless effort to get to the quarterback, even on the edge inside. Teams have to account for him everywhere, and it's going to give us a really good change-up when he gets back.
And if there's anybody that can help me feel better, just warm my spirits, it is that man, Will Anderson Jr.
So good to listen to every time. But he kind of described Autry just came in mean mugging, and not really talking too much. But he loosened him up. Look, I have no doubt about what the numbers have no doubt about what Denico Autry can provide. I go back to how much is it going to be snap, related? How many does he get? And is he going to even? We are assuming he's going to be a defensive tackle almost exclusively. Yeah. We don't know that. How much are they going to use him there versus others and other places?
And the thing about it is, I don't even know that we'll get the answer until Sunday, and when we see it go down at Lambeau Field versus the Packers. Somebody asking, I think it's Joseph on the YouTube, how much of the Packers' turnovers are based on the fact that they face the Colts and the Titans? Not entirely. This is a team that has at least 2 turnovers in every single one of these games this season. 3 in most of those, in fact. The only one that they got 2 was against the Rams. Like, this is a team that turns over the football almost consistently. And that seems wild because turnovers seem to be, at least we talk about them as more of a random occurrence. Yeah. But they seem to have made this somewhat regular. And so it is not happenstance, I guess, to use that word. Like, maybe year over year, his turnovers isn't something that you could project. But it feels like through 6 weeks, which is not an insignificant time span, they've managed to continue to get turnovers. So protecting the football is going to matter a very, very big deal in this one. All right. It's about that time to head out to Tomball, the Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball, and talk to the fellas, Ron and Clint of The Drive, as they're getting ready to get going there. Fellas, what's it look like?
It's looking good, man. This is one of our spots that we like to come out to. We frequented this one over here near Willowbrook Mall, so on the other side of the highway. So that's where we are coming up today and next week as well. So it's a good time out here, man, always. We got a lot to give away now. We got football tickets. We got Texans ticket. We got Houston Cougar tickets to see K-State and Utah as well. Gift cards. We got 7 things we're hooking people up with today out here at this Buffalo. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I ain't playing around. 7 things that we're hooking people up with. You got to be here to get it. So get on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock hanging out.
Absolutely. That's the place to be, it seems like. So make sure you go out and see the fellas. Now, fellas, during the mixtape, we were talking about the smallest hill that you're willing to die on. Some people got here with the pineapple on shouldn't be on pizza. What was a great one, I think, honestly, was that glitter is a useless thing in our society that should be done away with. Are there any takes for you fellas that you're just like, this is the hill that I'm willing to die on, even though it is relatively insignificant?
I don't think I have one, boys.
Well, it seems like being able to have conversations in the bathroom is one that you believe strongly in.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to die on that hill because I understand that it takes two to tango.
Well, Clint,
you know what I mean? But I
got
don't,
one for Clint.
Hey, Clint,
look, I'm not opposed, guys, by the way. I was just curious. I mean, I'm not one that typically makes a comment to another gentleman in the bathroom, but I will smirk and smile and maybe giggle a bit and think to myself I should say something. So, there's no wrong answer there.
Well, Clint, you grew up in Baytown among my people. A lot of my people were in Baytown. And the one that I said, I think you've probably tried and can endorse, that the best thing to put on corn on the cob is not butter, but mayonnaise.
I can't get with you on that one.
Look at you. You thought you had.
Have you tried it?
Oh yeah. I mean, hell yeah, I've tried it. I mean, but I can't. I'm not a mayo guy. I'll be honest with you. I'm just not a mayo guy in general.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm not a big corn on the cob guy either. But now, if you want to skin the cob and put it in a plate, a little bowl for me, and you want to put a little butter, hell, I'll let you even throw a tad bit of mayo in there. Just don't tell me about it until after I start. And I could probably go with that. But I know where you're going. Yeah, no, I never could go that route.
I'm thinking. I'm sitting there thinking. One I've come up with is I will down the hill of a neighborhood rule of cutting the grass until 8 o'clock. Until
8 a.m. You talking about? You can't
8 a.m.
No, can't get the mower going.
Yeah, before that, them 7 o'clock. Them horrible people who like to get up at 7 o'clock and start cutting grass when you got kids and stuff around. Oh man, they should go straight to hell.
Yeah, I think that you're right on there, man.
No, he's not.
I personally
Lopez, and I was looking at you, Lopez. You look like a 7:30 cutter.
I bet he is.
I am a 7:30 cutter. You know the rule though. There's an unwritten rule. The unwritten rule is any day except Sunday you can start mowing your grass at 7 a.m. Sunday it's 8:30. That's the rule.
I had never heard of that rule.
I ain't never wanted to mow my yard before 8. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's 8 o'clock. Aaron, our engineer, said 9.
Yeah. Whatever time Jose comes for me.
Oh God.
Okay. I hope
mine is Jose too. No, actually, check that. Mine is Juan. Sorry, Juan.
Damn.
By the way,
Juan out there.
By the way, fine people doing the work on the land.
Fig, get them gutters, cuz.
Yeah.
Get them gutters, Fig. Sure.
Yeah, I heard that too, man. Fig, I held off on them. You got to go ahead and get them gutters.
Okay.
Boy, they just started making puddles there in the backyard, man. I had to go ahead and grip them.
All right, we'll make sure that he gets the
There
gutters.
has got to be an endorsement for some gutters for you, Fig.
I heard an ad earlier.
Okay,
there just has to be a way you don't pay full price.
Excellent.
Just has to be.
We appreciate you guys taking care of us, and you'll continue taking care of the good audience as they keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, from the Buffalo Wild Wings, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. Again, we are live here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're even nice to welcome in Rangers fans and Cowboys fans. We even talked to those guys before. No, stop it, Tyler. Stop it. Be nice, okay? He's
we
nice
do have
guy
the turd list later today.
That took his time to come out.
Hey, I'll go ahead and you can go ahead and put old Knobloch on your turd list because I'm gonna tell you he's a Hog fan too, baby. So I know Tyler, you ain't getting down.
Yeah, he is. He is. But no, hey, everybody's welcome. Come on out and have a good time with us here. We are off Tomball Parkway near Willowbrook Mall. We're in the Willowbrook Plaza, so come hang out. And enjoy yourself. You can't miss us when you walk in the door. And it's a good time here. And Clint, you know we don't ever come empty-handed. The good people at Buffalo Wild Wings, but also to the good people at Bud Light, who generally help us. The Bud Light girls will be out here a bit later on. But Clint, I think we got about 7 things we hooking people up with. All right, we're going to hook people up. We got 3 different $25 6 things. Check that. 6 things. We got 3 different $25 Visa gift cards. Not 3, 2. They're telling me right now 2. We got 2 because you told me 3 earlier. We got two different Visa gift cards. I'm gonna put you right out there. We got 2 different $25 Visa gift cards, and we have tickets to U of H, against K-State, tickets of U of H against Houston. I'm sorry, that is Houston. U of H against Utah. So K-State and Utah tickets to see U of H as they will host those two teams. And we're going to hook you up with a nice little Bud Light drinking game that you can win as well. And then the big one in the 5 o'clock hour, Texans-Colts tickets, as we will hook you up with that as well. So a lot. Tickets to U of H, tickets to the Texans and the Colts next week, and $25 gift cards. So a lot that you can win. You got to be in the building. You got to be here to win it. All you got to do is come in, sign your name, put it in our raffle box that's right up front there, and you'll be eligible for a chance to win one of our 6 prizes.
We've also got Texans tight end Kade Stover coming up here pretty quick in the second segment, 2:15-ish T. So keep your head on a swivel over there. Kade Stover, Texans tight end.
Kade Stover, for him, he'll join us coming up here soon. So stay tuned, hanging with us here on this wonderful Thursday. All right. Speaking of Kade Stover, and we can talk to him about this here in a little bit. Clint, is, by the way, a little breaking news. This won't be a shocker in the NBA. Kawhi Leonard is out indefinitely with knee inflammation. Will he just quit? Just retire, man. This is just utterly ridiculous. It's always. The season hasn't even started yet. He missed the Olympics because of this knee, and now he's still out. So anyway, breaking news, he is out indefinitely. So I'm sure he'll be back in, June? We'll see what happens, maybe May or June with him. But we'll talk to Kade Stover about this too, Clint. There was an adjustment made with Kade Stover. He was a guy that was more in the game, especially during the run game, lined up in the backfield at times, where we saw Dalton Schultz, him and Tegan Cotoriano were in the game, and you saw some improvement with them as tight ends in the Texans' run game on Sunday against the Patriots. One of their best run days. All right, they averaged both their runners averaged over nearly 8 yards a carry. Both of them, both Pierce and Mixon, as Pierce went for 100 yards plus and had a long run, and then Dameon Pierce had the long touchdown run as well. Are you buying it now? Are you buying with Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce a part of this run game? Are you buying that that's actually the real Texans run game? That's closer to the real Texans run game than we've seen here the previous.
Fine, as long as everybody's healthy. I mean, the Patriots defense, I know the Patriots football team in general is not a very good football team. And I'll be honest, I think the defense is a good defense, but I think when it comes to, at this point, being a one-win team, there's probably a little bit of let go of the rope in this group. But the Patriots defense coming into the Texans game, they were top 10 in scoring defense. And the Texans offense, with the help of the turnovers, I get it, but with the Texans offense scored 41 points. The Patriots defense, again, they were top 6 in the NFL in yards allowed per carry. And as a group, the Texans went for 6.9, which is almost 7 yards a carry, and then Joe Mixon was at 7.8 per carry. Now, that's that big run in there, 60-some-odd yards, whatever it was.
I love Joe Mixon.
But that's how this thing works. And that was a hell of a performance by the offensive line. I thought they improved. I thought it was a hell of a performance by Bobby Slowick.
But you said they adjusted, right? They were more. Yeah. It seems like they were more running in between their big three. Their better run.
There was a lot more G scheme type stuff where you're pulling guards, you're pulling tight ends, and they're kicking guys out instead of that floating, dancing, stretching to the sideline and hoping you hit a seam. There was a lot more downhill right now, G scheme type stuff, double teams. That there was just it was a shift in. I think what's the most talked about, I don't want to sit here and paint this picture, to be completely honest with you, like the Texans haven't done some of this stuff leading game. They had done some of it. Just the conversation around the Shanahan offense and the Kubiak offense back in the day and what people think Bobby Slowick and what this offense should look like. I think there's some buzzwords, and one of them is outside zone, which is something that they would like to do. But they have done it all, and it seems like Sunday versus the Patriots, they settled in and maybe just accepted, hey, we're going to be a little bit more downhill and a little bit more G-scheme oriented than what the conversations are around this football team. And so to answer the question, yes, I'm buying because of several reasons. This isn't just a gut feeling. Joe Mixon is back. He's a difference maker. Dameon Pierce is back. He's better than what you had running at number 2, just generally speaking. Then you get to thinking about the adjustments that Bobby made in terms of downhill G-scheme type runs. Again, Joe can do it all. Dameon Pierce, that's his bread and butter. The adjustment with getting Schultz out of the way and letting some other guys do work inside that are better suited to do that inside work, I think was a big plus. And so, yeah, I'm buying because of what all went into it and the fact that I think there was something the Patriots could hang their hat on defensively coming into this game, and it was run defense. And it was keeping teams out of the end zone, and the Texans had a field day Sunday doing both. So, yeah, I'm buying it, man. I'm in. I'm buying it. Now, we'll see what happens against the best defenses in the league, like teams that are playing for something and are preparing and hoping for a Super Bowl. We'll see what happens there. But for right now, yeah, I'm buying it.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, are you buying that the Texans' run game is closer to what it was on Sunday against the Patriots, or more what we've seen prior? To me, I'm not 100% bought in. I want to see some more performances with Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce, but clearly those guys make it different. They're different. It's just we've only seen it really twice. And we saw a little bit of the first half of the Bears game, and they struggled even before the injury to Mixon in that game. So I want to see a little bit more, but clearly they are a different running team and a different rushing offense when those two guys, especially Mixon, is involved.
Well, to me, look, what I really like about it too, Ron, is that there's a level of physicality there with both of the backs that we've talked about, Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon. And if you play to the strengths of your interior offensive line with this group, for damn sure, but with most teams, you're playing a more physical brand of football if you're catering your offense to your interior offensive line and 2 physical backs, right? And then all of a sudden you add Kade Stover and even Kendrick Green to the backfield. Now we're introducing some physicality to the Texans that just isn't there if you're trying to run that outside zone and you're banking on Brevin Jordan and Dalton Schultz to be and all that job. It's just an entire different mindset that I think that the Texans are at least Sunday. It's their approach was totally different.
And also to the point you made yesterday, I also want to see if that was we saw something on film that's the best way to attack the Patriots, or is this going to be a thing of, hey, we're going to be more of a team that runs it downhill. We're going to really run it around those guys. Or was this just hey, we see they're better on the edge. It's going to be more difficult for us to get on the edge, and they're soft on the inside. That's the other part. I want to see if they continue to use that strategy against the Packers, against the Colts, against everybody else.
Well, and that's just one thing that I didn't agree with how Bill O'Brien at least talked the game, and I don't agree with the way that Bobby Slowick talks the game from that perspective either. I just, at some point, you've got to impose your will on people. Like and the Texans don't have the flexibility or the range of offensive linemen to go, well, this week we're just going to do this because we feel like it's the best way to attack the defense. Like, you don't have the ability at the tackle position or the tight end position to bring that level of physicality to the field. And so letting the defense, just generally speaking, philosophically, in theory, letting the defense dictate what you do, I think is silly to that degree. Like at some point, like with Baltimore, and I know this is an extreme because it's the best run team in the game, but like, I don't think Baltimore watches tape on people and goes, this week we're going to toss zone this thing. We're going to heavy outside zone this week. You know,
they're going to do what they do.
You got Derrick Henry. You're going to get him downhill. You're going to move him downhill right now. It's going to be, even if you're going to run outside zone, you're going to run outside zone off the tackle. You're not going to toss it. I mean, and if you do, it's going to be because you feel like you've got, like right now, we got to do it right now. You're not going to adjust your entire identity because the defense gives you a chance, gives you an opportunity. I don't like that approach to offensive football, in my opinion. So I don't, and to be honest with you, I don't know how much I buy into it.
Well, let's talk to Kade Stover and see his thoughts. What changed? What changed? They had struggled leading up. Was it just Joe Mixon? Was it more than that? We'll talk to the Texans rookie tight end right here live on the drive as we continue on the road. Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza near Willowbrook Mall. Come out, hang with us. Got prizes to win. We'll hear from the tight end Kade Stover coming up next.
All right, why wait, y'all?
Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook Plaza, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, that's right. It is a Thirsty Thursday. If you're in the building, put your name in our raffle box. You'll have a chance to win tickets to the Colts and the Texans game, tickets to U of H and K-State, tickets to U of H and Utah. Also, we are giving up two different $25 Visa gift cards as well as a Bud Light game, all courtesy of Bud Light. All you got to do is sign your name. We've got things over there where you can sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have your chance to win one of them. So you don't have to put your Social Security card down. You don't have to put your address, sign your name. You'll have a chance to win. So that's what's going on here today as we are live here in Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza, right off Tomball Parkway. Very, very near Willowbrook Mall, so come hang out with us till 6 o'clock. To hear from Kade Stover, the rookie tight end, coming up here in just a minute. Hey, Clint and Tyler, I know you all know this as well as others. Maybe the game of the year in college football. I know we've had some 1 versus 2s, and I know last week we had 2 versus 3. But this Texas-Georgia game feels like it is going to be kind of looked at as the game of the year to start right now. And I'm asking you, Clint, I know you follow this. Tyler, you just can't be objective.
Guilty.
Or though you may be able to do it here after you take to me, I've learned when Tyler gets the first stuff out, the hatred stuff out, then he can become a little bit more objective. But do the Longhorns, do they have the quarterback advantage in this game?
Oh, I would say so.
You think so? Because, see, Carson Beck coming into the year was the guy that I think a lot of people looked at as Like he may be a first-round pick. He may be the number one pick. He may be thought he was the potentially the best pro prospect coming out of the ball season going into the draft next year. I don't think that is the case the way he has started this year. Quinn has missed a couple of games, had a little slow start against Oklahoma, but picked it up a bit in the second half. But you think Texas has the quarterback advantage. You trust Quinn more than you trust Beck.
Yeah, I do. I trust Quinn more than I trust Beck. I mean, I just think Quinn, first of all, he's got the resume advantage. Even if you just look at the small sample size of this year, I mean, he played his best football, maybe the best football that we've ever seen him play against Michigan in Michigan. Now you look at it because Michigan isn't the team that everybody thought they were with Harbaugh gone and all the pieces that they lost.
That defense is still good, though.
Yeah, the defense is really good, and at the time, the defense is really good, and that stadium's a tough place to play. And he went down there and played his best ball. You look at Beck, and I didn't fine tooth comb the Georgia Alabama game, but he had 3 interceptions in that game.
And he came on in the late third quarter, fourth quarter,
and his team ended up losing. So, with the exception of that, there's not a whole lot on on Georgia's schedule that really turns you on, in my opinion. They won right out of the gate against Clemson. That ended up just being a shellacking by the time the game was over.
Yeah, but not a lot with him though. It didn't seem like
good completion percentage, good yardage, but it wasn't like watching that game. You didn't go, "That's Heisman, that's number 1 overall draft pick, that's the best quarterback in the country." You just didn't watch it. And I'll be honest with you,
I don't know if I've ever seen it from him.
I've never Carson Beck to me is a tangible player, obviously. And has all the measurables, and he's going to turn all the scouts on. He's going to drill well. He's going to combine well. But we're at a point in college football where that guy, most quarterbacks are crowned before they ever do anything if they're built the right way. He's one of those guys that was crowned way too early. The fact that he felt the need to announce his return to Georgia Bulldogs program last year, to announce that he wasn't going to go in the draft, he was coming back to Georgia, that was one that I laughed at. I'll be honest with you. I completely laughed at it. Not that he couldn't have got drafted, but that was a healthy quarterback draft. And here this guy has a very small sample size, and he's going to announce he's not. He was coming back all the time, the entire time. And so I like Carson Beck's ability. I like his high ceiling. But right now, Quinn Ewers is the better quarterback. He's got the better resume. He's got the most impressive, most recent game versus Michigan. So. I like Quinn Ewers, and I'll be honest with you. For me personally, I don't even think it's close.
Really?
Yeah.
The best way that I can describe it, Clint, is I think that Beck is more physically talented than Quinn.
No question.
But to me, it just seems like the difference between the two. You just watch him play. As you said, Beck will drill well. If you get him out there, he'll drill well. But I don't know if he's just fluent.
He just hadn't had that moment yet. Yeah. He hadn't had that taking ownership in the game and owning that offense. I don't think some from Georgia will tell you different, but I have not seen that from him yet, and I have seen that from Quinn Ewers. Now we're talking about 2 of the best quarterbacks in college football, so all my sensitive folks out there, relax a little bit. I just would prefer Quinn Ewers over Carson Beck.
Yeah, in this thing. All right, big game in Austin, and also a big game in Green Bay and Lambeau, and let's bring in Kade Stover, rookie tight end, who is making his way, man. You could see him getting better and better each and every week. First off, man, Kade, we appreciate you joining us and taking some time out.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it.
All right, Kade, I'm curious from you. We saw some real improvements in the run game in this game against the Patriots as Mixon got loose and Damian Pierce returned and got loose, and you were involved in that. We saw you being kind of moved around in that. From your perspective, what did you see as kind of the difference in the run game this week and what you guys did compared to the previous week where it didn't seem as smooth?
I felt like everybody was confident in what they were doing for the most part, and me just getting downhill and playing fast. That's really what we're trying to pride ourselves on.
Well, Kade, what about you personally, man? I don't think the physical side of the game has ever been or ever will be a problem for you. But being relatively new to the tight end position, especially at the NFL level, man, just like with your game right now, how confident are you? Where do you feel like you're really picking things up? Where do you feel like you have to keep drilling to make sure you?
I think there's always going to be something to keep drilling. I mean, every aspect of things, especially as new to the position as I am. But I mean, the game's starting to slow down for me here a little bit. I'm starting to see things better and just be more confident in what I'm doing.
Hey, isn't it crazy, Kade? I was a quarterback when I played. It was like a flip of a switch. When the game slowed down for me, it literally was one day at practice. We were in a combined, or what do you call it, a practice, joint practice. Hell, I think it was with the Texans back when you were about 4 years old. And Kade, it was like I remember I took a snap. I was getting some run with the ones instead of the threes as a third-string quarterback, and I remember it was like, damn, this is what it feels like playing with starters. This is the game just slowed down for me in literally the flip of a switch. Did that happen for you at any point in time, or has it been a slow, gradual move?
It's been a slow. Early on in the season, I was playing a lot of fullback and like back in the backfield. And then when Breslin went down, that's kind of when things sped up for me a little bit, going back on the line. And like I was kind of getting used to having a little bit of space to figure yourself out before you made contact, as opposed to being up on it. But I think the Jacksonville game is kind of the game that, like, things I felt like, okay, like you're back to who you are, and you're back to things that slow down. You're seeing things a little bit better.
Kade Stover joins us here as the Texans get prepared to play the Packers here in Lambeau. And listen, you guys are off to a great start, 5-1 start. Said you're able to pick things up. For you, what's for you the next step here? As you said, the Jacksonville game, you started to pick things up, and things have kind of slowed down a bit. What's the next step in your game personally as you guys continue the rest of the season?
I'm just trying to I'm just trying to play as fast as I can in every situation I'm in, and just do whatever they ask of me. I'm not really as a rookie. You're not really in the spot to be like, hey, I want to do this, I want to do that. So I'm just doing whatever's asked of me, whatever we can do to help this team win and keep winning ball games. So whether that's in the pass game, whether that's in the run game, whatever it is.
Kade, well, in your mindset, just again digging into your game and your approach, man, how much of your mindset is let me get my hands on whoever I'm responsible for, and I'm gonna arrive violently and do damage. From a physicality standpoint, how much of that do you focus on?
100%, especially like in my role. In this offense right now is really that. You're the enforcer. I'm doing a lot of moving around, a lot of motion, a lot of stuff like that. So if you can come with a little bit of lead in your pencil, that's always good, and always good to set the tone that way.
I can get down with that. I appreciate that. What is let's talk about Green Bay a little bit, man. What does what does that look like so far? I know obviously you can't give away the secret sauce, but how do you feel about Green Bay? How do you guys matching up? What's the two heavies?
Yeah, that's a tough physical football team there. Good, well coached. So we're definitely gonna we have to be on all of it today. Going to be on all the P's and Q's this week and make sure everybody's on the same page and rolling off the ball here to be able to do what we want to do here. So just like I said, it's always about the pad level and running off the ball. That's what it starts with.
Hey, I'm curious, Kade, because you played with CJ before at Ohio State, so you saw him there and you've seen him here. How is he different, if he is at all, as a pro now with the Texans than he was in college?
In my mind, CJ was a pro in college. That's the luxury of being able to go to Ohio State is a big part of it for both of us. They treat you. They treat you like a pro. They expect you to take care of your business. If you do, you reap the benefits of it. So to see him continuously grow in his knowledge in the game and just his leadership aspects and stuff, he's an unbelievable person, unbelievable player too. Along top of that.
All right, Kade, man, we appreciate you stopping by and taking some time out. I know you guys are really focusing on the game on Sunday, and we appreciate you joining us, and good luck in Green Bay.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot.
All right, that's Kade Stover said yes, sir, to me again, man. I just don't
You're
feel.
getting old, man. You're 40, bro.
You are getting older, man.
I don't feel.
Hey, Tyler, ain't nobody asked you. Hey, you're getting old, Ron.
I don't feel it, man.
Y'all are getting
You got to just
wisdomous.
say, yes, sir, man. I feel like me and him can, like, we can still go play like beer pong together, man. We can still go hit flip cut me off. Can. Damn it. And I'm pretty confident I whoop Cade's ass. But I feel like we'd be a good team. I just need to go last. I mean, we ain't got to call me sir. Dang, how old is Kade? You said 4. Cade's got, what he's got to be about 23, 24? I guess I am.
Yeah, I mean, I bet he was born in 2000, 99 or 2000, somewhere in there. He is 24, huh, T?
24. Good.
June 12th, 2000.
There you go, man.
That makes me even feel a little old.
Listen, what you heard him. You heard him talk about that lead in the ass. You heard him talk about kind of the physical.
He literally was 4 back in that day.
He
right?
was
when the game slowed down for me. Literally,
he slowed down. He was 4. Yep.
I'll be damned. What
I was
a guess.
pretty young too.
You're 40.
What year was that?
That would have been 04, 03, 04.
Oh, okay. I was a teenager.
Yeah. So was my wife.
I was in college. But no, I mean, you can hear, like, hell, man, what he's focused on, man, let me do what they're telling me to do, and let me go and hit somebody.
Yeah.
Let me get physical. And, like, he's somebody where obviously the game he's learning the game, and he may not know everything that he's supposed to be doing, or he may go the wrong way, or he may do something.
Yeah.
But it does sound like he is a guy that, and by what we've seen, that he's going to hit something. He's going to get physical in something.
Yeah, it's interesting because I really like – he's obviously developmental any way you slice it because he hadn't played the tight end position long enough to not be developmental. Now he is playing it at the fact that he's getting with the ones on an NFL team as short a time as he has played the position is wild to think, and it just makes me go to a place of, boy, how good can this guy be? The good thing is how complimentary he actually is to Dalton Schultz. Down the road, I think didn't Dalton sign a 3-year deal? Wasn't it 3-year 36 or 3-year 34, something like that? So I mean, you've got a 1-2 punch at the tight end position right there, and the 2 and 3 punch being cheaper with Brevin Jordan. I like the 1-2 punch with Kade and Dalton more so than Dalton and Brevin, simply because of the physicality, the hand in the dirt, the different kind of tight end.
Dalton and Brevin are similar.
Somewhat similar, yeah. I mean, there's a place on this football team for a tight end, regardless where you line him up, whether you motion him, whether you move him, whether you put him in a fullback spot or the tight end spot, or I don't care how the wing spot, I don't care where you put him. There's a place for a tight end that's like, I'm bringing physicality to the table first and foremost. And then you look at what they're getting out of Dalton Schultz right now. It's not crazy to think that right now you could get that out of Kade Stover. Now, I know the experience, the veteran, the leadership, whatever. CJ talked about it yesterday. However you want to couch the veteran aspect of Dalton Schultz, you're not going to get that from Kade Stover. But from a production standpoint, I mean, what we're getting right now to Dalton Schultz, you can damn sure expect to get out of Kade Stover right now.
Yep. All right, coming up as we continue live here from Buffalo Wild Wings in Willowbrook Plaza near Willowbrook Mall. Coming up, did we learn something in the game against the Patriots that could tell us about the future with this Texans defense, and the future could be as near as Sunday? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right,
Paid for by Colin Allred for Senate.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook Plaza, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
According to the text line, fellas, it looks like we may have a situation on our hands. Did Kade Stover drop the F-bomb? Is that because that is coming across on the text line?
I thought he did. That's why you didn't see when I looked at you.
Is that what that was? I didn't catch it. Someone said, of course, Kade would drop an F-bomb. Shout out to the former Grunk.
I didn't think I heard that.
Farmer
listening.
In the middle of an answer.
You heard him. So now you heard.
I heard what I thought was an F word. Yes, and I thought to myself, boy, that was placed in an odd spot.
Well, if that's the case, boys, this may be my last edition of the drive here.
I mean, that'd be a tough day, man.
Wow. I was gonna say I didn't hear it.
I heard what I thought could have been one. It wasn't very clear.
Then you need to your move needs to be to practice the dump button.
I don't have one here.
I know you don't have one, but you still practice it. If I hear it, I do it. I hit it. I don't. Sometimes.
Clint has been in here plenty of times and not hit that dump button.
Sometimes Tyler, I
googly-eyed Ron and Ron just looked at me and kept talking.
I missed it. I'm telling you, Tyler. Sometimes I'm by myself or not even in a studio, and I hear something, and I'll hit a make-believe dump button.
I think it was Tyler. I think it was a question when I asked him about the physicality, like arriving violently. I think about his third or fourth word in, he kind of mumbled, and it sounded like it.
Well, I must have missed it too then, if it did happen, because with these players, I tend to make it a habit to listen pretty close because I know that they can be a little foul-mouthed, but I missed that.
We got multiple people who have thrown a red flag here on the text line, and they've said they've gone back for instant replay. And someone said, I rewound it on the Odyssey app. That's a feature on the Odyssey app, guys. You can go ahead and rewind right now.
And even if we dump something and you're listening on the app, you'll still get to hear it.
And someone said, definitely he did. Missed it.
It was out of place, so that's what made me.
So it was an out-of-place F-bomb.
All right, stop talking about it then, because I'm going to get into trouble.
Well, Tyler, I just didn't know. I just did.
I don't think you are.
I'm several months later on our training that I had, and I was up late last night. I did about 2 hours worth of training videos last night, and one of them just so happened to be about what may or may not have just happened. And from an FCC perspective, my understanding is that if it is something like that, and it doesn't it's not happening all the time, and it's an isolated incident, which that would be an isolated incident for a caller on a player calling on our program. The FCC looks at it a little different, Tyler.
Well, for the sake of my job, I hope you're right.
So
I think we probably toe the line a little bit more when we start talking about stuff that happens in the sheets and stuff. I think that's. Well, yeah. I think I got a little nervous when I was doing
good innocent fun though.
Yeah, but in my training, I think that can be frowned upon. I'm just telling you. I think insinuating things and making noises and stuff can get us in trouble. I think.
I guess.
Yeah.
Kade Stover tried Jerry Jones's here. I guess. I'm gonna get your asses off fire.
I'll be honest with you, it makes me like him even more. Not getting Tyler fired, just the fact that he dropped an F-bomb.
Because clearly it would be Tyler. All right.
He dropped an F-bomb in an answer talking about how physicality plays a big role in his game.
It should be.
That's my kind of guy.
Yeah. I completely missed it. But what you can't miss here, come on out. Plaza near Willowbrook Mall. Come hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Plenty of prizes, including Texans Colts tickets that you can win. All you got to do is put your name in that raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win one of our 6 different prizes today. All right. Drake May had an odd performance. There were some moments, Clint, where he looked like he was a rookie. And then there were some moments where it was like, hey, all right, maybe that's a little bit of what they saw, and he had him some moments at times in this game. And it was interesting the way that the Texans played him defensively, because I think that led to a lot of his moments, and it led to a lot of his, that's why maybe he wasn't ready to start there and start here. Did the play of the Patriots offense, especially the successes, did that cause you to have any thoughts about potentially how the Texans defense moves on forward after this against the Packers, against the Lions, against the Ravens and the teams they have coming down the rest of the way?
Well, for me, we've heard DeMeco, we've heard Bobby, we've heard Nick, we've heard people around the NFL talk about, it takes you several weeks to figure out what your identity is. And I'm just connecting all these dots with the Texans defense, right? If you look at the amount that they've pressured this year, they've become a pressure defense all of a sudden. Now, look, just to be clear, I understand a lot of those pressures they're getting with a 4-down lineman. They're getting with Will. They're getting with Daniil. They're getting with a 4-man, not always closing the middle of the field and playing man. But a lot of times they are playing man defense and bringing pressure. And it just, we're at a point now 6 games into the season where I got to ask is, are they, because late in that game, everything said, young quarterback, big lead, everything said, back off, bend, don't break, make them go 15 plays and score a touchdown, and let's get the hell out. Let's get on this plane happy with a victory and go back to Houston, right?
He stayed aggressive.
But he stayed aggressive with a backup corner in the game, with Eric Murray, with Jalen Petrie, with, some guys that –
Jimmy Ward hurt.
Jimmy Ward hurt. So it made me question, just pose the question is, does this defense have to play a lot of man coverage and pressure all the time or a lot of the time, or is that by choice? Like, is DeMeco Ryans saying –
Clint, their personnel doesn't say that they have to, does it? Their personnel doesn't say – I mean, when you got Will Anderson and you got Daniil Hunter.
Well, I think everybody – I'll be honest with you. I think everybody's subpar other than the 2 big ends.
I don't know, man. Mario Edwards Jr. was playing well.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, there's guys that have played better. I agree. Yes, but I mean, just the writing on the wall is yes. You've got Will Anderson and you've got Daniil Hunter, but we're not going to be rewriting record books with Mario Edwards and Tim Settle and all these guys inside. And I'll be honest with you, when you look at the linebacker play, it's been tremendous overall, which is the run, but Toa and Aziz Al-Shair are subpar. They're below average when it comes to rushing the passer from that position. They're not. There's nothing dynamic about either one of those guys in a pass rushing standpoint, right? And Jalen Petrie coming off the edge with those instincts, he has not been a big factor in the pressure game this year. And so I don't know. I just wonder that's the first question. Are they? Do they have to pressure, or is that just something that DeMeco feels like they do well, so they're picking and choosing when to do it? When I saw him do it late last week against the Patriots, I felt like, well, that's just what he's most comfortable with. That's what he feels like he can get off the field with, is pressuring this young quarterback. Because everything said back off and make him at the very least chew clock to get points, and he didn't do that. And so that question then leads me to whether they're doing it by choice or they're doing it because
they're doing it.
They're having to do it from a scheme standpoint to be able to stop the run, to rush the pass, so they're having to add extra hats to the box, so they're having to play man behind it. Are the Texans' DBs good enough to keep doing this moving forward? And this is the week to ask the question, because you're staring down the barrel of Green Bay. Is the Texans' defensive backs, minus Kamari Lassiter, by the way, are they good enough to continue to show teams man coverage, show Jordan Love, Jared Goff, down the road you got Davante Adams, you got Pat coming down there, you got Dak, you got all these guys that are very comfortable.
Maybe Tua,
maybe Tua. Yeah, I mean, you got. Is this team, are these DBs right now, are they good enough to play that style of defense versus better quarterback play?
Not consistently against those guys. I don't think consistently.
I agree.
I mean, listen, you've been a quarterback, and you talk to these guys like Mahomes wants to be blitzed.
Well, you just make it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you make it really easy for the quarterback if you're just going to line up and show man.
We were watching the tape of Jordan Love against the Cardinals.
Yep.
And he could see and recognize the blitz. They sent everybody, the safeties, a corner, and all he did was just create space to just get the ball off and hit Dobbs for a big touchdown. So I think certain teams, they can do that, and maybe that might be what they've been doing. Maybe they're saying we're going to do it against Trevor. We're going to do it against Caleb as a rookie. We're going to do it against Drake May. I don't know. Did they pressure Josh a lot? Feels like.
Well, I'm just trying to remember if they did it with 4, if they did it.
But in that game, they got to feel very comfortable with their corners being able to hold down those receivers.
Yeah, you could do whatever you wanted against Josh because his receivers, his best receiver wasn't even there. Yeah. It's just like right now, one of the stats that came from this last game that there's several stats that the Texans have that are crazy, man. It's unbelievable on both sides of the ball where they've been really, really good and kind of the combination of some different stats. But the Texans' defense is number 1 right now in completion percentage allowed. They were allowing 50% points better than anybody else in the league. That was before the New England game. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what Drake May's completion percentage ended up being. I think it took a little bit of a hit. I think the Texans' overall completion percentage took a little bit of a hit, but they're still number 1 in the league.
Yeah.
So does that lead you to believe that they continue to do this and this is going to be their identity? I don't know. We'll see.
DeMeco, as I've said, is one of the top 5 defensive minds currently in the NFL right now, and maybe even more, maybe even higher than top 5. And Clint, I think he's smart enough to know you can't just keep doing this against certain guys.
Yeah.
Right.
I would think so. Yeah. I would think it would change. Yes.
I think it just, for me, I'll be shocked if they're just blitzing.
Yeah.
If they're just blitzing like that, if they're sending pressure like that.
I don't care what they do. I just like the way that they've just recklessly shown it to the quarterback. Hey, here's what we're fixing to do. Just make your decision. Figure out where. It's wild, man.
Yeah, with LaFleur and their weapons and that quarterback, I don't think they'll do that. All right, coming up, a release happened in the NFL in a position that some believe is a position that the Texans may need to improve upon. We'll talk about that and kind of the bigger discussion. What is it that the Texans, we're seeing moves being made. The deadline is coming up in early November. What moves, if there are any, should the Texans make? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let's head east, y'all. I-10 East over in Louisiana.
here, an Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook Plaza, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is 3 o'clock, and we are live here on the road. A little Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings. And in this hour, we're going to start hooking folks up with some of our prizes. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box. We're going to hook somebody up with a couple of $25 Visa gift cards that I have right in my hand. We got two $25 Visa gift cards. You better get in here if you are not here yet to sign your name and put your name in the raffle. Your chance to win. Coming up a little bit later in the 4 o'clock hour, we got a pair of two different sets of tickets to see U of H. One, they will take on Utah, and the other one, they will take on K-State. So you got a chance to win those tickets. And then the big one in the 5 o'clock hour, Clint, Colts, Texans tickets. All this courtesy of Bud Light. Colts, Texans tickets. You'll chance to win there. And also a little drinking game from Bud Light that you'll have a chance to win throughout. But that will start coming up in this hour, your chance to win several items here as the drive is live. We are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings, Thirsty Thursday, Willowbrook Plaza, right off Tomball Parkway near Willowbrook Mall. So come hang out with us here. All right, I feel like we're going to be on the same page here. Jamal Adams, he was a safety with the Titans. They've granted his release. He was requesting to be released. You remember him. He had great years with the Jets, was an all-pro with the Jets, so great that he was traded for 2 first-round picks, a safety. How crazy that sounds now. But
he forced his way out of New York, didn't he?
He did. And
got
went to
traded
Seattle.
to Seattle.
And has been on the move a little bit, not played a lot lately due to injuries. But Clint, he is now available on the streets. There's some who believe that the Texans have an issue in the secondary. Maybe he could be a help in the secondary. When you saw Jamal Adams released, was there any interest in your mind from a Texans perspective? Hey, won't you go kick the tires around there and see what's up with Jamal Adams?
Not one bit. It just. My man strikes me as the ego significantly bigger than the talent is, the impact to a team is. Not to mention, I don't think he's a scheme fit at all for what unless he's going to play linebacker. If he wants to come in and play linebacker, that'd be nice. That may work out with DeMeco's system, but there's nothing about Jamal Adams that even remotely piques my interest for him joining the Texans. Not one bit.
Yeah, I'm with you. Even if he was in his prime, to me, like even if there was no thought of will he fit in, will he roll in, as you said, his skills, like his skill set, it's Jalen Petrie, right? Like that's and probably Jalen's a better cover guy than he is. Now I remember when he was at his height, like he had this unusual talent to rush the quarterback from a safety perspective, and so you could potentially see that in his prime, but still, Clint, I just don't get the sense at all that's what it is. They don't need another inbox guy that his deficiency or his struggle is coverage. That's not what the Texans seem to need, in my opinion. So I don't know who's going to pick him up. Honest to God, I don't know.
I don't know if he gets picked up.
I was about to say I don't know who wants that.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute since he's played consistently.
No, yeah, it's been about the last 2 years.
Did it even happen in Seattle?
Not
he
a
was
lot.
Injured, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's injured a lot, especially the last couple of years. So yeah, the Texans they shouldn't waste a second kicking any kind of tire with Jamal Adams. But Clint, I think off of that, there is kind of a bigger discussion, a bigger question. We saw the Jets make a big move ahead of the deadline, which is, I believe, November 5th. They make a big move to get Davante Adams. We saw the Buffalo Bills make a big move to go get Amari Cooper. We're hearing a lot of other things. We hear the Lions who are trying to make a move to go get a pass rusher with the loss of their top player on. Seeing moves, and there will be moves made. I think we're seeing moves in the NFL the last several years before the trade deadline happen more. We're seeing that more than when you played or even 10 years ago. With the Texans, is there a sense for you that they are in need to make a move, that they have some position groups that they need to add to make you feel better about this team?
Yeah, I think there's two for me, and it's I think a swing tackle. I think a backup tackle. I think it's blatantly obvious right now. I love the Fisher kid that they drafted. I think he's got a future. But right now, if one of your starting tackles went down,
you didn't feel comfortable with him?
No, not making a run at the Super Bowl. No, not running against some of the best defenses in the game and doing it for a stretch of 10, 11, 12, 13 games. No, I think the best move for the Texans, and I think you could do it rather cheaply. We're not talking about a starting caliber tackle. We're talking about a good swing tackle. What was my man's name last year that was here?
George Fant.
George Fant would be. I mean, obviously, I think he's starting or was. I don't know if he's. I don't know what's going on with him, but get a tackle that could be an emergency guy like George Fant was last year, something like that. I think there's a real need for that guy. If you're talking about really loading up to make a run at a Super Bowl. There's a couple of spots where you're an injury away from being in trouble. I think the tackle spot's one of them. You need some insurance there, and then I think a cover defender. I think a corner.
Oh, really?
I think
really?
Yeah, right. They are not. They are not equal. Bro, we got Eric Murray covering guys.
Do you
think about that? We've got Eric Murray's ending up on Justin Jefferson against the Minnesota Vikings. Like that stuff just can't happen. And I think it's because I think DeMeco's somewhat handcuffed. I don't think he has a choice. Like there's not a
him and Petrie.
I don't think he has a sub package that he trusts more than that, which is scary. But he didn't have a sub package where you got three corners in the game.
You don't think, and maybe this is the point maybe you're getting to in terms of, I don't know if DeMeco feels this way. Like, it sounds like slot is where you really feel like they need another quarter, because I think you feel good about Lassiter when he gets healthy and Stingley, right? You feel good about.
Well, I think to me you can be flexible with it. I think I just need another corner in obvious passing situations versus teams that are going to roll three wide receivers and a pass-catching tight end out there at you. You're in trouble right now.
Do you think Des King can fill that role? Because they do have him in-house. I don't know if they want him to.
I think he could fill the role, but you're still not. I mean, there's still ducks. You still you need another legit corner that is a corner first, not a slot corner, because then you got flexibility of okay now is if the guy that you go get is a better outside corner, more proven outside corner, maybe that's just where he's more comfortable, then you can do some different things with Kamari Lassiter in terms of your coverage downs, right? So I just think they're a coverage defender short. I mean, you roll out with three wide receivers and a tight end, a pass-catching tight end.
With what they put out there right now, it's like Petrie or Murray is going to be in
your second best cover guy is D'Angelo Ross.
Right now with the Lassiter injury, yeah.
Your second best cover guy is D'Angelo Ross. I mean, put that in your pipe and smoke it one time. That is a scary, like this week. You have problems this week. And from a coverage, if you're and the biggest part,
and you're saying this even with the Lassiter injury being short term, being
yeah. No, I think even with Lassiter in the game, you're still depending on D'Angelo Ross or Jalen Petrie or Eric Murray, and the D'Angelo Ross thing, I wouldn't necessarily hate it, other than the fact that I've watched DeMeco Ryans choose to not use it. So it tells me there's something there. So yeah, I think a swing tackle and a third corner. A third cover defender, excluding nickel defenders. I'm just talking about a third true corner. And maybe that's Jeff Okudah coming back off injured reserve. I don't know what the hell's going on with him, but I think those are the two spots to watch at the trade deadline.
Yeah, where do you think, if you think any? I don't think if you think any pressing need, something you feel like the Texans needs to go after. I don't think they have a pressing need with if everyone's healthy. Like even with the swing tackle, I can see a thought of, all right, Blake Fisher continues to grow and continues to get better and better, and he's a guy that if he needs needs to come, 10 weeks into the season or something, if he has to do it.
But here's the deal, Ron. Could you imagine, like this, again, what we have coming down the pike here on this schedule, and obviously Aiden Hutchinson is hurt, but I'm going to use that. Nick, could you imagine him being one of your tackles, what it does to your offense with Micah Parsons, with Aiden Hutchinson, with somebody was just on the tip of my tongue.
But I just wonder how many swing tackles that are out that you would bring in that you would feel better, like that would make you feel a lot better.
Would you feel better about George Fant?
Yeah, but George Fant's starting somewhere.
Well, but he was last year's a swing tackle. I mean, that's my deal. Like from a talent.
As he played coming into the year, I sure as hell wouldn't have.
Right. Yeah, it's just the youth part of that scares me, man. I think he is. I think there's times when he gets overwhelmed. I think it's going to get even worse if he has to play and he's bumped up against, again, the Micah Parsons of the world. It's just. It's going to get them boys with the Jets are going to be rough. It's going to be it could be tough, man.
From the text line coming in, Texans need another running back.
What?
I don't know about.
Well, they just traded one.
Yeah, they need another running back. To me, Clint, the place where it is, and like I said, I don't even know that it's glaring, but to me, and I think you're also making the thought of let's make a run. Let's shore up these and make a run. It is still, for me, if you can find somebody in the interior. If you
interior
can
D-line?
Yeah. If you can find a closer to a difference maker, if you can find something there, like if you're looking like someone texted in just now said, how about going all in and going after Max Crosby? To me, that's not what you already have. Autry, you already have Will Anderson Jr., you already have Daniil Hunter. That's redundant. You don't, not to mention Barnett. But you already have. Even though he's a great player, I think that's where if you're going to go do it. To me, it's the inside. Can you? Is there a team that is?
Well, the only thing that scared me away from that, because I agree with you, it'd be nice. But if you look at all the analysts out there now, and they're throwing out the top 10 players that are available, there's no interior defensive lineman. There's none on the list. So, I mean, it's if one were available, I'd put that on my list too. But I just don't know that. And look, that's all speculation. You never know who's going to be available, obviously. Especially come that time.
Yeah.
But yeah, if there's one of those available, you can put that on. I'll put that on my short list too now.
Yeah, that to me is the only thing where I'm like, man, that is something that they gotta that clearly can go to. Because to me, when Lassiter comes back, I mean, you feel comfortable with those two guys on the outside, and for me, Dez King is in house. If you're looking for a guy that can cover in the slot, he's in house. Now I don't know if they want to use him or not. He's in house. I know you're thinking maybe somebody like a Shaq Griffin when they had him as a third corner last year. But receiver, to me, I think they're fine. I think tight end, they're fine. I think they're fine in most fine in most places. Nothing pressing. I think certain teams around the league and contenders need to, Buffalo had to make a move, right? I think Kansas City, I think they have to make a move at receiver. I don't know that the Texans, they don't give me the feel that they are in any position that is boy, man, this is going to stop us.
Yeah, I agree with that. My thoughts are more along the lines of insurance guys and their depth guys where I think they're obvious that there's real potential there to find that guy, and you're not going to have to pay him a boatload to get him, once he gets here. So I think I tried to go with some more reasonable options there than a frontline guy. But yeah, I don't think the Texans have any glare. When everybody's healthy, I don't think they have any glaring holes.
Yeah, I think and there is nobody that's like a long-term thing, right? That's well, hell, I don't know what Christian. That's the other one. Now, the linebacker thing. If Christian Harris, is never slated to come back, then that could get iffy right there when you're just sitting there with. Henry has improved now. Hell, this week coming up, Henry's in concussion protocol. Hell, it may be.
Hell, none of Aziz didn't practice either.
No, he didn't.
Aziz got a knee. Henry's got a concussion. Christian Harris ain't been seen in 2 months.
You might be sitting there with Neville Hewitt and
Jake
Hansen. So the linebacker. Somebody just text that in. That's a good thought. The linebacker situation could be one to look at. All right, coming up, the Texans. were able not just well put up the most points they put up all season last week without Nico Collins. Is this the week potentially that they miss Nico Collins? We'll discuss that next.
All right, it's that time of year, y'all. That fall weather, boy. The last few days has been cool, and I tell you what, it's nice to sit on that back patio and sip a little Sagamore rye whiskey. I do it with my bride from time to time. I mean, it's also Sagamore fits real nice when you hanging with the fellas and watching ball or just catching up, man. It is great to have a bottle around the house. When I sip on spirits, I tend to lean towards the sweeter side. That's why Sagamore rye whiskey is my go-to. It's a blend of a high rye, low rye.
And your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook Plaza, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live here, coming up after this segment with a $25 Visa gift card, we're going to pull from our raffle and pull a name out and get a winner as soon as this segment ends. So if you have not put your name in that raffle yet, you might want to do so. And if you're on your way, you might want to get here and get your name in the raffle. The Bud Light people, the Bud Light ladies have entered the building. And I see them taking pictures with folks and hooking folks up with some things. So
yeah, girl.
Yeah, they're out there. So come on out, have fun as we do it. We always do it nice here on a Thirsty Thursday. Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza near Willowbrook Mall. That's where we are today until 6 o'clock. All right, Clint. Last week they put up 41 points. That was the best offensive performance, especially when it comes to points, that they had all season, and they did it without their number one target, their number one weapon early on in the season, Nico Collins. They certainly did not miss Nico Collins against the New England Patriots. And as you kind of outlined earlier, the Patriots team, this isn't like the Bengals defense that's just completely dreadful. They've played pretty well at times this year, Clint. Is this a week, though, against the Packers, against that defense, a defense that turns the ball over a lot, a defense that's done pretty well against receivers? A.J. Brown in week 1 is the only one who has gotten over 100 yards. And Just Jefferson had 85 yards, is next behind that. So they have done pretty well in the passing game at times against top receivers. Do you feel like this is a week that's different than last week in which the Texans may feel the loss of Nico Collins a lot more?
Well, I think there's a chance they feel it, but I don't think it's because of Green Bay's defense. I think it's more about Green Bay's offense, and yep. I think they're going to move the football well. I think we talked about it yesterday. This is one of those games where, like, your superstars, difference makers, have to be difference makers, have to play their best game in order to win. Anything can happen. Like you said, you can get turnovers, you can have a huge point swing, and then the dynamic of the game changes. But going into the game, this is a game where you feel like you got to get the best CJ Stroud we've seen all year long to win this game. And I don't think it's because of, again, Green Bay's defense, but I think their offense is going to be efficient. Their offense is going to score points. Their offense is going to be – their team is going to be able to put the Texans in a situation of, boy, here's an opportunity. You're only going to get a few of them. You better take advantage of it. And if you don't, then you're going to have a hard time beating this Green Bay team at Lambeau Field. And so I think those being the set of circumstances, clearly – Nico Collins is a big-time game changer that would change this game, and I do think you miss him. I don't think. Well, I think Steph Diggs is a really good player. I do think his better years are behind him. I don't think he's a guy that can do what Nico can do. Hell, I'll be honest with you, I don't think he's a guy that can do what Tank can do in a standpoint of being super. Going to have his catches. He's going to get open. He's going to be a dependable guy. But when it comes to game-changing types of guys, I think this is one of those games where you're going to need them, and with Nico being out, you're damn sure going to miss it.
Yeah, they've got some guys in that secondary. Alexander, pretty good corner. Mm-hmm. Xavier McKinney, they got from in that secondary as well. They got from the Giants. One of their big offseason moves in the secondary. So they've got some guys, which you could see. They've been able to do some damage outside of really A.J. Brown really hurting them. And they can do some things. But I'm with you on that, Clint. I think it's more of this is going to be – but this feels like a game that's played in the upper 20s, lower 30s to me. This feels like it can be a high-scoring game. Weather's not going to be a problem in Lambeau. It's supposed to be in the 70s there. This feels like a game in which offense is more closer to like the Colts game was that 29-27. Feels like it's going to be up in that route. And we knew in that game there were just some moments where Nico just had to go make a play. Right, and not to say, and I agree with you, not to say that Tank and Joe Mixon and Diggs aren't able to go make plays, but it's just it's he has a higher probability to be able to do it.
Well,
right?
let's just call a spade, man. We've seen two guys on this football team from a skill position standpoint on offense. There's two guys on this football team that the key is just get the ball in their hands, and then they can make people miss tackles. They can hit a seam. One of them's injured in Nico Collins. The other one just got back in Joe Mixon. We look. I mean, I like Tank. I think Tank is explosive. Have we seen him hit a seam? Have we seen him catch a ball on the move and really hit a seam?
We haven't seen the Tank that showed stuff.
No, we hadn't seen
yet.
it. And look, I'm not saying that he can't. He's not capable. It's just the circumstances that are the situations that have presented themselves. We haven't seen it. Steph Diggs, again, reliable. He's going to be there. He understands the zones. He can get open and create separation immediately. But he doesn't. I don't watch him play and go, hey, man, that dude can hit a crease and take it the distance at any given time. Like the guys that strike fear, I think, like play in, play out, are Nico Collins, and I do think Joe Mixon has that ability. Dalton Schultz hadn't shown that ability. Obviously, Kade Stover and Tinker Toriano don't. You look the depth at wide receiver don't. I do believe Tank can do it, but hasn't done it this year. And I think Steph Diggs, I don't know that that's really ever been his game, to be honest with you.
But really good in the offense, in the flow of the offense.
In the flow, in scheme, underneath. And when I say underneath safeties, like I don't know that he's ever going to be a guy again that is just going to just hit seams and hit his head on a goalpost. Like so, This is damn sure a game where you need Tank Dell to step up and show that ability again. Because I think he's the one that has the ability, but we just hadn't seen it.
That's what it is. Because I think it was also very. It was clear to me in that game that his success that he had been having on off-script stuff without Nico wasn't as prevalent.
Yeah.
Like he threw more away. I think one of them was him getting out and resulted in the interception to Dalton Schultz. And it seemed like it wasn't that big play, because a lot of big plays have come from him and Nico together off script. Him getting out of traffic, getting out of the pocket and hitting him on the run or throwing back. He did it a couple of times, but it didn't seem like he had that high level of success. The person that it was last year with was Tank. And maybe it is Tank, who we've seen get behind the defense last year. Jacksonville comes to mind in week 3 last year, where he got behind the defense a couple of times and scored. It does feel like him. It feels like Diggs is going to kill you with 7-8 receptions for 90 yards, for 80 yards in the flow of the offense. The big play stuff, which I do think they're going to potentially need in this game. Well, because the Packers are going to do it.
It's safe to say that they're going to need it within this 4-game stretch, including last week where Nico's out at least 4.
Yeah.
They're going to need it at some point, and I would say it starts this week in Green Bay.
Yeah, because, I mean, they said, like, Green Bay leads the league in what they call big plays, 54 explosives. And the Texans are going to have to match that. So we'll see. We'll see how the Packers score. But there could of missing Nico Collins. There wasn't a lot during that game against the Patriots where you're like, damn, man, we ain't got Nico Collins out here. They were able to make enough plays.
Yeah, let's be honest. Going into the Patriots game, just knowing what we know, you feel like just, again, don't make mistakes. Be the more well-coached football team. Have a good plan. And do your job, and you can win that ball game. Yeah. This ain't one of those weeks.
Someone text in. Let's also remember they were aided with turnovers to be able to score some of that 41. That's true. They did have 4 turnovers, but still they put points on the board and got in the end zone. So.
Let's also remember that they threw an interception in the end zone and they missed a field goal. So there's a 10-point swing right there, or at least a 6-point swing. So. I don't think that we have a problem remembering what we watched last week.
All right, coming up, Tyler's turd list. You don't want to miss that, one of our favorite segments.
Sorry if you're eating.
Oh Lord! All right, I got a feeling. Yep. I had a feeling I felt like Jerry might find his way on this turd list. I'd be surprised. I would discontinue the turd list if Jerry Jones didn't find his way on it this week. All right, turd list coming up next as we continue live here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Willowbrook Plaza.
All right, a great day. It starts.
Combo exclusions apply.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook Plaza, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. Coming up here as soon as this segment ends, we will be hooking somebody else up with, we're going to hook somebody up with some U of H tickets coming up at the end of this segment. So if you have not filled your name and put it in the raffle box, all you got to do is write your name down, put it in that raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Colts-Texans game. We've got that here for you. There you go, in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, before we get to Tyler's turd list, the injury report just came out, fresh out, and let's go through the DNPs, the did not practice, and just a little hint, they also didn't practice yesterday, so that would be the 2 heavy days. Azeez Al-Shire did not practice with that knee for the 2nd straight day. Foley Fatukasi with the shoulder did not practice for the 2nd straight day. Kamari Lassiter, not a surprise. It's been reported he's going to miss the next few weeks. He is out with that shoulder, did not practice. And Henry To'oTo'o with the concussion did not practice. So that's your 2 inside linebackers did not practice the last 2 straight days. Jimmy Ward, who has already been reported will miss this game against the Packers with a groin. He didn't practice. And Robert Woods, who missed last week's game, did not practice for a 2nd straight day with that foot. Joe Mixon, Del'Shawn Phillips, and Laramie Tunsil were limited. Laramie Tunsil was full today. The other 2, Mixon and Phillips, were limited in practice today. But there's some big names. Kamari Lassiter and Jimmy Ward we kind of knew about. But now Al-Shire, To'oTo'o, they are, and Foley too in the inside. Those are 3 starters that on that defense that potentially may not be able to play this game, missing these 2 days of practice.
Yeah, and you mentioned Del'Shawn Phillips. I mean, he was the guy that
he was coming in
before we realized that Henry To'oTo'o had lost some weight and could cover now, and was playing significantly faster. Thanks to his father, by the way, for getting that ass and making sure that he was light and moving better this year. Big shout out to Pops right there, but Del'Shawn Phillips is another linebacker. Henry To'oTo'o, Phillips, and Azeez Al-Shire with Christian Harris already on the shelf for nobody knows how much longer. I mean, that's 4 linebackers that could potentially not play this week. Now, Del'Shawn Phillips is limited today. I'd imagine he's trending towards playing. Henry To'oTo'o, I would imagine at this point in time it's a crapshoot.
Yeah, right now you missed the Wednesday, Thursday practice. Now, last year more times than not, players who missed both Wednesday, Thursday didn't play. But this year it's happened a little bit more.
And, well, I'll tell you one on here that I don't, and I typically don't lean this way. It typically bothers me, especially when you need to improve. Joe Mixon has been limited both Wednesday and Thursday with that ankle. And the 2 things. One, we've seen Joe Mixon miss almost all of camp and then come out and go for a $160, 59 or whatever it was against the Colts. We saw him miss significant amount of practice.
3 straight weeks, 3.5 weeks.
He comes back this week and goes off again. And so I don't worry about him practicing. But number 2, on Joe Mixon, like the way in which he plays the game, my man needs a day off. My man needs a couple limited practices. He leaves every bit of it on the field. He punishes defenders.
You're all right with him getting vet days?
I'm cool with him getting vet days. You earned every last one of them. You want a couple of limited days per week? Cool. Yeah, I'm good with it. Keep performing the way you're performing and keep bringing the physicality, the violence to the way in which you run the rock. You can do whatever the hell you want to do.
All right, so that is the latest there. The ones to really look at, Azeez Al-Shire and Henry To'oTo'o did not practice 2 straight days. Foley Fatukasi did not practice as well. And Kamari Lassiter and Jimmy Ward we kind of knew about as well. So those are the big names to pay attention to. All right, it's 3:45. Let's hear it. Let's get to Tyler's turd list.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's
All right, baby. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. I'm excited.
Full podium once again on Tyler's Turds of the Week. Of course it is. We got a gold medal, a silver medal, a bronze medal. No time to waste. Bronze medal for the Turds of the Week around the professional sports world. Man, I got to give it to this damn Thursday night football game coming up tonight. Which, by the way, Drive family, all you beautiful Sports Radio 610 listeners, you can hear right on these airwaves, courtesy of Westwood One, starting at 7 o'clock. But Broncos at Saints. Ugh. This is how we're going to start Week 7, man. Some of these primetime games are just, this one is a turd sandwich.
It's a rough one.
The 3-3 Broncos at the 2-4 Saints. Of course, a couple of rookie quarterbacks, Bo Nix and Spencer Rattler. They're going to be playing each other tonight. And the over-under in this game, if you're like me, if you're a degenerate like me, you like gambling on sports, and this is typically struggling to find stuff to bet on this game, guys. And the over-under in this game is a whopping 37 points. Good God. This is supposed to be the age of the NFL of high-powered offenses. A lot of throwing it around. Quarterbacks just slinging it everywhere. Over-under 37 is disgusting. Are y'all going to watch this game tonight on Thursday Night Football?
I have a hard time. I know Clint will, but listen, Sean Payton returning to New Orleans, maybe the beginning is the only part, but for me, boy, it's tough. What's my man, Kamara, he's out there by himself. Every other skilled player is gone. No Chris Olave. They lost their other deep threat for the year with a knee.
Shaheed.
Shaheed. He's out.
I'm just pissed
Spencer,
off.
Boy, I don't know what happened to him when he was the number one pick about 2 years ago. So, this is a rough one. And then the way that the Broncos throw it, Tyler, Nix, he will throw it 34 times for 112 yards. And it is a rough watch. So this one gets 2 woofs.
Yeah, man. Some of these primetime games around the NFL, we've been seeing it off and on the last few years, but this year it feels like they're just coming left and right. Thursday Night Football, Saints and Broncos. And, of course, Spencer Rattler, just in case you missed that, he is starting because Carr's dealing with an oblique, right, gentlemen? I believe it's the same kind of issue Ewers for the Longhorns had been dealing with.
Yep, he's struggling.
I like the the storylines, the game, right? The Drew Brees going in. I think the Saints Hall of Fame or the Ring of Honor, what do they call it down there?
Call it. Yeah, I don't know.
Sean Payton come back to town. The storylines are going to steal the show from jump.
Yeah. So we got
sure as hell ain't.
No, it ain't, because we have a turd sandwich tonight on Thursday Night Football. So that's the bronze medal. Silver medal this week. Came across this earlier in the week. Had to bring it to the turd list. Had to bring it to the Drive family. And, of course, you two dingoes over there at Buffalo Wild Wings. First of all, I'm going to preface this by saying I freaking hate hurricane season, like most Houstonians, like most people in the Gulf. And prayers up, man, for all those still dealing with the impacts and the effects, the lingering impacts of Hurricane Milton that made landfall over there in Florida. I know our neighbors over there to the east are still dealing with a lot from Hurricane Milton. But I just want you to hear this report that I came across. It's a fella, don't have his name, going to be real honest with you. Don't have his name, but he is a reporter on the Weather Channel. And this was shortly thereafter Milton had made some noise over there in the east. Listen to this Weather Channel reporter just throwing unnecessary shots at some football fans.
Mike, we definitely enjoyed the little halftime show that Mother Nature gave us inside Milton, but now we got the second half, and, I got to remind everyone that you might still be in the eye right now. There's a lot more to go, I think, back to, the Atlanta Falcons We know what happened to the second half when the Patriots came back to life. So do not sleep on the second half of Milton, and we're definitely concerned now with this surge.
What in the hell is
Bro!
What in the hell? What? He really set that one up. He thought that one through.
Oh, yeah, I guarantee he had it written down. And I love it. Look, I love it when journalists and reporters and stuff, I get, wanting to make an analogy, set an example, really paint that picture for those taking in your report. But if I'm an Atlanta Falcons fan, I'm like, good God, man, what did we do to deserve that?
I wonder if that second half that he talked about with Milton, is that when Tropicana Field got absolutely destroyed? Is that when Hurricane Brady came rolling through?
All joking aside, we've been dead in the middle of one of them, and the last thing I want is some reporter making jokes about
that one. You got to keep it straight laced.
That's poor time. That's a bad decision right there.
That's
man.
about as bad as that young man who I told you about in Kansas City who teased where the next tornado was dropping.
Oh yeah, dude. What is wrong with people?
Yeah, so, we just got word the tornado dropped here. We'll tell you where it dropped coming up next.
Hell of a tease.
That'll make people tune in, though, won't it?
Yeah, man, this reporter from the Weather Channel, he's getting the silver medal because not only if I'm a Falcons fan, and if you've been living in a cave under a rock somewhere, everyone remembers the Falcons up big on the Patriots in that Super Bowl only to just piss it away and Tom Brady, the GOAT, winning yet another ring. But not only if I'm a Falcons fan, am I pissed at this. I mean, yeah, like the people, like you were kind of saying, Clint, actually affected by Milton over there in Florida and stuff. I'm like, man, come on. I don't need the sports imagery. Like, I need to know if I'm going to be all right.
Yeah, poor timing right there, Chief.
Yeah.
Bad.
Silver medal.
The way he thought.
Mm-hmm. All right. Gold Turd Trophy if you're watching with us on YouTube and Twitch. And if you're not, you can search that. Just search Sports Radio 610 on YouTube or Twitch. You can see our beautiful faces while we talk with you. Got the Golden Turd Trophy here. You nailed it, Ron. There's only one person this Golden Turd Trophy this week was ever going to go to, and it's this guy right here.
This is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something, and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask
why.
why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
Jerry Jones, you turd.
Yeah, and then Jerry doubled and tripled down on it later.
Yeah.
Is when he came right on in it and said, I can take the criticism from people, but I'm not going to take it from the flagship, the people I pay. Hold on, Judge.
Yeah. And that audio, if you missed it out there, listeners, that audio you just heard, that was Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones, Clint Stoerner's former boss. That was earlier this week on our sister station, the Cowboys flagship up in Dallas, 105.3 The Fan. He was doing his weekly interview with the guys over there at The Fan, and then this fella just starts threatening jobs. He starts threatening my fellow radio folks, but earn a Golden Turd Trophy, Jerry. You're getting older. I know your 82nd birthday sucked with the Cowboys getting blown out, but when your team gets blown out and you're the owner, not only the owner, but the GM, you're going to have some tough questions to answer. You've been in this game long enough. You know how it goes. Don't exhibit turdish behavior just because you're pissed off that the Cowboys suck yet again. Am I right or am I right?
Yeah, you're right. Jerry's just dead ass wrong. And he needs to go ahead and make that right.
Jerry's dead ass serious though.
No, he's dead ass serious.
I'm not kidding.
He's kidding, and then I listened to him the next day, fellas. I know we got to get out. I listened to our sister station, Sean and RJ. They said we kind of thought maybe he might call in today and make it right until we heard him last night talking about not from the guys that he paid.
Doubling down.
So at that point, we knew, we probably ain't going to hear from Jerry today.
That's your turns of the week, boys.
What you got coming up?
All right, y'all think I'm nasty talking about what goes on in the bathroom. Wait till you hear what your hero, J.J. Watt, 9'9". Wait till you hear what that nasty sumbug done said he'd do. We'll have all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to take back a shot at Casino Resort now.
ILTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I got to find a toilet.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yes, sir. And every Thursday we party at Buffalo Wild Wings. This Thursday, Thirsty Thursday, thanks to Bud Light. They're making it happen once again. We are at the Willowbrook location up off Tomball Parkway. Come through, hang out with us, Buffalo Wild Wings. There's the bar area up here is well lit, and folks are having a good time. We've got plenty of room. Come on through and hang out. Also, we had Texans tight end. We had him on the show a little earlier, about 2:20ish, but 2:15ish. If you're listening anyway, we appreciate it. Whether it's Twitch or YouTube, and you're watching and listening, greatly appreciate y'all. If you're on the FM dial, AM dial, we greatly appreciate it. If you listen on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, if you haven't downloaded it, download it. There is a rewind feature, several features on the Odyssey app, but there is a rewind feature. You can go back, boom, pick any show you want to listen to. You can go back, listen to that Kade Stover interview at 2:15 if you'd like to do it. But we'd greatly appreciate it if you would download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Follow along any way that you possibly can. We appreciate all the listeners out there doing so. Football Friday, real quick while we're on the topic. Football Friday, East River 9 tomorrow. We're over on the east side. Got a lot of people on the east side. That's where I'm at. A lot of people over there complaining we don't ever come back. Well, we're coming back to East River 9. Great location, really cool spot. Great food, great restaurant, great bar. All kind of, depending on the weather, they got that lighted par 3. 9-hole par 3 course, plenty of room out there. My little girl came out with my wife last time and was playing on that turf out there for a bit while we sat and ate and had a couple more drinks. It's a great place, East River 9. Now, I catch. In fact, I feel like maybe even on the show, I may be looked down upon from time to time with my questions and concerns and my curiosity about what goes on in the bathroom. I'll pull my britches all the way down to the floor. That's one thing. If somebody just so happens to break wind next to you, I may giggle. I put a poll out, by the way, about that. If you're in the restroom and several strangers are in the restroom with you, if somebody that you don't know breaks wind, how do you respond? And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm disappointed in America. I'm disappointed in Twitter America.
Let's say the people in South Dakota, they were really high on it.
I don't know. I don't know about how many people I got in following in South Dakota, but I am shocked at how many people are offended by the thought of even grinning or laughing if someone in the bathroom breaks wind.
Are they offended, or is it just like let's try not to react?
It's kind of like texting, right? I mean, the text tone is always kind of negative, as I guess I read it. Maybe it's my mindset, but like I feel like there's a large number of people that comment that are like. That's a place where you can't judge. You shouldn't comment. I'm like, come on, man. What are we doing? I mean, you don't even like. There's no smirk. There's no like inside you. You don't get happy. You don't laugh.
To get happy, as I said, man. To me, like
if you're in a terrible mood and we're in that bathroom and urinal and somebody you don't know lets one go, like you don't, like it doesn't.
Gotta stop taking life too seriously, man.
I'm telling you, man.
It's not taking life serious. It just does nothing. It doesn't do anything for me. To me, when it's excessive, then it becomes amusing or something.
Oh, you want somebody to
somebody was in that bathroom the other day. I was on the toilet, but somebody the other day, and I mean, they let off 6 or 7 while they were peeing in the urinal. No, I didn't. To myself, I said, "Damn, well, you might need to come and sit in this stall next to me."
I get that. Well, Clint, that's what bathrooms are for. Like the serious guy, Clint, that's what bathrooms are for. I get it, man. I get it. It's just a simple question. Relax a little bit.
Like when he did the first one, I just continued looking at my phone. He did the second one, I continued. And then when he got to the third and the fourth, I said, "My goodness."
Now that you have to say something if that's the case.
No, but I don't believe. Like when I'm on the toilet, I don't believe in talking to other people. Tyler tries to talk to me during dumps, and I'm like, man, I try to keep it short to give him a hint.
I talked to Boss Man yesterday. I had a full-blown conversation going on.
Did he
He
answer
was
you?
laughing.
Man, you're just sitting there. It's a great time to have a conversation.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. But apparently, I mean, I feel like I may be judged from time to time. Some folks may think I'm disgusting. We talk about my family thinks I'm somewhat disgusting because it's always about breaking wind or dropping a deuce or something. So they think we're disgusting. Damn it, man. But, it comes up at some of the strangest places, man. And I know this is going to hurt some of y'all's feelings because there's a lot of J.J. Watt fans out there. I'm a J.J. Watt fan. But apparently J.J. Watt, he topped me. I feel like on a nasty scale. I mean, I'm not nasty, but I feel like I just don't worry about some things that other folks like Ron do worry about. Ron's got people, by the way, in the press box bumping elbows with me instead of my hand because I wash with a bar of soap instead of a rag. So I got people hitting elbows.
It's going to run your hands up your ass crack
with a bar of soap. Set it up. Set it up. But J.J. Watt's nasty. This
you got to say he's nasty.
I'm going to tell you, J.J. Watt's nasty. And I had no idea he was going to go here. I think this is probably Pat McAfee induced. I think J.J. Watt would not have said it.
Let me just fill you in real quick so you know, Clint, because in the future this might come up more because it's hilarious. They started a new thing with J.J. called #AskJage, where people can just tweet in whatever they want to ask him.
That's right. Okay, that's right. And that's what somebody asked that question.
Yeah.
You'll hear it. Is it in? Okay, it's in. I didn't make sure it's in there. Okay,
yes,
you got to listen to this side. This is y'all's hero now. This is J.J. Watt on Pat McAfee yesterday.
From Greg, if you're at a friend's house and clog the toilet and there's no plunger, what do you do? #AskJage.
This was the teaser. Now, Greg has been asking this question a lot.
Yes, he has.
And nobody will give this guy an answer.
Needs one.
Yeah, I agree.
I will.
Okay, thank you, Jage.
You roll up your sleeve and you stick that hand down there and you do what you have to do. Then you wash that off. You do what you have to do. You don't leave the toilet clogged at your friend's house. You take care of that. You wash your hands thoroughly, maybe 3 or 4 times. You dry them off and then you go back out to that party.
And shake everybody's hand, Greg. Mm-hmm. They don't even know what just happened.
What else are you going to do? You're just going to leave it? Find a stick.
I'm leaving.
What
if you do that and you don't unplug it, though, Jay?
Yeah. How many flushes are you doing before you realize there's a real problem?
3.
I mean, once that water level...
3 might overflow.
So you're flushing the place.
Don't you see how high it gets? And you say, okay, I got some room to play with.
As a pooper, I am not scared to poop. I'm not scared to poop in other places.
Oh, yeah.
I think they should take one of the 9s down.
It's so gross.
I think in the Ring of Honor they should take one of the 9s down. The part that gets me is that fool, and yes, JJ, I'm talking about you. That fool said, "What else are you gonna do?"
Come on, JJ.
Hell, I don't know, JJ. Why don't we sit here and come up and think of a few other things? Maybe stop traffic and come out and just say, "Hey, dog, man, we got. Do you have a plunger? Or I'll go get one." There are 1,700 things to do before you get to, damn, man, I just going to have to roll my sleeves up and put my hand down there and grab it. He said, what else are you going to do? And said it like, what do you mean? What else are you going to I don't know, JJ. Why don't we brainstorm this thing? You got to think of some other things that you can't think of nothing else to do. 3 flushes in. Well, hell, roll them up.
I'm going to tell you.
What?
You got people bumping elbows at me in the press box for using a bar soap instead of a rag.
Oh, I don't.
I like JJ. I'm a big fan of JJ. I think I'm gonna bump knuckles with him.
Well, yeah, because it makes you wonder. Like, I don't think JJ's ever been in a scenario where he has done that. Where he's stuck his hand down there.
Real quick.
But it does make me wonder what has he done.
That was quick. He answered that too damn quick.
Like it does make me wonder if JJ was in some sort of a situation as much toilet paper, and he just went ahead and continued with his own hand and then washed his hands.
Right.
I just wonder what he's done.
Yeah.
I mean, I ran out of toilet paper in college one time. It was just dumping a shower. Right, like that's what I'm gonna do. Like, I'm a deuce, and then I'm gonna get out immediately and take a shower.
You got it on your rag, and then you wash the rest of your body with your rag. I got in there and spread doodle.
I went in there and just spread cheeks and just let that water run down there first. To get all that job. Like, I don't like. It just makes me wonder what all is JJ done. JJ nasty as hell.
Yeah, that's that.
What else? What else are you gonna do? I can't believe he said that.
I don't. Y'all have a problem deucing in public?
No.
Or somebody else?
No, hell no.
My brother, old Hank, rest in peace, brother. God bless your soul. He would not do it. He was nasty. Now he would not do it.
Oh yeah, I think the rest of my family doesn't like
doing it. Go home.
The rest of my family doesn't like it. Boy, I'm telling you, I recently had that gallbladder surgery, and I took a chance of drinking a smoothie.
Mm-hmm.
This is a week removed. We were at some sort of a wildlife museum. I took that and I knew instantly. I'm 20 minutes in and I'm like, I've got to find a bathroom. Yeah. I have got to find one, and I didn't think twice. It wasn't no wait till we get to the hotel.
Yeah, I heard that'll mess you up. But J.J. Watt is a nasty sonbuck. Look, he's a hell of a football player, and we greatly. But I don't. Nobody can ever look down their nose at me. Don't ever frown at me.
It was the no hesitation, like you said, Clint. Like he just right away.
That's the deal. If he would have been like, man, that's a good one, man. Let me think about it for a minute.
I wouldn't even.
And if he'd have come up with something, like he's had that conversation, and I'm gonna tell you, like I err on the side of being somewhat nasty. That would never cross my mind.
That boy said, "What else are you gonna do?" What the hell you mean? You can't come up with nothing else?
Come on, JJ.
That would never cross my mind. JJ, that's rough. That's Ryan Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. Tyler Milner's behind the glass on the ones and twos. You're listening to Sports Radio 610.
We got some nasty people on the text.
Yes, indeed. Hell yeah, we do.
I ran out of toilet paper one time in college. I used the sock and then just washed it off and put it in the washing machine. Why didn't you just throw the sock away?
Well, no, you can't do that. I mean, my babies mess all over everything all the time. You can't do that. You got to range it off. Be all right.
Yeah. See, I see your levels of nasty. Your levels of nastiness right now, Doc. I'm not putting another sock on. I'm not putting a sock on my feet after if I didn't have to wipe my ass with it. I'm
not gonna use the sock, but if I did, I would.
You would just put it back in the washing machine?
No, I would probably throw it in the trash because it's right there next to me. But I wouldn't be I'd be okay washing it.
Oh no, hell no.
I mean, I
didn't mean to take that from you. I didn't know that would be a debate.
Well, I mean, I would not carry it all the way to the laundry room. No, but if I was rich and had
I was struggling.
If it was one of my really good socks, I do have one pair of Nike. I'll probably, but had I used it, had you used it, I'd appreciate if you put it in the wash. Oh boy, I tell you what, never know what nastiness is gonna come up on the drive. Hey, real quick, Ryan, I know you're a big NBA guy. Have you seen the it was actually on 60 Minutes, but have you seen any of the reporting on the Clippers' new arena?
Their new arena? Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it's top of the line. Steve put a lot of money in that piece.
Yeah, I was listening to the other day. On 60 Minutes, they had some I guess it was kind of a tour going on. They highlighted a tour. It's got crazy technology in it. But one of the technologies.
You mean the floor?
No, this is not the floor. Remember, I told you the floor, but Kentucky did it for their blue, what do you call it, Big Blue, whatever the hell they call it.
I think they did something similar, but go ahead.
But every seat in the place, essentially, he says, now we're not listening to what your conversations are, but every seat has the ability to monitor the volume of the person sitting in it. So they can literally say, we're going to give a pair of tickets to the next game to the loudest person in the building. And your seat has the ability.
Show your volume.
Just like little stuff like that. Could you admit, how crazy is that, man?
Yeah, you knew Steve Ballmer was going to go ahead and put it all in that bad boy.
I mean, who would have thought, like, how can we get people to come? How can you get people that are here to be louder?
That's what you got people sitting in the room trying to come up with ideas.
Oh, man, 6 years ago, guys, we were talking about how there's so much instant access and these TVs are so great right now, and it's, everybody's staying at home and watching games because it's like being there. It's so real. And owners and people building stadiums in were like, how are we going to get people to continue to come? They're putting pools in the outfield. They're all this different stuff. And, wind would help. But winning would help. But it's just crazy the stuff that they come up with, man.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, shout out to J.J. Watt. Boy, His wife, she got to be looking at him differently from that answer. She got to be looking at it.
She's an old soccer player. She may have stuck her hand down there.
She maybe have peed on herself during a match, but I don't know if she's sticking her hand.
Nah, she's an old soccer player, man. She probably, I bet in the locker room, one of them gals plugged it up, and she went in there and got it.
Coming up next.
She got little hands, man.
One thing that the Texans have had issues with this year has had some improvement here lately. Do you think it is solved? Do you feel confident that it is solved? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you dealing with that chronic joint pain? I know there's a lot of folks out there that are.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook Plaza, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we're live here, Willowbrook Plaza near Willowbrook Mall, and it is starting to kind of fill up a little bit. Come on out. The Bud Light crew is out. Bud Light girls and guys are out hooking people up with some drinks, taking some pictures, and your chance to win prizes. Your chance coming up as soon as this segment ends. You'll have a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in that raffle box. If you have not done so, you might want to get over there and do that before this segment ends. Also, in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Indianapolis Colts come to town and play your Houston Texans. We've got those tickets for you as well. And I see it here, the Bud Light, the wristbands for a little tailgate action. Get some free drinks, free food as well attached to that game. Thanks to our good friends at Bud Light. This is when people get to me, man, on the text line. Right here, Clint. They get me.
What happened?
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
I never understand it. Someone texted in, sure can tell Ron has lived the charm life week. I said, how?
It's a little strong.
I said, how?
Talking about
and
dookies.
Then the response is, don't be so sensitive. I
think that person's a little sensitive.
That happens so often when someone says something to me, I respond to them. Why are you don't be sensitive? I said, how?
Is that Jerry Jones texting in? Oh, sensitive ass.
I want to know. I just want to know. I said, how? That can't be sensitive. How? Just tell. I just want to know. How would I live the charmed life? Teresa wouldn't tell you that. I wouldn't say that. I would say that.
Hold
All
on,
right.
so
7, what's Ron? Thanks, Larry. It's 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I want to hear your thoughts on this, because a big issue is something that the Texans probably struggled with for about 3 straight weeks, where they were double-digit in penalties every single week. And even CJ Stroud alluded to it yesterday when he spoke to the media. He talked a little bit about this as an issue for the Texans and where they are, because they've improved. They gave up 7 they had 7 penalties against the Bills, all in the second half. Last week they had 4 penalties, so they've cleaned some things up. This was CJ Stroud yesterday talking about cutting down on the penalties.
It's huge, I think whenever we stay on the green or staying positive ahead of the sticks, man, it's hard for us to get off the field. That's one thing we've been trying to just be better at, is just, not shooting ourselves in the foot. And I think last week we definitely took a step. Especially, it wasn't loud the whole game, but the beginning of it was we were good with our silent operation, and, it's going to be another environment to test us again. And, it's going to be a rocking crowd, and, we can't wait. So we definitely just got to be smart and understand, the more we can stay above the sticks and, help each other out, the better we'll be off to get a dub.
All right, listen, as he said, they picked it up and improved it, and it was really a surprise when you think about how well coached this team is that they were even having that struggle.
Yeah.
And I'd say this to you and the people. As I said, you can jump in on this. Do you feel confident that they have cleaned that up? Do you feel confident now moving forward that that is not something that's a problem for the Texans? They've kind of righted that ship.
Yeah, I feel confident. I've always felt confident that DeMeco Ryans would get this thing figured out. Well-coached football teams don't just continually have these kinds of issues, especially when you look at, I would say, half of the issues. I'll be honest with you, I don't think this would be an issue for the Texans if so many of it wasn't Laramie Tunsil doing it to get it was a big-time deal. It was important, but it was magnified times 10 because it was Laramie Tunsil, and it was Laramie Tunsil to the 10th degree, right?
And he still currently leads the NFL in total penalties overall with 11.
Right. So, and so much of it appeared to be just such a petty move of like, just move your ass up, man. Like, just move up. You're supposed to be one of the best pass protecting offense. Move up. You don't need that advantage. You don't need the added advantage of lining up, even flirting with the line. Just move up, make it a no-brainer kind of thing. I think all of that kind of magnified it times 10. But I feel like DeMeco Ryans, I would be shocked if we go a season and a reason that this football team doesn't win is because they're undisciplined and have penalty issues, especially before the ball's ever snapped. Like, I would be shocked if a DeMeco Ryans coach team over a 17-game, 18-week span has that level of an issue. So I felt really good about them at some point figuring this thing out and cleaning it up. So yeah, I feel good about it, but there's always a but, right? The next test, if you will, for this team to pass in a sense of cleaning this thing up, to me, is playing a better opponent. You know, a lot of penalties stem from how hard the other team plays, how talented the other team really is. If you've got just a bunch of practice dummies standing over there, they're not moving, odds are you're not going to hold. Odds are you're going to know exactly where they are before the snap. It's going to eliminate some of the pre-snap stuff. Damn sure don't feel like you have to align as deep as you possibly can in order to block the edge. So, yeah, I do. I'm confident that they fixed the penalty problem, but I do want to see an opponent like this weekend on the road versus a better opponent.
Yeah, because I think their penalty problem, Clint, was more just kind of upstairs as opposed to habit, right? Like, it wasn't a lot of defensive holding or pass interference or, you know, corners or guys in the secondary panicking and just grabbing. Because sometimes you see that's a habit. It's a habit if somebody just grabs, and they just do that all the time. This was, you're not lined up correctly.
Right.
You know, let's scoot up and fix that. Or you're jumping off sides. Like, that kind of stuff is not a habit thing, right? Like, it's
not an
like
attitude. It's an approach, because then you get the whole, well, they're targeting us. No, man, just move up, man.
Yeah,
what are we doing?
And then that kind of fixed. Like, I think Malik Collins, it was a habit for him to get 15-yard penalties because he just hit. He just hit guys late, and it was something that he continued to do. These weren't. If there were penalties where it was, you know, constant guys in the secondary holding. Or even constant. I know Laramie got a couple of holds against Buffalo when he came back in the second half, but constantly, hey, Juice Scruggs is constantly holding guys.
Yep.
Or Kenyon Green is constantly holding guys. I think that's different. This, to me, feels more like these are very, very fixable things. Like, hey, let's scoot up and line up, you know, and get on the line.
Well, at least 50% of them are. You know, there's a good half of them that are very fixable just by being more dialed in, more focused, more committed to being right. Check the ref, make sure you're lined up right, and then to cheat. Even try to cheat. You don't even toe the line. Just get up there, get lined up, let's ride. Now, as better teams come down the pike, it's going to be a little different now. We'll see if they can keep that number down and keep it respectable instead of it becoming a problem.
Like 11, 12, you know, like.
You get a double digits, it's a problem.
Yeah. And then you do it 3 straight games like they did.
Yeah.
And it helped cause one of their losses. Like, it was a part of one of their one loss. It was a part of that with the Vikings, a lot of the penalties. All right, coming up, Clint kind of talked about it a little bit earlier in terms of what's going to be important in this particular game. There's one thing defensively the Texans got to do. They got to do in this game, and I think it gives them the best chance to win. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Mokaram Law Firm, y'all. They've been helping Houston, Texas for over 25 years, man. You can contact them day and or night, 24/7, 365 at 281-222-2222. Your consultation's always free. You pay nothing.
We'll be here next week as well, so come on out. Everybody here right now, we'll be here next week, so bring your asses out again to win some prizes and hook folks up. We've been hooking people up all day. Final prizes, final 2 prizes. We'll do one after this segment ends. We'll hook somebody up with U of H tickets as they face K-State. Kansas State will travel here. You have a chance to win a pair of U of H tickets right here. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, the big one, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Texans face the Colts right at NRG. My man over there said he had club-level tickets. He won some tickets from us, had club-level tickets, good seats, so you have a chance to win not only a pair of tickets to see the Colts come into town to play the Texans, you'll also have the wristband here where you go to tailgate, get free food, free drinks, courtesy of Bud Light. That will be along with the tickets for that Colts-Texans game. So all you got to do is put your name in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win that. If you're on your way, you might want to hurry up and get in here and do it. We got people already partying right now. My man won the Bud Light table game, and they're setting it up, playing it right now. Look like they're playing paper football right now. I see the uprights up. This is some serious business. So a good time is being had out here at Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook Plaza. Come on out and hang out with us. As Clint said earlier, remember tomorrow, Football Friday, we'll be at East River 9 tomorrow from 2 to 6. You'll have a chance to win some prizes there as well. So come on out with us and continue a little Football Friday. All right, Clint, we talked about this a little bit earlier in a way, but to me, the way that they have been handling things defensively, DeMeco and Matt Burke, as you said earlier, man, they've been a high-level team in terms of pressure. They have pressured a lot. They're sending safeties, they're sending linebackers, and they are trusting their corners to be able to hold up with that. To me, Clint, I think it is extremely important for the front four to be able to get pressure in passing downs, and that includes Denico Autry. He was added after the suspension this week. But Danielle Hunter, that's what you paid him for. He is the reigning AFC Defensive Player of the Week. And then you got Denico Autry. Those are guys that are really good pass rushers, 2 of them who've had multiple years of double-digit sacks in their career. Clint, I think a big key is the front four, Clint, being able to get pressure on Jordan Love so that he doesn't feel the need, him, Matt Burke, DeMeco Ryans, they don't feel the need, Clint, to have to add guys to pressure. Because to me, if you have to blitz a lot this week against Jordan Love in this offense, I think you're going to get burned at times if that is your strategy. If they can get it with the front four and be able to cover with all those receivers, I think that's a big difference for this team.
Well, in theory, you are correct. It is definitely a big difference. I mean, here's the problem with when you face better football teams. Like Green Bay right now is running the football from a production standpoint as well as anybody in the league. I think they're second in yards per game. The only team that's better than them is the Baltimore Ravens, and they're better than everybody. I mean, they're number one, and they're number one by 40 to 50 yards. They're better than Detroit. They're better than San Francisco in terms of running the football, just yardage. So, I mean, this is a team that can run the football really well.
That's a part of it, too, yeah.
And directly to your point, Ron, I don't worry about this team's ability to get pressure on the passer with their rush. What I worry about is the play coverage pre-snap because you're afraid of the run. In order to stop the run, they're going to have to bring their safeties down low. In order to stop the run, they're going to have to bring one safety down and literally insert him into the box, which forces him to play man behind that, which forces Jalen Petrie, which forces Eric Murray into man-to-man situations, and that is where the problem lies. That's the scary part of this.
So you think even with them not even having the blitz can force themselves into being
– Yeah, look, I don't think you pressure at the rate that the Texans have just by playing man defense and bringing extra hats. They've done a really good job with just their front four. Mario Edwards we talked about. Hell, Tim Settle and Fatakasi's got in there and they got sacks. The defensive ends have played extremely well, and so they haven't been in a position where they have to. They've just chosen for some reason to consistently do that. That's what leads me to believe that I don't know if DeMeco is confident in anything else. And when you face better football teams like Green Bay, they're going to force you to bring an extra hat to the box by running the football. At least they've been successful doing that of late. And then it makes it very easy for Jordan Love and this wide receiver group to create space and make plays. And so it's liable to be completely out of DeMeco's hands in terms of whether they're wanting to pressure the passer or just stop the run. That could be dictated by the opponent, which is Green Bay. And Green Bay is definitely the caliber opponent that will dictate to you if you let them.
Yeah.
So the ability to pressure has been what DeMeco Ryans' defense has hung their hat on this year.
Yeah, and the way they have pressured is as we said, he's blitzed a lot more than we've seen him.
Played a lot of man behind it.
Yeah, than we've seen him do.
The craziest thing, Ron, about all of this that we're talking about, to me, in my opinion, is like DeMeco has chosen a good chunk of the time to just go, I'm going to let God and everybody know I'm going to play man.
Yeah, he's not really disguising.
Like you got Dion.
I think he'll disguise a little bit more.
Like you got Dion and Revis back there. You know what I mean? There's some teams out there, like the Ravens have been known to do it in the past. There's some teams out there that can go, hey, man, we're just going to line up and play man because we got the dudes to do it. DeMeco has done that in the this year, like in the last 6 games, multiple times, as if he has those caliber coverage guys, and he just flat doesn't.
But to your point, the front four, and then it'll include the front 7 too, like it is imperative. They stop the run, and to me they're able to get to the quarterback without having to just leave people.
You're right. You're right, Ron. The overall point, the point being made, right, is, and it's spot on, is if you can't rush the passer and stop the run with your front four, you're gonna have a hard time winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and winning this game Sunday.
Yeah, bingo. And winning more games than you lose against Super Bowl caliber football teams, which Green Bay is one that was neck and neck with you to start the season in terms of the odds of winning a Super Bowl. So. Whether we're in the playoffs and we're talking about winning playoff games, or right now we're talking about beating playoff caliber opponents, if the only answer you have versus the run is to insert extra helmets in the box, that means you're weak somewhere else, and that's in the secondary, and you don't have the coverage guys on this football team right now to be weak in the secondary.
No,
you don't have it. You just don't. You don't have it.
Yeah. So we'll see. I do think it's going to be that's going to be a big key in this game coming up. All right, as we continue here live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, having a good time here, Willowbrook Plaza. Come hang out with us. We'll be here at least until 6 o'clock. I got football practice with the boys tonight.
Okay.
I got this. We got a kid. Clint, I would have fought this kid if I were. I thought the other kids were going to try to fight him. I would have fought if I put myself back into my playing days. I would have fought this kid. This is a kid, Clint. You as a coach, you love him. This kid, I mean, he loves ball. He'd practice 5-6 hours. Jaden would if we let him.
Oh, he's on your team?
Oh yeah, he loves. I mean, he's a hitter. He's a great kid and a good player, but. He is ate up with it.
Yeah.
And so these kids are in conditioning. They're running conditioning. We came off the bye week. This is a pretty aggressive conditioning, I'd say. I'll be honest with you. I thought every time all right, we may be done. Third quarter. I said, damn. I looked at my son's eyes. He hit him with a lap, and this is a 2-field lap that he hit him with. And I could see some of our linemen, Big Mason, Big Kade, they weren't going to make it. They were struggling.
Right.
He said, all right, get back on the line. He said, all right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to finish it fourth quarter. All right, 10 up downs. And here comes Jaden. Hey, coach, won't you make it 20? Come on, make it 20. And he goes, right, guys? Come on, we got this 20. They said, shut up. They said, shut up. I'm looking at this kid. I told with this, I said, I'd have fought that kid. I would have fought. If I were one of these other kids, I'd have fought. But he's, Clint, his up downs, he is chomping them, dropping one.
He's in shape. He's ready to rock and roll.
He is ready to go. And we get done. We finally, double whistle, get him in the middle to talk. These kids are dragging. We got kids in inhalers rolling, and he's ready to go. He's ready to go. So much so, when other kids are finishing their lap, he's running out there to run with them back in and getting extra. This kid, I tell you, you love him as a coach, but I'm telling you, boy, I thought those kids were going to fight him.
Oh, I bet.
He said, come on, man, coach, come on, make it 20, right, guys?
He'll figure that out. They'll figure it out for him.
Once he gets hit with a bag full of bars of soap.
He would probably, Tyler, he'd probably get up and say, oh, come on, that's all y'all got?
All you got?
Hit me harder.
Hit me harder.
I need to toughen up. The season's almost.
Hey, it's dark out there. We try to figure out where's Jaden. There he is, the one chopping his feet as hard as he possibly can.
Yeah, if he was on my team, that gets a smack right to the back of the head.
Oh, man, I thought Caden was going to clothesline him, man. Our big kid, I thought he was going to hurt his ass. He said, no, man, come on, coach, give us 20. I can't mess with that boy. But I bet all the other coaches love him right there, baby. He's the first one in every hitting drill. Oh, I got it. I'm ready, coach. I'm ready. Well,
he ain't laying down for nobody.
Ooh, shout out to him. I can't wait he's going to do it again tonight. He's going to do it again. He's going to have me cracking up, have me rolling. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock, fire. A lot to get to. The Texans injury report is pretty lengthy, and there is some concern, I think, now with some of these guys if they're going to be able to return to Sunday's game. We'll let you know the ones that you need to be concerned about, guys who hasn't practiced all week long. We'll let you know that. A little Thursday night football as well. The Rockets, they get going for what Dylan Brooks said is their dress rehearsal. We'll discuss that. And a major surprise in college basketball. One of the best coaches in basketball just decided to retire. Coming up immediately, coming up on Friday. So a real surprise there in college basketball. A lot to get to there. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
All right, let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all. Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Bomber and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest for you. And the latest is... Fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And we are on the road. We are on the road here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Let the people hear it. Let's hear it now. The people hear it. There we go. There we go. My man drove all the way to here from Lake Jackson. He told his wife, he said, damn it, this is what we're doing today. We're going to Buffalo Wild Wings, and we're going to hang out. There you go. And she said, all right, I guess we're going to do it. All right. Hopefully see y'all ass next week, too, because we're going to be right here, too. So get in the car and drive as well. But, no, man, we're having a good time. The people are here. The Bud Light crew is here, and we've hooked people up with prizes. We got 2 more left. As soon as this segment ends, you'll get a chance to win a pair of tickets to U of H and K-State. And then a little bit later on in this hour, the big one, tickets to the Colts and the Texans game. Also a wristband, 2 wristbands that will hook you up with some tailgating, some drinks, some free food, courtesy of Bud Light. That's coming up a little bit later on here as we are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza, near on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall. Come on out and hang out with us. Have your chance to win and just have some good times with good food and good drinks as they are working really hard here. The staff done a great job here. All right, Clint, the first thing here to get into is this injury report from the Texans. It is out. And there are some concerns. There are several players, Clint, that did not practice today, and all of those players that did not practice today also did not practice yesterday. So the practice days, they did not practice, and that's usually not a good sign. Those players are, Clint, Azeez Al-Shire with the knee, Foley Fatukasi with the shoulder. Those are 2 starters. Kamari Lassiter, which is not a surprise. We knew that he would be out, not just this week, but maybe for a few weeks. He is out, did not practice with that shoulder. Henry To'oTo'o, the other interior linebacker, he has a concussion in concussion protocol. He did not practice yesterday or today. And then Jimmy Ward and Robert Woods both didn't practice the last 2 days. And Robert Woods, in his case, he didn't play last week. So that's a big group of guys that didn't practice. Joe Mixon, Delshon Phillips were limited today, and Laramie Tunsil, who was limited yesterday, he's a full participant with that ankle. So, Clint, there's a lot to look at there. To me, it is hard to get past the thought of not having your 2 inside linebackers there. Those are the ones that really stick out to me on this list that didn't practice the last 2 days.
Well, you're already down your best linebacker in Christian Harris, right? And now you've got Azeez Al-Shire and Henry To'oTo'o. You're starting 2 linebackers, and neither of those guys practiced the last 2 days. One's got a knee, one's got a concussion, and they're legit injuries. They're not vet off days. They're not hope they get back. They're legit injuries and legit issues that. I think we'll be lucky to have either one of them if we're being completely honest. And also, Delshon Phillips with a hip. He's probably a name that not many are familiar with, but he is a depth linebacker that gives you a little bit of that smaller linebacker that can run a little bit better than others. And so now really you look at it, man, you're down to just a couple of guys in that linebacker rotation unless – one or more of these guys get back. So this defense at the linebacker level could be in a really, really bad spot if these linebackers don't get back right. If the Friday injury report doesn't look significantly better on the linebacker front, then we could have problems, man.
Because the linebackers that aren't on this is what Jake Hansen, Neville Hewitt. We saw Neville Hewitt had to finish out the game, and we wondered, is that by necessity because – Al-Shire couldn't get back in, or was it just because it was the game was out of reach? We'll see. But that right now, if this injury report holds, where there's no Christian Harris, obviously he was on IR. There's no Al-Shire. There's no Henry To'oTo'o. You're looking at Jake Hansen and Neville Hewitt, and those are special team players. And then maybe, as you said, Delshon Phillips if he can go. that is not how you draw it up. And that is not how you draw it up, Clint, especially against, what did you say, the
second best run attack in the game. He's at the top of the list of the normal rush attacks. Then you got Baltimore, who's got Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, who are averaging about 40 yards more than anybody else in the NFL. But at the top of the list of others like Detroit, like San Francisco 49ers, there's some good football teams up there. The best of that bunch is Green Bay so far. So you got a coach and an offense that are coming in, and they're going to sense that, hey, you lost your defensive lineman on the season, Mario Edwards. Hey, you're missing some of your linebackers. Don't know exactly how many, but you're missing a good chunk of your linebackers. We're going to force these guys to physically stop the run for 4 quarters, and that could spell problems for the Texans. We'll see what tomorrow's injury report looks like, but, boy, if it doesn't change, look out. Now, Green Bay's not the team that you want to play with these types of issues in your front 7, really your front 6.
Yeah, so that's the latest there. We'll see what happens. Not to mention Foley Fatukasi as well. When you look at that as in the inside, so right up the middle, some of your best run stoppers are there and could be injured. So we'll really be looking at that tomorrow to see where that lands and where that injury report falls tomorrow.
5 o'clock fire.
Tyler hinted towards this earlier, and that is a Thursday night football game. Broncos Saints. The Denver Broncos traveling to New Orleans. It's the return of Sean Payton as he goes back to a place where he helped win a Super Bowl, and he helped win that Super Bowl with Drew Brees. And as you said, he's going to go in their Ring of Honor tonight. So Sean Payton's there at the same time. Makes a lot of sense why they would put him in. These are two teams that the Saints started off when they blew out the Cowboys. There was a thought of, oh boy, this may be a team that's something to watch. And I think they could have still been on that, but they've got everybody injured. They've lost their quarterback. They've lost both of their receivers who aren't going to be in this game as well. They've had a lot of injuries occur that has changed the look of their season. Now Spencer Rattler is getting the start tonight, and then the Broncos somehow are 3-3 with Bo Nix at the quarterback position there, and they've done some good things. I don't believe they're going to have Patrick Surtain Jr. tonight, who is their best player. I ain't gonna lie to you. You said it earlier, and I agree. This is a tough one. This to me is a
good night.
This to me is a tough game in terms to get myself excited about. The last couple of times, hey, there's been some Thursday night games that have been good. This one's hard to get excited about to me.
It's hard to get excited about unless you want to watch a couple of young quarterbacks play and kind of see where they stack up against these others. You talk about, boy, the way these guys are playing by the season's end, let's say by mid-year, Caleb Williams is already playing better. You got to think Bo Nix and Sean Payton at some point are going to start clicking a little bit better. It's not been awful, but you got to think he's going to continue to get better. Obviously, Jaden Daniels in Washington with him, Cliff Kingsbury playing lights out.
Now, those two play each other next week. That's going to be fun.
Now, Drake May's starting, and Drake May exceeded my expectations last week. Big time. And so, you could end up having everybody but Michael Penix Jr. starting?
Yeah.
That's what you got right now, right? And add Spencer Rattler to that mix?
No, he's in there starting right now for Derek
Cameroon starting from last year's draft. So unless you're into watching something like that, if you're looking for a high-level, high-quality football game just to sit back and enjoy that's not your team's playing, I'd imagine you ain't going to get that tonight.
You said you had a winner. You said you got a pick.
I like Denver in this one tonight. I like it even unless that line's moved more than I think it has. I really like Denver tonight.
You thinking about putting a little money on it?
Yeah, if Tyler's got room.
I do have room, and that line is at 2.5 in favor of the Broncos.
Really?
I'll take,
on the road, huh?
I'll take Denver. Yeah, hell, did you just hear what you just said about the Saints? Did you listen to yourself?
You want a Benji on it?
Hey, Alvin Kamara's ready to go off, baby.
I'm sorry. I want not New Orleans. I want Denver.
Minus 2.5.
Yes.
I owe you 100, don't I?
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I'm not going to turn it down if you're going to say it. I wish you could have seen his life just flashed in front of his eyes when he thought he said New Orleans. No, Denver. I want Denver. So that should be one. We'll see where Tyler's bets come up with it, because Tyler was talking about how dog of a game this is, but I get to feel Tyler is probably going to find his way to try to make some money off of this thing.
I've found some bets to place.
I bet you do, and this is how you get yourself into watching. I don't want to have to watch it. I really don't.
You want to put yourself through that?
And plus, man, they make it because I gotta get to Prime. I got to go out, get to Prime. I can't just easily turn another channel because they get you locked in there on that Prime thing. I might flip over there a little bit. I might have it on the phone to check it out and then see if there's a reason for me to put it on the big TV. But right now, boy, I have watched some Denver Bronco games, and it's so weird to see Sean Payton and how explosive offenses used to be for him.
Yeah.
And I mean, they throwing it. But, I mean, he will have 35 attempts, Clint, and he will barely have cleared 100 yards fast.
Yeah.
That's pitiful.
I mean, there was a time when Sean Payton, in terms of yards per attempt, his quarterbacks were best in the league.
Yep.
I mean, that was his like rep. Remember when he was back with the Giants with Kerry Collins? Like, that was his reputation was – my guys we're gonna be vertical. We're gonna get this thing out. We're gonna push it down the field.
Yeah, Drew's got those multiple years of 5,000 yards pass.
Yeah.
And he ain't gonna get to 2,000.
I hadn't watched enough of him to know exactly what's going on. I'm sure he's paring it down for Bo Nix, and at some point they'll open that thing up. I mean, there's got to be a method to the madness, and with Sean, there always is, man.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how long many of you hang in on this game tonight.
Just asleep at night.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Dylan Brooks, the Rockets, this is going to be their final one until the season starts when they play the Hornets to kick things off. It will be the finale of the preseason. And Dylan Brooks said tonight will be the dress rehearsal where the Rocket starters are expected to receive reg against Spurs. And he said intensity will be high. All right, Dylan, just let's.
Don't do it. Don't you bring that down. That's what we need. That's what we need, man. We set the tone, big deal. I mean, he ain't worth the money if he don't do that.
It's just like it's 82 of them, baby. It's a preseason game, Dylan. Let's not get to. Dylan's about to come up and just start guarding people 94 feet.
Yes, indeed.
Let's go, Rocket.
Set the tempo, big fella.
He might have a hard playoff foul on somebody.
Why not?
Tonight. He might. I could see it, boy. He come out there because Chris Paul's on the Spurs team. If Chris Paul's getting minutes, he come out here and foul Chris hard, real hard. That's a fight waiting to happen.
Hey, Ron, I'm going to tell you, man. I'm a casual fan. I'm a casual NBA fan. I could move beyond casual with this squad. I watched Ime Udoka with Vanessa the other night.
Yeah.
On a little interview. I love my man's intensity. I mean, he is dead ass shit. Like it ain't no.
I've never seen him laugh.
Well, but it's not there's no gimmick in the sense of like we're gonna be a physical group and we're not gonna back down and we're gonna it's not just coach speak. Like I think there's a lot of coaches that accomplish that and do it really, really well that have never been physical in their life, that have never, they just know you have to be that way to win. Like, he strikes me as a dude that we might hear about, like he might go out to dinner tomorrow night and get in a fight in the parking lot with somebody. You know what I mean? Like he is, like you said, never smiles. He's dead ass serious. Like we're not gonna be punked.
You can see him come out there, have dinner out there, and somebody come up here and try to take a picture with him while he's eating it, and he's like, "Nah, man, no pictures."
He'll stand over him.
Are you serious? Yeah, man. I said no.
I'm dead ass serious. Do I look like I'm joking?
He's a stand.
Yeah, no. I mean, I
don't see no pictures nowhere around here.
I love that brand of sports in general, but definitely basketball. It's when it's more of a finesse game, and it's the perimeter game. How many shots can you get up? Yada yada yada. Man, and I don't even know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's a way to a championship, but damn it, I can get behind it.
Y'all think that Ime Udoka's been in a fight in the last 10 years of his life?
Yes.
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 110%.
You got to define fight.
You think he's been physical where he's thrown hands?
Yes.
The physical where he
probably called someone soft.
Yeah. I would bet. I mean, if I had to vote one way or the other, I'd say yes. Well, what would you say?
I'm trying to think of how long he's been out. Been in the game. Been out of the game. Okay. 10. I don't know, man. Last 5, I would say no. In the last 5 years, I'd say no. The last 10's a little shaky.
I mean, if I had to go one way or the other, I couldn't straddle the fence. I would say yes.
But he also has a presentation of, I don't know that I really want to try it.
That's a good point. Yeah.
He's got a.
And as a head coach, you got to have a little better, right? You got to.
But 10 years ago, he was an assistant at San Antonio. Did he get restless at night in San Antonio?
Get out there with Barkley in San Antonio, piss somebody off,
and let it ride. All right. Coming up, is there a position, and in particular that position in the secondary? Do you think that Nick Caserio needs to be serious about making a move at that position? And I don't mean like adding Kadar Holman, but a serious move of somebody that could be playing meaningful snaps for this team. Do you think that is something that Nick Caserio should be looking at? We will discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there, I know it was a little bit cool the last.
Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook Plaza, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, one more prize, the big one to hook someone up with, and we will do that as soon as this segment ends. Your chance, if you are in the building and you have not filled out your name and put it in the raffle box, you might want to do so. If you are driving, you got about 15 minutes to do it.
I'm so excited!
We will be doing our drawing to see who wins the Colts Texans tickets and the wristbands for tailgating, free food, free drinks, courtesy of Bud Light. We will be doing that as soon as this segment ends. So you might want to get your name in that raffle box. And if you don't want to piss the big fella Clint off right here, do not fill out your name multiple times and put it in the box.
Come on, man.
We're all adults.
We're all adults here, man.
Several people just turned away.
I mean, if
you've
already
stopped looking at us because they've probably done it.
Look, if you've been here for a couple hours, and you somehow snuck an extra in there, okay, that's okay. I can possibly let that slide. For the person that walks up and literally grabs 3 or 4 different slips and does it right there in front of my face, I mean, come on, man.
I hate to tell you.
Hey, be better, man. Be better.
Oh, I love that one. That's my favorite.
Be better, man.
My favorite one. Be better.
You ought to be ashamed,
my favorite
man.
text. That's my favorite. That's my all-time favorite sports radio text. Be better.
Be better.
I don't disagree. I disagree with you. You know what? Be better. Sometimes they're right.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I mean, like I said, if you do it 1 per hour, show up at 3 o'clock, you can get your 3 entries.
Yeah, there you go. Once an hour, get through. You be all right with that?
I would be now that I'd be okay with.
You'd be all right with that. If you stay the longer you stay, you get a little bit of an advantage.
The grandma that walks up and signs 4 or 5 and slips them in there and doesn't even care if I'm looking. I wonder. I wonder about the folks that she's raised.
Or the guy.
I wonder about. Like
you just always go so deep with it, man.
I'm just dead ass serious. I mean, if a grandma that would do that, what do you think she let? How do you think she raising kids?
Oh my God!
How do you think her kids are raising kids?
When it all costs,
huh?
Man,
Somebody
coming in right now, just fill out 6.
Cheat, lie, and steal, man.
Lie, steal, and cheat. Shout out to Eddie
over
Guerrero.
Something we're giving away free.
I lie, I cheat, I steal. Latino heat, baby. I like that. All right, as we continue through here,
terrible ass grandma.
That is a make-believe grandmother. There is no one in here that I believe fits that. All right, Clint.
I'd bust Linda's ass.
She wouldn't do it.
I'm going to come over there and whoop that ass.
She wanted it bad enough she would. Or she'd just make you get the tickets. All right, Clint, with the secondary, man, I know there is some concerns. I think we both agreed the Jamal Adams thing, that ain't it. That there's no need for the Texans to even look at that. Even though he's a free agent now, he was released by the Titans.
No.
There's nothing to look at that there.
No chance.
But Clint, you do think there's a potential need for them to fill a void in the secondary.
Yeah, look, I think there's a need vendor any way you slice it, no matter what they're doing on the defensive side of the football. But now,
you're saying need, not just a luxury.
I'm saying need. I'm not saying they need to go out and make a trade before the deadline for the best corner in America. I'm saying that they need another cover defender that they believe in that is a frontline cover defender. And look, that guy may be in the building, but based on what we've seen this year, it just doesn't seem like the Texans are. I just looked up at the TV a while ago, one of the big TVs here at Buffalo Wild Wings, on a bad seat in the house. I just looked up at one of the TVs, and they're talking about Drake May. They're highlighting Drake May on one of the sports talk shows. And so they're showing Drake's completions in the second half when he went down and rattled off a couple touchdowns. And if you look, there's two things. It's what's the Bryant kid's name? The backup nickel defender that was at New England that they brought in here.
Oh, I know you're talking about. I can't remember his name.
It's him getting beat and not even remotely close.
Yeah.
Like I mean, the separation's ridiculous.
Eric Murray
once. Separation's absolutely ridiculous. Jalen Petrie twice. I'm just talking about the highlights I just saw. Jalen Petrie.
Two of those were in the red zone.
But the point is, Ron, is they're getting beat so bad. There's 3, 4, 5, 6 yards of separation, and Drake May's just having to lay it out there in a 12-yard window, right? There's nothing tight. You're not even making it difficult on the young quarterback, and so, that to me is a glaring issue with this secondary, and you get a little deeper, peel back another layer, I guess, of what DeMeco's doing is they're just blatantly playing man and showing man a lot more often than I thought DeMeco would do this year. Now, I don't know if they're doing that by choice or if they're doing it out of necessity. I don't know exactly how or why. But when it's all said and done and you watch the Texans, you cover the Texans, the cover defenders with Kamari Lassiter in the game, you still would like to have one in obvious passing situations to throw out there for Jalen Petrie or throw out there for Eric Murray if you're still going to press and play man and do some different coverages. Right now.
Do you think they envision those guys off the field? Especially Petrie and Murray. I almost think that their plan is to have them on the field.
No, there's no way on God's green earth that there's no way on God's green earth that DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio, Matt Burke, there's no way they don't watch the defensive film and say we are in a really tough spot versus good football teams. I'm talking about good rosters, good quarterbacks, good play callers, Super Bowl caliber teams that are ready to win right now. There's no way DeMeco Ryans. There's no way they watch the game. Now, look, DeMeco's always going to do more with less, and if injuries come up, he's going to play. He's going to play all these guys that they brought in midseason and guys that they pick up off other people's practice squads. And DeMeco can do that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if everybody's healthy right now, you are in a bad spot. If Green Bay starts running the football well,
Clint,
you're in a bad spot.
Without Lassiter. But if Lassiter is healthy, Clint, I don't know that they think that they're in a bad spot.
Ron,
because
I would just,
but I would just push this. I would push back this for you. When they played the Vikings, how many times did you think Eric Murray ended up on Justin Jefferson too many times?
Well, I don't remember how many times, but I know it was in the first 2 drives.
He was on them multiple times. They had better options on the field and in the game and on the roster than Eric Murray ending up singled up on Justin Jefferson.
But there's not that option. That option doesn't exist when you don't have anybody else you can push outside.
Oh no.
That's my point. Is like I agree with the thought of if they're going to play man in those situations, which it wasn't man, it was quarters coverage, and they schematically, either way you go, it's inexcusable how he gets matched up on Justin Jefferson in the first drive. But there's the point is even if they wanted to, they don't have a way that they can bring somebody inside and still have coverage other places. That's my point.
But I don't know. But when I just say that, like for him, for Eric Murray to find himself on there, like Boyd is Boyd can play. You would feel more comfortable with Boyd in coverage, Chris Boyd in coverage, or Ross in coverage. And they're like, no, we want this.
Okay,
out here.
And now couple that with several weeks of those guys you mentioned, not them coming off the bench, but the ones that are playing, they struggled mightily. There's no way they. So what does that tell you about the guys that you just mentioned?
Well, listen, I'm telling you what they have been showing. Like the Vikings continue to put themselves in positions to have guys covering Justin Jefferson that had no business covering
which tells me the guys on the bench aren't good enough to convince them otherwise, and the guys on the field aren't getting the job done. That's hence why I'm this is a concern for me.
No, listen, I get it as a concern. I'm just saying I don't know if it's as big of a concern to them as that, because I mean they didn't even give those guys.
There's no way it's not a concern. There's no way it's not a concern. There's absolutely no way that whether it's Green Bay, San Francisco, Baltimore, Detroit. I didn't think about it when we were talking about this earlier. You're going to face every one of these football teams. I mean, the top 5 rushing attacks in the league, you're facing every single one.
No, listen. I forgot about Steven Nelson's on the streets. I would feel more comfortable if Steven Nelson was on this team right now. But I don't think that they do. They could. You could be right that they look at this and think that there is an issue. But I'm not 100% sure if they have everybody healthy. If they got Lassiter, and they got Stingley, and they got Petrie, and if they got everybody healthy, that they feel like they need an addition. Because they don't even.
I don't know. Just come sit here at Buffalo Wild Wings and look up at that TV Dan Orlovsky's on right now, and wait till they get to the Drake May clip, and you tell me that two of the 3 guys are starters. Like there's just no. There's no way that can consistently happen with Drake May and his wide receivers, much less what you
Clint,
got.
I'm with you on it, but I'm just saying they had everybody healthy against the Vikings, and they purposely have Eric Murray matched up on the best receiver in football.
Yeah, and you got your ass kicked. And then last week you let a rookie quarterback spin the ball around the park in obvious man situations because you got guys that are giving up 3 and 4 and 5 yard separation to wide receivers that I can't name.
Listen, I'm with you. I'm just not 100% sold that if everybody's healthy, they feel like they need more help.
Them good football minds. There ain't no way in hell they think that.
We'll see.
Now DeMeco may think highly enough of himself schematically. It's like, hey, I'll get around it. We'll work around it. But
they may need a Tavier Thomas situation to happen.
Stop it.
I'm just saying. Remember how long they ran with that? They may need a Tavier Thomas situation to happen. All right, coming up as we get ready through here, we'll get
Thomas catching it straight too.
I'm just saying. You remember they were hanging on to that until he just got the Jags were taking turns tag teaming his ass, and then his season ended with the Texans. All right, coming up, Tyler's best bets coming up. If you want to make some money, unlike you did last night, you got a better chance to make some money today. So stay tuned for that. And is this the week that not having the best and most productive receiver in the NFL can come back and hurt the Texans? We'll discuss that next.
All right, First Service Credit Union, they're inviting you to win a Generac generator.
And they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook Plaza, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock here at Buffalo Wild Wings Willowbrook Plaza, right on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall. Come hang out. Congratulations to our final winner, Jared. The Colts Texans tickets. Clap it up for Jared out here, folks. There you go, man. Boy, there's a lot of people pissed off at you out here, Jared, that you slid out of here with them tickets. Smoking hot over there, but man, it's a good time. We'll be at this location again next week. So if you want to come out, have a good time, hang out with us. We hook people up with 6 different prizes. We do that each week. We had a couple of people win some U of H tickets. Of course, Jared won the Texans Colts tickets, some $25 Visa gift cards. A lot of good fun, and we appreciate and thank the good people here at Buffalo Wild Wings and our friends at Bud Light. Real quick shout out to everybody here that's helped us be able to put this on. We appreciate you, our promo team. They've done such a great job of getting things going for us. Also, our engineer Aaron as well. Tyler back at the station holding it down. So it's been a great time as usual here on Thirsty Thursdays. Tomorrow, we're at it again. We're on the road. If you're listening, if you're out here, you want to come hang out with us and have a good time, we'll be at East River 9. Play 9 holes of golf at one of the coolest spots. And I'm telling you, that first tee, as Clint has said, there's not a better a view of the downtown than there is right there. Great spot to take a photo. You can play some some golf. You can play some pickleball. You can do a whole lot here at East River 9. We'll be there 2 to 6 tomorrow. A little football. Enjoy yourself with us tomorrow. All right, Clint, before we finish up, I just want to throw this out, man. I feel bad, fellas, that my mind goes this way, but I feel like sports in just today's time took us here. I am fully skeptical of what is happening at Virginia in basketball.
Oh, 100%.
College basketball coach Tony Bennett, one of the best coaches in college basketball, won a national championship 2 or 3 years ago. If you remember, they had that heartbreaking loss where they were the first 1 seed ever to lose to a 16 seed. And I'll never forget one of my good friends, Jim Nance, said, is one of my favorite calls.
You just shut up and let me do my
Jim
job.
said, what is going on to Virginia in the second half when it just looked like they weren't going to come back, and they didn't. But then the very next year, they won it all and won a championship. And that was his championship. He won that. He's 55 years old, Clinton Tyler, and he just all of a sudden has decided to retire on Friday.
Interesting.
And the season's about to start, right? The preseason poll was dropped.
Nothing to see here.
The other day, and I want to believe, hey, man, maybe he just said, man, it's time. But 55-year-old guys that are ate up with college basketball, that have done the things that Tony Bennett did, that's gone through training camp and walked all the way up until the start of the season, don't you know what? Nah, man, I'm out. Well, so it feels like I hate that I'm thinking that, but it feels like something's more than him just wanting to retire.
Yeah, look, they generally, when you talk about these coaches of this caliber, they generally have more, and I'll use the word respect, I'm using it loosely, but they have more respect for the players, the program, the people around, the ADs, and everybody that works for them, than to just prepare for a season and then walk out a week before it all kicks off.
They don't know who's going to be the interim coach.
Yeah, there's got to be more to this. There's got to be more behind it, and boy, I don't even want to start speculating on this.
I know. Did you feel that, Tyler? I saw that. I said, Tony.
Oh yeah.
I'll put it to you like this.
What if I told you?
I mean, not that I think, but there's a good chance that HR is involved. Bobby Petrino.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because right, it's hard if it's like violation stuff. It's pretty hard to not abide by the easy, simple rules that you have now. Like if you
violate an NIL rule.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Usually, now you're thinking the other way. Like you said, Bobby Petrino, all of a sudden out of nowhere that he's retiring. So I hope I'm completely wrong, and that. But when I first saw that, I said,
something don't smell right. Something don't smell right.
That's like Steve Sarkisian or any coach around here just said, hey man. Yeah, man, went through spring ball, went through preseason camp, and 2 weeks before the start of the season, man, I woke up, throwing the towel.
Coaching ain't for me.
What? The university's not prepared for it, so that's an odd thing.
We need to look it up. I wonder how much money he's leaving on the table.
Oh, you ain't lying, man. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he wants to go somewhere to be a general manager, but it don't. A general manager for Virginia. I don't know. They're hiring those now.
He could pick a better time to leave than that.
I mean, you ain't lying. All right, real quick, Clint. Do you think the Texans? They didn't feel it last week, putting up 41 points. Do you think the Texans? This is a week they miss Nico Collins. Do you think we start to see that?
Yeah, I think you miss your superstars, man. I think there's. I said this earlier, man. There's when everybody's healthy, there's two guys on this offense right now that I believe are like NFL explosive, like can hit their head on the goalpost at any point in time, can get behind the defense at any point in time. I think there's two guys that have shown the ability to do that this year. I think it's Nico Collins and Joe Mixon. Those two guys are just different caliber players. They attack it different. They're hard to tackle. They're explosive. They're big. They're strong. I think Tank Dell falls in that category as of last year. We have not seen it this year. I need to see it this year. But where I'm going with it is this is the kind of game to me when you've got two Super Bowl contending football teams, one in the AFC, one in the NFC, Packers, Texans. This feels like a game where your superstars have to be super. Like that's going to be the difference in this game. Your superstars have to be super. And CJ Stroud, I believe Joe Mixon could potentially have a hell of a game. Will Anderson and Denico Autry could have a hell of a game. But I think this is going to be – there's going to be 5 or 6 moments in the game where this offense has a chance to make a big play. And not having Nico could end up hurting them.
It to me feels like this is a game where you're going to have to put up points.
Yeah.
And for me, that's where – because this feels like it's going to be more in the vein of the Colts-Texans game, Week 1, 29-27. And if you just remember in that game, Nico made several just made plays.
Yeah.
You can't teach that are plays that I'm not as sure that Tank and Stephon Diggs can make. I mean, he just went up and just went between two guys and just caught a deep ball.
Yeah.
That set up a score.
Whether you're talking about those just big body where he goes up and makes catches that the two smaller receivers aren't, or you talk about, we've seen him catch screen routes and screen plays and hit a seam and break two tackles and go to the house. Diggs and Tank ain't doing that. There is a chance, that, like I said, Joe Mixon has a big game. There is a chance that I think Tank Dell could fill the void of explosive plays, but we haven't seen that yet. And so if the question is, do you think that the Texans feel it this week? I think this is the week that you could potentially feel the absence of Nico Collins. I don't think in the previous couple of games, hell, even Buffalo. You can go back to when Nico was playing, even Jacksonville. I miss the beast that he is, but I don't know that you go into the game and go, oh, man, I don't know if we have enough. When you're facing Green Bay, it's one of those you really feel the impact of one of the best receivers in the NFL not being on the field.
Yeah, and obviously his impact just can help others.
Yeah.
Right. All right, Tyler, let's get T-Mill's best bets tonight. We'll ignore what happened yesterday. What are your best bets tonight?
Yeah, I'll put it out there. I went 0 for 3 on best bets last night. Not happening tonight. Thursday night football, I got 5 real quick. Get your pencil and your pen, whatever you need, paper to write on. Over 37, lock it in. Saints over 7.5 points in the first half. Rattler over 21.5 rush yards. Rattler over 181.5 pass yards. And Alvin Kamara over 66.5 rush yards. Let's win some money.
Denver's defense has been playing pretty well. We'll see. Hopefully you bounce back.
All Saints. I guess you like the Saints tonight, huh?
I do. And I'm still on the right side of 60% success this week with best bets. I'm 6 for 9.
60%. There you go.